So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is a reminder that we will be starting very shortly in 5 minutes. So this is your chance to quickly take a seat. Remember, we'll be starting in 5 minutes shortly here on the main stage here at Leap East. Thank you very much. So to everyone, make sure to take a seat. We will be starting very shortly in 5 minutes. 請大家就座。
Please welcome His Excellency Abdullah Al Swaham, Minister of Communication and Information Technology in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Good morning, Hong Kong. What a show we just have seen. How the East and the Middle East are coming together. The story of Leap East started, Your Excellency, about 3 years ago, when we had the honor and the privilege to meet His Excellency, the Honorable Chief Executive. John Lee, can we give a big round of applause for the Honorable John Lee, our Chief Executive in Hong Kong, who said, for 2,000 years, the Middle East and the East have been doing trade. When you're talking about glass with optics, math with algorithms, which fuel today the digital age and the intelligence age, and it's overdue that we bring this to East. And this is why we started this movement, with the multiplier effect of how we can join together to connect the East with the West in partnership with the Middle East. And speaking of making sure that we lead, leap, and leave no one behind, earlier this morning, I tried to check some of the latest AI tools that I like to fiddle with. And some of them, funnily enough, as I pulled up my phone, they said to me, not available in this region. And I asked myself a question. How could the general purpose technology not diffuse and proliferate to give access to half of the world population? And I think this is why, Your Excellency, this is a timely conversation about how within your leadership, the East with the Middle East must connect with the West and with the rest of the world. And if we look at the numbers, look at these staggering numbers. You have every reason to be proud. And we want to thank you. We want to say Sheshe, Kamsa Hamida, and Argato Gozaimas to the East. Because if you look, $34 trillion worth of economic activities, a third of the world economy, the largest by far digital and AI economy, and close to 50% of humanity. And when it comes to the intelligence age, you even have more reasons to hold your head high and be very proud. Because if you look at AI patents, 82% come from the East. If you look at semiconductor tape-out and fabrication, mostly they come from the Middle East. And even if you don't want to believe these numbers, look at what the global leaders from the West are saying. Jensen Huang, Elon Musk, and Tim Cook. Whether it's the precision and engineering and ingenuity of the East, whether it's the concentration of AI talent, or the market opportunity. And this is why, under the leadership of His Royal Highness, we have the utmost pride to join hands together with you to lead, and leapfrog into the intelligence age. This is a fundamental question we asked ourselves in the first leap. What does it take to lead, leap, and leapfrog? And when it comes to lead, it starts with tech and talent. Look at these numbers. Since the launch of Vision 2030, under the leadership of His Royal Highness, we have grown by 75% as a digital economy, crossing close to $130 billion, $139 billion, surpassing a lot of the emerging economies. As a digital economy, we jumped from 4% to 16%. And when it comes to talent, which is the fundamental cornerstone after sand and silicon, we stand tall as the fastest, largest empowerment story in women, in tech, and in youth. We have celebrated accomplishments on planet Earth, the first heart transplant with fully robotics powered by the East, was done in the kingdom. The first Nobel Prize in chemistry powered by AI with metal organic frameworks was achieved by the kingdom. And the first astronaut, who happens to be a woman on the International Space Station, conducting stem cell research, helping humanity fight cancer, happened from the kingdom. But I have to recognize here the East. When we looked at the numbers, 30% of your women and youth are in STEM and in tech and digital. With 30%, that's a high achievement. Can we have a big round of applause for all of the women leaders that we have from the East? And your nations could not be more proud of you. Now, it's easy to talk when the tailwinds are pushing you. What about the headwinds? And the world have seen a number of these headwinds. And this is in essence the answer of what does it take to leap. It is agility and resilience. We called that this first under the leadership of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman 5 years ago. And look at this. When the kingdom faced a number of headwinds similar to what the East have seen, whether you're talking about the 2008 financial crisis, the oil shock of 2014, just coinciding with the announcement of Vision 2030, COVID, or the Strait of Hormuz challenges, we both have leaders that were able to shift the sail, change the headwinds into tailwinds. And we have the numbers to talk about it. When the 2008 shock happened to the financial crisis, look at this. Who has emerged as successful in 2011? It was once again the East, the developing and emerging Asia economies with Saudi Arabia. If you talk about the opportunity for us to look at the oil shocks, just when Vision 2030 was announced, and everybody was betting that we're going to have some challenges when it comes to coupling of our oil economy, but we have a saying in our nation, never bet against the kingdom and never bet against Mohammed bin Salman. Because this is what happened. When the world was seeing how we can decouple and diversify our economy, not only we grew to 8.7% in 2022, the highest emerging economy growth, but we were able to achieve 50% diversification of non-oil GDP. That is resilience and agility and leadership. Going to COVID, and we have seen it how Hong Kong, and let's give a big round of applause for Hong Kong, how they managed COVID. You were a world-class, Your Excellency, and you should be very proud. And similarly, the kingdom, we have huge pride that we were named the #1 digital riser. But we're here to talk about how we could leapfrog together, how we could join hands to make sure that we lead the world in the intelligence age. And to lead within the intelligence age, Jensen Huang, my dear friend, keeps calling it, we have the 5 layers of the cake, of the AI cake. And the foundation is energy. Because when you're talking about that compute divide, it's really a wrapper for an energy divide challenge. And this is how you can build the engine, the connective issue, the brain, and harness the value of the AI stack. And under the leadership of His Royal Highness, he called it first as the world moved from predictive AI to generative AI to agentic to physical, that you need to master the world of hardware, software, services, and applications. And hence, the kingdom stands tall in partnership with you with our value proposition of compute, capital, and customers. Because the world needs us to work collectively to close down the global AI divides. I just came back from the UN, and they had the global dialogue on AI governance. We have 193 nations within the UN. 90% of the AI efforts are concentrated into 2 nations. And this is why, in partnership with Hong Kong, the largest financial center in Asia and the largest economy in the Middle East, we want to join hands together to derive collective action on closing down these global divides. The world needs 83 gigawatts, and that's the us optimistic view, because the pessimists will tell you need more than 100 gigawatts. 90% concentrated into two nations, as we have articulated. 90% is concentrated in English. And the last time I checked, Mandarin and Cantonese is the #1 spoken language in the world. So ni hao and xie xing to all of the Cantonese and Mandarin speakers, and we give us huge pride to partner with you. And once again, this is why, under the leadership of His Royal Highness and in partnership with you, like-minded friends and partners, we're here to do three things. We're here to energize, enable, and empower the world under the intelligence age, underpinned by our value proposition of compute, customers, and capital. And we've already have gone a long way. If you talk about energize, we already have 6.6 gigawatts in the next 10 years being rolled up, and soon we're going to celebrate the first 1 gigawatt. And in a true LEAP fashion, we're here to celebrate how to make sure that everything that we do is an amazing opportunity for us to walk the talk and demonstrate it. We have showed Grok. We are working with Grok, Mistral, and Z.AI, which I believe are all presented here, Your Excellency, in the exhibition. But Grok, they were the first to be announced on a LEAP stage, where we had the opportunity to showcase this pioneering technology. And at that time, we celebrated 11 cents per token when it comes to the lowest output million tokens that can be generated with affordability. But we slightly missed out on this one because Jensen Huang wrote them a check for $20 billion, and they made them an offer they could not refuse. So we'll forgive you, Jonathan, for that. But Mistral and Z.AI, and again, it has to be an energizing enablement and empowerment proposition, because we intend in partnership with you to be the #1 AI-enabled nation in the world under the leadership of His Royal Highness. We have deployed agentic capability for every government citizen. We're very impressed by your physical AI and robotics and service robots that we have seen to empower our industrial economy and our intelligent economy. And we could not be more proud of this partnership. And in a true LEAP fashion, we cannot be more grateful to our global investors. On this stage, in a true LEAP fashion, you're going to have the global CEOs front and center make massive multi-billion-dollar investments. Can we get a big round of applause for ByteDance, Lenovo, and Tencent, who all have joined us here together to make sure that we supercharge this LEAP. And I cannot thank enough the sponsors here in the room that made this happen. We can't thank you enough for making sure that this LEAP East becomes successful. And Your Excellency, we met 3 years ago with the Chief Executive and with yourself. And in a true LEAP fashion, I say promise made, promise kept, promise delivered. Welcome to LEAP East.
Now, a very, very warm thank you to His Excellency, and just to piggyback off what he just said, let's continue to shake hands and hopefully strike up more partnerships over the next 3 days. And now to all of you joining us here on the very first day of Leap East, good morning. 歡迎大家嚟到 Leap East. 歡迎大家來到 Leap East. And to all of our friends coming from the Middle East, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Olivia Kinghorst. I'm an international presenter, MC, and also a former TV anchor, and it's a real pleasure to be your host on the main stage over the next couple of days in one of the most exciting tech hubs in the world. And with that, we would now like to invite Paul Chan to deliver the welcome remarks. He's the Financial Secretary of the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. So please give him the warmest of welcomes to the stage.
Your Excellency Minister El-Swaha, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Hong Kong. I'm delighted that this very first Leap East conference held outside Saudi Arabia is in Hong Kong. We are honored that you have chosen us as your partner for this new chapter. With some 25,000 participants from over 30 countries and territories, this turnout speaks volumes about the global appeal of Leap East and the strength of our shared vision. The conference builds on the deepening ties between Saudi Arabia and Hong Kong across finance, technology, infrastructure, trade, forged through frequent high-level interaction and visits by senior officials and business delegations. My sincere thanks to Minister El-Swaha and his team, both for their leadership and for making the journey to Hong Kong. While you are here, I hope you will find the time to enjoy the very best of our hospitality. Today, I would like to focus my remarks on just 2 questions. Why Hong Kong is an ideal base for innovation, and how Hong Kong and Saudi Arabia and the wider Middle East region can seize the opportunities before us together. Hong Kong is perhaps the only city in the world that connects seamlessly to both the Chinese mainland and the rest of the world at the same time. Working under the common law system, we have robust protection for intellectual property. As a free port, capital, goods, talent, and data freely flow in and out of this city. Simple and low tax is a standing feature of our regime. And we are one of the world's safest, most stable cities. These are the foundation on which business, talent, and creativity thrive. We have built a burgeoning innovation and technology ecosystem with a growing pipeline of promising startups and future unicorns. With strong support under the National 15th Five-Year Plan, Hong Kong is fast emerging as a leading international innovation hub. The Secretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry will share more shortly. So allow me to set out the bigger picture, how we support innovation, anchored in 3 strategies. First, Finance Plus and a vibrant capital markets. Innovation needs capital, and Hong Kong is where capital and ideas meet. This is the heart of our Finance Plus strategy, using finance as a powerful enabler to drive the real economy. Our capital markets are growing not only in scale, but also in breadth and depth. Hong Kong tops the world in IPOs in 2025 with 119 listings, raising some 35 billion US dollar, including many world tech champions. This year, the momentum is even more promising. We are a destination of choice for emerging Chinese and international technology companies to raise funds for global expansion. This is a genuine win-win. Companies can tap our active markets to fuel R&D and scale up at home and abroad, while investors gain direct access to the enormous upside of China's innovation-led growth. This is aided by our various Connect schemes, where international investors can access high-quality mainland enterprises, while mainland investors can invest in companies listed in Hong Kong. Public markets, of course, are only part of this success story. Our venture capital and private equity ecosystem is managing over 230 billion US dollar, second only to the Chinese mainland in Asia. And for frontier technologies that call for patient capital, the Hong Kong Investment Corporation, our government's investment flagship, has already invested in more than 200 projects, attracting over $8 of co-investment by international long-term capital for every dollar it invests, with an initial capital injection of around 8 billion US and further injection planned later this year. It will continue to back companies looking to grow from Hong Kong into the international arena. Fintech in particular is an important part of this strategy. In Hong Kong, we embrace digital assets because we see potential to make transactions more efficient, more inclusive, and at lower costs. At the same time, we balance pro-innovation policies with regulation, keeping them within proper guardrails so that the sector can prosper with credibility while investors and public are being protected. Parallel to our Finance Plus strategy is our focus on artificial intelligence, which is a major engine of innovation. We have an AI Plus vision to develop AI as a strategic industry in its own right, while harnessing it as a powerful enabler across different sectors of our economy. Hong Kong has everything it takes to build AI into a powerful industry: computing power, algorithm, data, application scenarios, talent, and capital. Across every sector, from finance and industry to healthcare and education, AI is already being put to work. At the government level, we have established the Committee on AI Plus and Industry Development Strategy, bringing together leaders from the industry and academia to explore how AI can best transform our key sectors. At the same time, we spare no efforts in nurturing talent and raising digital literacy through our AI Training for All initiative, because we believe our community must know how to work with AI, using it to create value while staying alert to its potential risks. Our first strategy is to bring technology, education, talent, and industry closely together, fostering a virtuous cycle in which one reinforces another. The centerpiece here is the northern metropolis. Bordering Shenzhen, it will be home to multiple innovation and technology parks, including the Hetao area. Over there, people, goods, capital, data, and even biosamples will move efficiently across the border. It will create a truly unique cross-boundary innovation space and an ideal base for international AI, biotech, and other cutting-edge industries to conduct research, test their outcome, and deploy them at scale, hand in hand with mainland partners. In the western part of the northern metropolis, we are also developing a 1,000-hectare university town district where leading universities, research institutions, and business enterprises will sit side by side in a vibrant community where research outcomes can move quickly from the laboratory to the real world and scale up. Which brings me to the deepening collaboration within the cities of the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area. What makes the GBA so special is the way it weaves capital, innovation, higher education, talent, and industry development into a single integrated whole. The Shenzhen, Hong Kong, Guangzhou city cluster ranks first in the world for innovation, and its supply chains are equally impressive. A robotics company in GBA, for instance, can source almost every component it needs within half an hour's drive. With Hong Kong's International Financial Center at its core, the GBA indeed offers something no other region can. The combined strengths of a global financial hub, an innovation powerhouse, and an advanced manufacturing base, backed by an affluent population of 88 million and a potential market of 2.1 billion across China and Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, there is enormous potential for us, Hong Kong and Saudi Arabia, to do more together. Both of us are gateways to our respective regions, and our capital markets are already linked through mutual listing of ETFs and companies, a milestone I was privileged to witness 2 years ago. We warmly welcome Saudi and Gulf enterprises to leverage Hong Kong's capital markets through listing, bond issuance, asset management, and other partnerships. Let Hong Kong be your international fundraising and risk management platform, connecting you with investors and markets across Asia and beyond. Your ambitious transformation agenda, Vision 2030, inspires me on every visit. Hong Kong is precisely the gateway and platform where proven frontier technology and advanced manufacturing businesses from this region can settle into Saudi Arabia and expand across Europe and Africa. I plan to lead a delegation to Saudi again later this year, bringing leading companies in infrastructure, green tech, healthcare, and advanced manufacturing, plus professionals in finance, investments, and the professional services sector to explore concrete projects that will advance your goals and deepen our partnerships. In the end, all comes down to friendship and connection between people, between ideas, between capital and opportunity. That is what LEAP is about. Building those connections across regions and across cultures on the basis of trust and friendship. On that note, I wish this conference every success, and I am particularly delighted to note that this conference will continue to be held in Hong Kong in the coming 3 years. Please give a round of applause. Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm confident that the partnership between Hong Kong and Saudi Arabia will be even stronger in the many years to come. Please do find some time, enjoy this city, and let your spouse shop until they drop. Thank you.
Let's go. So big thank you once again to Paul Chan, and also make sure to take his friendly advice just there. Now, in our next session, we're going to find out Hong Kong's blueprint for becoming the launchpad of choice for the global new economy. And our next guest is a world-renowned scholar as well as scientist, but he's also the Secretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry at the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. So with that, please put your hands together for Professor Sun Dong.
Your Excellency Minister Elswaha, Financial Secretary Mr. Paul Chen, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hong Kong. So it is my great pleasure to join all of you today for the LEAP East 2026. The first time the LEAP Technology Conference is being outside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So I would like to thank Your Excellency Minister Al-Waha for extending LEAP from Saudi Arabia to Hong Kong. The Hong Kong SAR government is honored to support this landmark international event. Standing here today, I'm reminded my first duty visit to Saudi Arabia in 2024 and the pleasant experience at LEAP in Riyadh, where the first ever Hong Kong pavilion was set over there. My visit was, of course, very impressive. It set in motion the new chapter for the innovation and technology collaboration between Hong Kong and Saudi Arabia. Today, as we are hosting LEAP East in Hong Kong, we are delighted to welcome over 340 speakers, 450 exhibitors, over 400 investors, and over 35,000 registers from 30 countries and regions. Together, the strong participations from 14 provinces and cities from the Chinese mainland. Don't forget, this is the first time that LEAP conference organized outside Saudi Arabia. This international gathering reflects the rising global INT momentum, and Hong Kong is proud to serve as a super connector and super value adder for the international exchanges. Guided by the Hong Kong INT development blueprint promulgated in 2022, right now we are building a comprehensive INT ecosystem with strong focus on life and health technology, AI and robotics, as well as advanced manufacturing and energy and so on. So we are, our vision remains very clear to develop Hong Kong into an international INT center. Now please allow me to update the Hong Kong's latest INT scene. Being home to 5 world's top 100 universities, Hong Kong is internationalized with strong R&D capabilities. Our flagship Inno Hong Kong scheme now have supported over 38 laboratories in collaboration with more than 30 world-renowned universities and research institutes from 12 economies. In collaboration with many research scientists from different parts of the world, now the research laboratory has put together over 3,000 international talents. The laboratories focus on several important areas. In addition to the life and health technology, robotics and AI, the new laboratories have recently expanded to sustainable development, advanced manufacturing, energy, and materials. We welcome the top universities and research institutes from Saudi Arabia and around the world to join us on this meaningful journey. Our digital infrastructure is also advancing very rapidly to support the future AI growth. In addition to Cyberpole's supercomputing center, which I mentioned in LEAP 2024, the Sandy Ridge Data Facility Cluster under construction now will provide a computing power of 180,000 petaflops around 2030. 36-fold increase that will position Hong Kong into an international data hub. At the same time, I see something wrong here. Okay. At the same time, the Hong Kong's innovation strategic platform are taking shape. The Hong Kong Park of the Hetao Shenzhen Hong Kong Science and Technology Innovation Cooperation Zone opened last December. Together with its extension, Shenzhen Technopole are integral pillars of our nation's overarching strategy to build a strong, self-reliant, world-class innovation and technology ecosystem. The Hong Kong government's commitment to INT is further demonstrated through funding supports, including 3 so-called 10 billion Hong Kong dollar funding initiatives, more than $3.8 billion in total. This includes the research academic industry sector's 1+ scheme, we also call it as a RISE+ scheme, to accelerate the commercialization of R&D outcomes. The new industrialization acceleration scheme to support smart production facilities, and INT Industry R&D Fund, a fund of funds to channel more market capital into the emerging strategic industries. Our efforts are bearing fruit. The number of startups in Hong Kong has surged by 40% since 2021, reaching 5,200 in 2025. The Shenzhen Hong Kong Guangzhou Innovation Cluster ranked the first globally in the Global Innovation Index 2025. Hong Kong ranked 4th globally in the World Digital Competitiveness Ranking 2025, and what is more, ranked the 2nd place globally in the World Competitiveness Yearbook 2026. Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 has opened extraordinary opportunities for technological development, digital transformation, and new industry. Under one country, two systems, Hong Kong enjoys unparalleled advantages of strong support from our motherland while remaining closely connected to the world. We are the ideal gateway for mainland enterprises to go global and for overseas, including Saudi Arabia, Middle East enterprises to venture into GBA or the broader mainland market. With our global network, pivotal role in the Belt and Road Initiative, and position within the GBA's 88 million population market, Hong Kong is uniquely placed to support overseas companies seeking global collaboration, R&D collaboration, and access to the Chinese and Asian market. Indeed, in the past several years, we have facilitated nearly 700 enterprises, leading or high potential enterprises to establish or expand their presence in Hong Kong. Ladies and gentlemen, innovation is ultimately creating the meaningful values and contributing to the betterment of the humankind. Hong Kong stands ready to work with partners from Saudi Arabia, the Middle East, and around the world to build new bridges and shape a sustainable and innovative future. I invite you to experience our vibrant INT ecosystem and explore opportunities that await. Hong Kong offers aspiration at every hour, and I hope you will feel it throughout your stay in Hong Kong. Finally, may I wish Leap East every success. I wish we work together, leap forward, and make significant strides together. Thank you very much.
So big thank you as well to Professor Sun Dong. And now we're going to take a time to hear from the organization that is bringing Leap East to life and the reason why we're all gathered here together under this roof. So please welcome Faisal Al-Hamisi, Chairman of SAF CSP and Co-Chairman of the Board of Ta'aluf. Please welcome to the stage.
Looking at all of you here in Hong Kong, I'm struck by a sense of gratitude and, to be honest, a little of disbelief. I want to take you back to 2022. We were in Riyadh launching a brand new tech event in the middle of COVID. In the middle of COVID restrictions, and many people asked us, why now? But we believe that people were hungry to connect, to innovate, and to build the future together. But nothing could have prepared us for what happened next. That was Leap 2022. On the very first morning of Leap, my phone rang. It was Minister of Telecommunication, Engineer Abdullah Swaha. Although he's a friend, but when the minister calls you on the opening morning, do or continue? So His Excellency actually called me in the morning of opening Leap, and I was worried. What's wrong? And actually he told me, Faisal, we have a situation. The traffic for Leap completely blocked the highway to the airport. That was the first version of Leap in 2022, in the middle of COVID. In that moment, I felt a sheer panic and absolute admiration. We haven't just organized an event. We have sparked a movement. From those chaotic, beautiful first days, Leap grew beyond our wildest dreams or our wildest expectations, eventually becoming the world's most attended tech event. But the numbers are not the real story. The real story is the human connection. The founders who met their first investors in our halls, the young students who saw a demo and decided to become founders of tomorrow. And that brings us to today, to Leap East. And we could not have chosen a more fitting home for this moment than Hong Kong. Being one of the most extraordinary cities on earth, the gateway to Asia, and the gateway to the most important tech innovator in the world, China. It has capital, infrastructure, innovation, a thriving population, and great friendship with Saudi Arabia. That is why we could not resist making it home for Leap East. Because Leap East is not just a new event, it has a historic milestone. For the first time, a Saudi Expo IP is going international. We are the first to take that step and say, we have built, what we build in Riyadh, we are sharing with the world. To everyone in this room, you are the builders and the bridge between East and West. Your presence here matters. Thank you for taking this leap with us. Welcome to Leap East. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, Mr. Al-Hamizi. May I now invite our distinguished speakers back to the stage for the official photo. So first of all, we have His Excellency Abdullah Al-Swaha, Minister of Communications and Information Technology. Of course, give him a warm round of applause. Please come on up to the stage. Next up, we have Honourable Paul Chan, Financial Secretary of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Honourable Professor Sun Dong, Secretary of Innovation, Technology and Industry of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Ms. Lillian Zheng, Undersecretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry. Mr. Muteb Alghani, CEO of SAF CSP. Ms. Annabelle Manda, Executive Vice President of Tahaluf. Mr. Ivan Lee, Commissioner for Innovation and Technology. Ms. Alpha Lau, Director General of Investment Promotion of Invest HK. And last but not least, we have to the stage Mr. Michael Champion, CEO of Tahaluf. So with that, please give them a warm round of applause as we take the group photo. Thank you very much. So thank you so much, everyone. I think we got the $1 million shot over there. So Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, honourable guests, thank you so much for this grand opening, and to everyone in the audience today, the warmest of welcomes, of course, to this very first edition of Leap East, where we're connecting the East and the Middle East. Now, as mentioned, we do have a lot in store for you. So with that, let's leap into the very first session of the day. As many of you in the room know, Leap was actually born in Riyadh, and today it's taking a huge leap to be here in Hong Kong, connecting Asia and the Middle East. And it just goes to show that building bridges across borders is one of the best ways to open up new opportunities. So in our next session, we're going to take a look at this growth corridor. Now, bear in mind, this session will be held in Mandarin. So if you like, please make sure to grab a translator at the front over there because we'll be spoken in Mandarin. Please welcome now Jerry Lai, founder and managing director of EW Partners, to the stage. Please give him the warmest of welcomes.
Good morning. It's a great honor to witness the Saudi miracle happen here in China today. Over the last 8 years, we are very proud to witness Saudi incredible growth. I'm very excited to bring the experience back home and to better introduce the insights to our Chinese partner. Please allow me to speak Chinese today. Thank you. 尊敬的各位来宾、各位领导、产业领袖和全球的投资人朋友们，大家上午好。非常荣幸作为益达资本的代表，在首届香港 Leap East 的舞台上和大家分享。今天刚刚听完 His Excellency 阿斯瓦哈阁下、陈茂波司长以及孙东教授精彩的开幕致辞，我们深有共鸣。今天我们齐聚香港，本质上是见证两大市场、两大发展周期的历史性交汇。一边呢是以沙特2030愿景为引擎的，全力推进经济多元化的中东；一边呢是拥有全球最完整制造业体系和创新体系的中国。而香港正是让这种交汇从可能变成发生的超级连接点。这条连接不是凭空而来。中沙双边的贸易额今年已经达到了1080亿美金。从传统的石化到如今的数字科技、光伏以及新能源汽车，贸易结构发生了本质的变化。这说明双方的重心已经从单纯的商品交换迈向了技术、产业、资本系统性的一个融合。问题在于这座桥有了坚实的桥墩，但桥面还不够宽，走的人还不够多。如何让它成为一条双向的、高价值的主赛道，正是我们过去8年来核心实践的一个话题。2018年，我们作为一个当时看来颇为大胆的一个决定，在通信产业部、沙特主权基金 PF 以及我们重要的合作伙伴Faisal Asmisi 先生的支持下，益达资本将总部搬到了利雅得，成为最早一批扎根中东的投资机构。2023年，我们受香港特区行政长官李家超先生的邀请，我们来到香港开设了办公室。从利雅得到香港，我们作为创始战略合作伙伴，深度参与了每一届的Leap峰会，我们也亲眼见证了、实践了中东到中国的合作，从传统的油气贸易全面迈进了数字基建、科创生态、产业链、投资协同发展的全新阶段。今天，当Leap来到香港，这本身就是全球科技产业再平衡的一个强烈信号。 它说明香港作为亚洲的代表城市，正在成为这场双向奔赴中不可替代的枢纽。在这个确定性的浪潮中，我们和我们的合作伙伴有幸地抓住了机会，也借此机会，将我们的一些实践从时代底层逻辑、区域协同、产业落地实践3个维度，与各位进行剖析。首先，我们看底层产业逻辑，为什么是现在2大核心驱动力正在同时发生？一边是中东经济的多元化战略升级，一边是全球供应链的韧性重构。沙特的2030愿景已不再是个遥远的蓝图，而是正在发生在身边。万亿的资本正在系统性地注入数字经济、新能源、科技等新兴产业，这不再是简单的资源变现，而是国家级的产业创造。与此同时，地缘格局正在发生深刻的变化，让全球的企业资本都有机会重新寻找兼具增长红利和战略稳定性的新的支点。这恰恰说明了我们现在所看到的今天的双方结合的集中爆发。过去中东有资本，亚太有技术，但合作往往是交易性的、一次性的。今天我们看到了不同。沙特等国家的主权基金，其投资的逻辑已经从被动的财务回报，转化成主动的战略共建。我们需要的不再单纯的是技术产品，而是技术体系、产业能力、本地生态。而中国的科技制造能力也正好来到了技术性系统出海，需要一个战略腹地，对冲周期性、对冲风险的，实现全球价值跃升的一个节点。两地的需求在同一时间被点燃，这就是我们跨境增长发生的底层原因。基于这个时代机遇，我们在实践中提炼出了中国内地、香港以及中东3方协同的这个合作体系。这里我分享第2个维度，在3方各司其职、缺一不可的合作中，中东以国家级战略和资本为牵引，提供产业落地的物理空间以及制度框架；中国内地以全产业链的科技和制造能力提供核心动能。香港远不只是一个转口港，它在体系里的规则转化器与资本路由器中实现了与国际无缝的法律合规和金融体系的转轨能力，解决了跨境中最棘手的信任和标准问题，让内地的技术和产品有机会更 smoothly 的进入到中东，让中东的资本能安全有效地配置到亚洲。举一个例子，我们投资的一家公司香港华盛集团，是在沙特首家获得资本市场管理局全面牌照的一家金融科技公司，它的底层技术来自于中国，其母公司是香港持牌证券机构。我们将香港的这套成熟的经验，中国大陆的成熟的产品金融的技术，通过 Saham Capital 这家公司落地在沙特，针对沙特的投资人进行了本土的优化和创新。经过过去3年多的发展， Saham 现在已经成为沙特以及中东前5大的互联网证券公司。这是一个典型的中国技术、香港规则、中东市场的一个化学反应，也是香港作为战略桥梁，实现多地互联的一个实实在在的一个增量的一个案例。在打通了金融桥梁之后，更深远的是产业链能力的整体的整合。在这里，我们提出了第3个维度，就是产业落地实践的一个深耕。 很多人问我们，中国企业出海中东最核心的挑战是什么？其实不是市场，不是政策，往往是中国如何将中国的高效的供应链和组织能力，在完全不同的文化之下，在完全不同的法律和商业营商环境之下重建起来。我们的答案是找到有全球化思维，愿意深耕海外市场，最懂本地化的一些合作伙伴，一起把本地化落地生根，深度耕耘。联想集团就是我们眼里的这样的一个合作伙伴，我们共同推进了联盛供应链服务平台公司走向中东。这绝对不是一个把物流仓库和联想用了几十年的这样的一个经验简单的复制过去，它是把在一个全球100多个国家经过实践的供应链管理能力，从研发、采购、生产组织到全球交付的全产业链条的能力带到了中东，变成了一个开放平台，服务了现在的很多中国企业和亚太企业走向中东。想象一下，一家新能源汽车零部件的公司借助联盛的平台，可以在中东快速地建立起当地的分拨备件管理和本地服务的体系的能力，将公司触达市场的时间从1年缩短到几个月。这种能力对沙特2030愿景本地化制造和多元化的目标来说是有价值的，是快速的帮助两边市场解决问题的。同样的逻辑，我们也体现在过去几年投资的其他项目中。在数字基建行业里面，我们联合阿里云和沙特电信成立了沙特云服务公司 SCCC， 实现了中国科技能力、中国云服务能力、中国算力的能力，解决本土合规、本地运维和长期发展之后，在当地的一个深度落地。在物流领域，我们和香港的一家上市公司极兔速递也做了同样的事情。沙特电商市场刚好是过去几年全球最快速增长的一个市场，解决最后1公里的配送效率问题，永远是这个市场里最核心的瓶颈。极兔将中国最成熟的数字履约体系和经济化运营的体系带到了沙特，通过本地化网络的建设和本地团队的搭建，快速提升了用户体验，逐步成长成当地最重要的一家物流服务商。各位可以看到，无论是在金融科技、供应链、物流、AI 以及云服务、数字科技等产业，我们做的不仅仅是把中国的方案简单复制到中东，而是找到了一个愿意真正的扎下根来，真正的理解本地需求，长期一起选择做正确的事情。我们也特别希望成为中国各位合作伙伴在产业落地的共同建设者，战略桥梁的共同搭建者，而不仅仅是单纯的一个财务投资人。站在香港眺望亚太和中东广阔的腹地市场，我们看到了这座桥梁的互联互通，不只是资本的连接，更是技术、产业以及文化和生态共同的建设者。未来，益达资本将继续做好这座桥梁的维护者和扩宽者，持续的联动亚太资本和头部企业，深度的参与中东国家级的产业建设，引导海湾优质的资本进入到亚洲，更高效的服务亚太产业全球化。我们坚信，依托沙特的转型的确定性的机遇，香港会成为不可替代的枢纽地位。 亚太与中东的跨境协同必将释放出更大的潜力。最后，祝愿首届Leap East 大会圆满成功，期待在接下来的时间里与各位深度交流，一起搭建跨越山海的桥梁，共同挖掘跨境增长的无限机会。谢谢各位。
Thank you so much, Jerry Lai. It's time now to hear from one of the brightest minds and biggest names when it comes to AI. SenseTime Chairman and CEO Dr. Su Li is going to take us through the evolution of artificial intelligence. Because when he pictures the future of AI, he sees AI moving beyond simple assistance to enabling ordinary individuals like you and me to execute very, very complex creations, some things that we might not even be able to imagine yet. So with that, please welcome Dr. Su Li to the stage. Give him the warmest of welcomes.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you for inviting me. And today, in this room, two of the most vibrant technology hubs on the earth, Hong Kong and Saudi Arabia, meet together, and there is no doubt that inspiration ideas and innovation sparkles will be generated in the coming 3 days gathering. We are not just bridging two global centers, Asia and the Middle East. We are drawing the blueprint for the next area of global intelligence. Just as this photo shows. And SenseTime's strategy has always been root our foundation success in Hong Kong, in China, while actively reaching the globe. And Saudi Arabia is not just a market in the global network. It is a vital beating heart for forward-thinking innovation. So as the kingdom builds a future powered by technology, SenseTime stands fully committed to fueling that momentum and turning these grand aspirations into everyday reality. And for the last 2 years, the AI world has been dominated by large language model, as everybody is talking about that. We gave machine ability to speak and later to think and to code, but it feels like magic. But we think language is just the beginning. To build the cognitive cities of the future, to revolutionize physical industries, and to reshape our reality, we need AI that sees, acts, and creates. That definitely need the computer vision and the whole visual system. We are standing at the edge of the massive paradigm shift. So look at what happened to the software engineering. It started with Copilot, an assistant that could help you write a few lines of code. In that era, only professional programmers benefited. Then it evolved into vibe coding, where you didn't need to know syntax anymore. You just need to describe the intent and the logic while the AI handles the actual syntax. When it became vibe coding, even amateurs with slight programming knowledge could benefit, hence the prosumer emerged. Now we are entering the area of the agentic AI system, an autonomous system that understands your ultimate goal, writes the codes, tests it, and deploys it. All of this without human intervention for longer and longer period. So what did this do? It made the act of code invisible. Now, with the agents, everyone can benefit from coding to achieve a much bigger scope of work. It means that anyone, regardless of their technical background, suddenly had the power of a senior software engineer. But that shift in software was just a warm-up. The exact same paradigm shift is happening right now, involving multimodality and physical AI. See what we have. Think about how multimodality started. We had text-to-image models such as DALL-E, Midjourney, where you had to provide the exact technical prompt to get the image right. During that time, only serious artists drew benefit from it. And then we enter a stage called the so-called vibe creation. Tools like Nano Banana, GPT Image 2 instinctively grasp the aesthetic consistency, the lightening, and the mood you wanted. It became much more controllable. The characters become readable, and suddenly the prosumer emerged. But we have moved past that too. We are now in the area of agentic creation, where the AI acts as the entire production studio. Now, with the multimodality agents such as our SenseNova U1 Pro, the masses can finally complete detailed professional work. Let me show you an example. So we have asked our multimodality agent system, SenseNova U1 Pro, to create an infographics of Leap East, leveraging information available online. In the not that distant past, humans needed to instruct AI in very detail. And now, our system can digest the task required, search necessary information, reflect on the task, and come up with a very high resolution, readily usable infographics with minimum human intervention. And this is another choice, all done effortlessly by our SenseNova U1 Pro. Here is another example. We asked the SOTA, the GPT Image 2, and our SenseNova U1 Pro system to generate an oversized 48-panel storyboard deconstructing a very highly complex film scene. A cop meeting a gang boss in an abandoned, flooded subway during a storm. Let's see the zoom in. The left-hand side version is generated by GPT Image 2, while the right-hand side version is by our system. While both models complete the task, the Image 2 storyboard is relatively repetitive and lacks drama. While our model produced a very high-resolution, multi-megapixel layout featuring clear, readable text captions and story visual impact for that very enriching story. And this is just the foundation. This structural generation then followed by our Seco Canvas, another product which makes the entire AI video creation workflow even more effortless. And in the past, creating the visual foundation for a 99-episode short drama required weeks of manually piecing together assets and storyboards. And now, you input a script, and the Seco agent automatically passes the narrative, generates structured visual assets, and connects the logic between characters, scenes, and props. The setup time for a 99-episode series is now reduced to hours. The paradigm of content creation is no longer about who has the best technical skills. It is about who has the best taste, the best ideas, and the boldest vision. On the right shows 3 blockbuster short dramas using our Seco Canvas, all created by individuals, also so-called one-person company, OPC. Among them, one was produced by an undergraduate at school. Just as the invention of the internet erased the geographical borders and made the world flat, the AI we are building today is about to erase the boundaries of human limitations. But if we stop at digital screens, we have only solved half of the puzzle. This narrative multimodality agent also serves as a bedrock for physical AI. Think about how this evolved. Before, it was robotic arms and it took engineers to maneuver them. Then came the VOA system, VOA model, where you needed to give explicit instructions in language form to drive an action. And now we evolve into the word model. And word model unites understanding, generation, and prediction, make it interactive and autonomous. Let me give you an example here. This is a demonstration of our Kairos home world model by an associate company called Ace Robotics. It is the world's first unified framework capable of rendering a complete, fully interactive, and structurally coherent 3D residential environment from a single text prompt. But it is not just a visual simulator. It is a physical modeling engine designed for physical AI. When we analyze adoption trends for AI across different industries, the trajectory is very clear. The market is rapidly abandoning isolated single-function tools in favor of these unified agentic systems. The value of AI is no longer measured by number of tokens, but by missions completed and how well they are completed. As a result, the massive commercial adoption is happening on the ground right now. But to push the envelope of AI adoption is not our only mission. We endeavor to make the AI accessible, affordable, and exceptional. And this is where our vision aligned perfectly with Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. As the kingdom builds entirely new cognitive cities from the ground up, these multimodal agents with physical AI become operational system of the physical world. So our strategy in Saudi Arabia actually across three core pillars of the ecosystem. The first is a smart education. We are incredibly proud to drive the kingdom's educational evolution across both infrastructure and learning. For example, we have partnered with Tatwa and its subsidiaries to build Saudi Arabia's national AR-powered student transportation infrastructure by connecting more than 30,000 school buses into a unified AI ecosystem. We protect 1.2 million students daily, moving from React management to agentic foresights. For future talent, in partnership with Sadaya, we have spent the past 3 years developing AI curricula specifically for high school students. These initiatives has already trained over 30,000 students and 2,000 teachers, with numbers continue to grow. And second, the urban life. From the modern corridors to magnificent sports boulevard to the historical expanse of Riyadh Gate, the Riyadh Gate, our AI Visitor Insights platform acts as the destination's one AI brain. By connecting different data streams into a single smart application layer, it processes real-time spatial data to help operators seamlessly operate flows, climate controls, and overall efficiency. Our goal is to elevate the visitor's experience and power the kingdom's most iconic mega destinations with agentic AI system. Last but not least, the entertainment. Across the past 6 event seasons of the Riyadh season, the ultimate winter festival that has permanently redefined the global entertainment and cultural tourism, our technologies have already served over 70 million domestic and international visitors. As mega projects like Qadiyah and the Seven shape the next generation of global entertainment, our agent-driven smart parking and crowd management platforms are expected to serve an additional 10 million visitors in the coming years alone. We are making the invisible machinery of these destinations as frictionless as the entertainment itself. And these pillars prove that our vision is aligned with the kingdom, and together we are not just expanding the boundary of what AI can do, we are expanding the boundaries of what our life can become. Ultimately, intelligence without inclusion is just a privilege. Intelligence with inclusion is true prosperity. Our core mission, expanding human boundaries, is fundamentally about inclusive growth. And thousands of years ago, our ancestors scribed in the Book of Rites, Li Jing, about a concept called the Great Harmony, a shared world where progress, knowledge, and prosperity belong to everyone. Today, As we connect the innovation hubs of Asia with the boundless, fierce ambition of Saudi Arabia, we are breathing life into the ancient vision. And together we are building a unified intelligence infrastructure for the next generation. The boundaries of the past are gone. The tools to shape the future are firmly in our hands. The next era belongs to those who dare to cross the frontier. And let's build that future together. Thank you all.
Now, there's many reasons why companies flock to Hong Kong. A vibrant innovation hub, proximity to mainland China, not to mention very business-friendly policies. But it doesn't stop there, because Hong Kong right now is actively looking to attract and support the next generation of tech champions, from AI, advanced manufacturing, all the way to biotech and fintech. So for our next keynote, Peter Yan, he's the Director General of the Office for Attracting Strategic Enterprises. He has a front row seat to all of this, and he's going to share how Hong Kong is trying to become a launchpad for companies that are building the future. So please welcome Peter Yan to the stage.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome everybody. Aklan was Saklan. Yeah. 欢迎大家来香港。谢谢谢谢。好。To the investors in the audience, Hong Kong is where you can find abundant, high quality and proven China tech innovations in AI, in biotech, new energy, fintech, and many other technology areas, and they are eager and hungry to go global with your investment. They are also, through the work of Oasis, international ready. One of the key jobs that we do at Oasis is to attract this company to Hong Kong using our international environment to have them first acclimatize to the international environment, get a first project landed in Hong Kong, implemented successfully with good reference and endorsement before they go out and become more successful with your investment. Now, to leading enterprises in the audience, Hong Kong is where you would like to establish your regional home base to grow your business in the Greater Bay Area, and also, of course, the mainland China and further in this region. Now, to tech entrepreneurs in the audience, this is the place to raise funds. This is also the place to establish strategic enterprise, a strategic partnership with enterprises that are leading in different technology areas, and also very importantly, to leverage on our innovation and technology government policies to drive and to develop further with the policy initiatives, support, and subsidies. Now, for the rest of you technology enthusiasts, this is where many tech leaders gathered to make a difference. You will find the next generation AI, biotech, semiconductor, global giants. And more importantly, the technology party is here, is on. You can feel the vibrancy with League East, which is one of the key events in innovation and technology in Hong Kong, and there are many others in different areas. So why
You may ask, then they are coming to Hong Kong. Now, our Financial Secretary and Innovation and Technology Secretary has also already articulated in different aspects of the attractiveness of Hong Kong. What we do here is essentially to connect and to add value through different ways, with policy bridging, with government's support and subsidies, with what I mentioned earlier, with our office, with our team, landing them in different projects, whether they are government initiatives or private initiatives, to make a success case in Hong Kong, so that in the process of implementing this first initiative, they are effectively integrated into an international environment using Hong Kong's environment that is already integrated international legal system, business practices, and also very importantly, different international technology standards. We are also adding value through many attractive established policies and also infrastructure. Now, His Excellency Al-Swaha has mentioned the importance of infrastructure for the development in technology. Today, in particular, with AI. Yeah. And this is something that the Hong Kong government has invested substantially in, on top of us being number one in many different areas. Now, the ranking here shows not only how Hong Kong is attractive to them and how we can facilitate them to make use of this environment to be successful. It also represents the international recognition of Hong Kong being number one in innovation, being number one in IPO fundraising, being number one in our offshore renminbi transactions, being number one in air cargo transportations, and also being number one in talents. We are the only city in the world that has 5 top 100 universities. I mentioned also, very importantly, and our Financial Secretary in particular highlighted many specifics related to the success of our capital markets. Now, this is also something that we facilitate a lot of the lending enterprises, attract them to be listed in Hong Kong. There are many different ways to achieve to prepare yourself before you get listed. Now, very importantly is to how best to tell your story, that you are not only a mainland company very successful already in technology, but also how you are internationally ready, global ready. This is how we have in Hong Kong facilitated through our Oasis team, help them to establish this first project, first success story, so that they are endorsed in many ways by the Hong Kong government, leading enterprises, and so on, before they go out to other cities or countries. Infrastructure is one of the key things that we have invested substantially, and our Secretary has also mentioned that there are numerous successful R&D centers in Hong Kong here. Many of them actually are providing a lot of support, not just in providing the facilities, but also in networking with various different partners, with potential users, with also various government departments, through the networking that Oasis team has provided or helping to bridge. They also, of course, provide very cost-effective space for these companies landing in Hong Kong to establish their foothold, and also through a lot of the networking, attract talents to build up their business in Hong Kong. Now, one thing that I want to specifically highlight in the last part is our investment and commitment in developing the northern metropolis, which is the northern part of Hong Kong. This area actually represents 1/3 of the total Hong Kong area. And this is a substantial investment by the Hong Kong government to attract, to resolve one of the key constraints that we have in the past many years have, and that is the availability of space for large enterprises, for companies to develop themselves. Yeah. Now, this is a very substantial investment over years that we have just embarked on in the last couple of years. Now, these are some of the initiatives that you want to keep track of and want to follow to make sure that you are making best use of the advantage of Hong Kong with this industry policy-driven usage of space. In terms of, thank you, yeah. In terms of the facilities, besides the technology parts that I mentioned just now, there is also abundance in other R&D related institutions, including 15 state key laboratories in Hong Kong. Now, this is also very important because you will be able to then work with these key laboratories or research facilities so that you can leverage on the development that they have and the talents that they have to help grow your business, to help transform some of these research and development output into actual applications and facilitate your company to go global. Now, at Oasis, we are the one-stop facilitation services, not just to connect, but also to add value through different ways that I've mentioned just now, so that companies can establish their regional headquarters in Hong Kong, their R&D centers, or advanced production facilities in Hong Kong, making use of the International Finance Center in Hong Kong to facilitate their corporate treasury setup in managing their overseas transactions, in the cash management, and many other tax advantages and so on. We, of course, are one of the prime spot and the top IPO fundraising site in Asia and in the world. We will be continuing to leverage on our overseas network through an initiative of the Hong Kong government to go global and to add value through the advantages I mentioned just now that Hong Kong has. Now, to let you have an appreciation of some of the key achievements that we have. Now, so far, we have already awarded this Oasis Enterprise status to 124 companies or enterprises landed in Hong Kong. And together, they are investing 73 billion Hong Kong dollars in the coming few years. Many of them have already started establishing the headquarters in Hong Kong, the R&D centers, the corporate treasury centers in Hong Kong. And so far, in the last couple of years, in the last 3 years actually, they have already exceeded, in terms of investment, 30% of the target that they have committed. They are also generating many high-end jobs, over 25,000 of them. And in this area, in the past few years, these companies has already, again, exceeded their target by 10%. Yeah. So these are the situations that are already happening in Hong Kong, and this is something that you should take note on. And as I mentioned earlier in the opening, come and join our technology party. Thank you.
So I know a lot of you are first-timers and haven't been to LEAP before, so I would love to give you a little bit of context. It started a couple of years ago in Riyadh in Saudi, and this time they bring it for the first time to Hong Kong LEAP East. And this event is being organized by Tahaluf. So just to give you an idea of the scale of the conference this year, we're expecting about 25,000 visitors to walk through these doors over the next 3 days. 250 startups, over 300 speakers, as well as over 400 exhibitors. So I do invite all of you to make sure to take the time to scout all the stages, as well as to say hi to many of the exhibitors on the floor there. And over the next few days, you'll be hearing a lot about forging bridges and partnerships across borders, from Hong Kong all the way to Saudi. Our next fireside chat is going to give you an inside look at how this really works in practice and how we can ultimately connect companies with the much needed capital and partners across both regions. So with that, I would love to welcome to the stage our speakers as well as our moderator who will be facilitating this conversation, Adam Shaw, multi-award winning presenter and journalist. Please give them the warm welcome they deserve. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, thank you very much for joining us. So yes, welcome to this fireside chat, which will look at capital, capability and market access, scaling through Hong Kong and Saudi. So for tech companies looking to scale globally, Hong Kong and Saudi offer, I think, more than just market access. And what I want to do in this next 20 minutes, 25 minutes or so, is really look at how those areas can help connect ideas, capital, and innovation. And to help me do that, I'm joined by two very distinguished actors in those areas. Alpha Lau is Director General of Invest HK, which is the Hong Kong government's investment promotion agency. We'll talk a bit more about exactly what that means and how that can help companies. And Mohammed Al-Arfari is Assistant Deputy Minister for Digital Entrepreneurship for the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology in Saudi Arabia. Welcome to you both. Alpha, first of all, if I could begin with you. Hong Kong has traditionally been known as a financial hub. We see that physically in the horizon, the skyscrapers of banks everywhere. That's what it's known for. Increasingly, I think you're trying to change that to making Hong Kong an innovation hub. What has changed over the past few years to make that happen? And indeed, what are the challenges you are having to overcome to change that emphasis?
All right, thank you. So Hong Kong is always known as a global financial center. And we have ample funding as well as very strong ecosystem that actually built the foundation of getting ready to become also a technology hub. So what's happened in the past few years is that we see a lot of startups, scale-ups, and certainly very successful companies from the Chinese mainland, but also from Asia region, looking to expand beyond their home country as a market. So Hong Kong, as the real and only international financial platform, which has a different system with the rest of China, we use common law as well as English as a legal, one of our official languages. And we have our own currency with no capital control. That's always been a very warm foundation for Chinese companies to go out. So at Invest Hong Kong, not only do we bring companies in, it's also very much on our agenda. It's actually part of my KPI to help Chinese companies go global. So what's changed is that we have, the government has put a lot of effort We have 3 science parks now with their own, not only incubators, but funding schemes, investments funds, etc. We also have a new area called the Northern Metropolis, which together with the bordering Shenzhen, which is now one of the technology capitals of the world, to allow for more R&D and research suitable for the international market to come into Hong Kong. What's also quite important is talents. Hong Kong has 5 of the top 100 universities in the world, 2 rank in the top 20. So it's East meets West, North, East, South coming together to actually further technology innovation. So what we've seen is that technology companies come into Hong Kong, put their R&D, usually when they scale up, to put their financial here. And so this ecosystem has really good momentum. Just to share some data, in Hong Kong, we have over 5,200 startups. 33% are not originally from Hong Kong, the founders.
Where are they from?
So some of them are from China, some of them from rest of Southeast Asia, or even from as far afield as Europe, Northern Europe. Hong Kong's universities publish the highest amount of AI-related papers in the world, but more importantly, we are a showcase for going further. For example, green tech is something very important these days. They come to Hong Kong, Chinese, etc. companies, showcase internationally what they could do, get international certification and standards, and then we scale to the rest of the world. So what we are trying to do is to not only provide opportunities locally, but we are a hub. So there must be out for in. And so I'm looking forward, for example, to build a stronger corridor with Saudi Arabia. A lot of these companies do want to scale up and also work closer with the Gulf corridor as a whole, not only Saudi Arabia, to actually go into the direction to further enhance these corridors.
And you talk about that revolution. Briefly, how far along that path of change are you? Are we at still very early stages, or are you mission accomplished?
Okay, let's put it this way. Companies coming to Hong Kong, they can do so very easily. They could set up a company in 2 hours online if they want to. But we Invest Hong Kong also help a lot of companies come in, navigate the system, look for scenarios of testing, etc. So out of the companies that we help as an organization, 5-10 years ago, predominantly, number 1 was always financial related sector or professional services like lawyers, accountants related sector. In the first half of this year, the number 1 is now technology. Technology related, data infrastructure, AI, etc. Finance is now number 2. So they go hand in hand, but I actually firmly believe that this is going in the right direction. And with the wave of Chinese companies going out, this will only increase.
So that's interesting. Mohammed, let me bring you in on that, because Alpha has talked about technology now being number 1, that they've gone quite a long way down this path. And it strikes me that Saudi Arabia face a similar journey, that you've been very well known for energy, obviously. You have a huge plan to revolutionize the economy. How far down that road are you, and what are the challenges you're facing?
So Saudi started like 7 or 8 years ago with launching the Vision 2030. Our vision makes it very easy for both private and public sector to know where is the direction. The good thing is that as we are delivering on the AI movement happening, the vision by design was very agile and design. So we from the AI movement, we understood what advantage to capitalize on, which energy would be one of the major elements in the AI stack. And we designed our approach for AI, 3 focus areas, either something that we built, where we are good at, something that we partner with, which you will see and you continue to hear about the partnerships we have with the East and the West, or something we invest in. And you can see the activities that the Saudi different, whether it's private or public sector investment is happening also in the East and the West. Where are we in that? We're just starting. So, which is a competitive advantage that we have. We're starting like sort of late. So we can start from where others have reached.
Yeah. So you can learn from those mistakes.
Exactly. So we can start faster. Today, total VC deployment that took place in Saudi last year was $1.7 billion, which is a good jump from less than $100 million 5 years before that, but still for an economy like the Saudi economy,
Yes, it's not
it's
massive.
still not the fair share. So that's why we need to partner, invest, and build homegrown.
And that's an easy thing to say, but I think people understand how Hong Kong works. It's had a long history. As you say, Saudi's just starting on that journey. If there are delegates here listening to you and saying, yes, that sounds interesting, maybe Saudi is a place we should be, what are the challenges for them actually entering that market, establishing themselves there, and indeed what help is available to navigate that path?
So all the Saudi agencies are now focused on delivering our key objectives, one of which is attracting talent, attracting capital, and attracting technologies. So we know that if we are to get where we want to go, we cannot do it all homegrown. Right. So that's why a lot of the changes that took place in the Saudi ecosystem include the regulation reforms, include the agility in attracting international, whether visitors or business leaders or even companies. So today you have Invest Saudi, which I think are exhibiting here as to show how can we, how the journey is much easier today than, and very much competitive to come to Saudi and to start deploying and accessing the market rather than just trying to figure out how to set up.
Right. And so I know there are lots of intermediaries who try and help companies in lots of different areas, but in Saudi you're saying there are proper government bodies and that's the right way to start that journey.
Absolutely. So today, to help you navigate, there are government bodies that have a promotion mandate. One of which is MCIT. We don't have any regulator hat. We don't have any investor hat. Our key KPI as Alpha, our KPI is to increase investment and tech market.
Okay. And Alpha, you talked very eloquently about the advantages of Hong Kong. If foreign companies, why should foreign companies come to Hong Kong when really what they want to do is be in mainland China? That's always going to be the bigger market. So why not cut out the middleman and go straight there?
Let's put it this way. I think we need to look at investments and promotion as a two-way flow. All right. Firstly, on the coming in part, we have Chinese companies coming into Hong Kong. Why are they coming into Hong Kong? Out of every 100 companies, we do surveys, over 85% of Chinese companies who come here set up their international headquarters here, the non-domestic part, with an ultimate aim of actually further going out, such as to Saudi Arabia or other places. Because of the difference in the legal system and the financial system, risk management, etc., they put their headquarters and R&D as well as sales, supplies, or financial management in Hong Kong before they venture abroad. Now, of course, what we need to do is, of course, as a government agency, we work very closely with other similar government agencies, such as the Saudi Investment Promotion Agency, so that the companies who use Hong Kong then go further abroad do not actually come across difficult hurdles such as random consultants who kind of offer the sky to you, that kind of thing. And the other direction is for companies going into China or Asia, not only Chinese mainland, is again, this is a familiar space where you can have a international kind of relatable legal as well financial system, and also very open government and policy to support this. So going to China, for example, is easier to navigate Hong Kong. People still prefer to have the regional headquarters here if they're from overseas. But more now we see a trend is the fund coming into Hong Kong. Hong Kong is now the #1 offshore asset management center, overtaken Switzerland this year. And very large flows because money here...
in the world?
In the world, all right? And we are the #3 financial center overall after New York and London. Probably overtake London maybe in a few years. I don't know. But the idea is smart money comes here not only for traditional stocks and bonds. They want to look at investment opportunities so that such as scale-ups, technology companies, not only for investment but also to bring them into their home country. So we are happy to see, for example, an earlier speaker, Sense Time, is one of these examples of collaboration. They started off in Hong Kong, very big, scaled up. Saudi PIF invested into them, brought them into Saudi Arabia to find use cases, to find potential collaboration, and also funding. So this is the kind of model we want to see both directions. And we were just chatting, I want to help Mohammed also find more scale opportunities for Saudi scale-ups in Hong Kong.
And Mohammed, you talked about your KPIs being about attracting new business and promoting Saudi as a new innovation hub. And I'm sure your 2030 plan says, look, we want everyone to come, but there must be priorities. And if we just look at the stands out here, we're filled with specialists. Are there any big areas you're really concentrating on going, that's actually an area where Saudi can become well known for this?
So definitely. Today, there is a lot from the vision focus areas. We focus on key sectors. Today, so the life science, the green tech, the advanced technologies, and other sectors that are area of focus. But what is happening today with the changes that are happening in the way business is done, in the way businesses, investors' decisions are made, with AI being a major component in those decisions, then the focus is on how can we be the most AI-enabled nation globally. That's our key area of focus. And if you look at the different verticals that are a key focus of ours, how can those be AI-enabled? How can they help us be one of the most AI-enabled nations? Right. So today you will find most of the partnerships and the, whether it is in talent development and investment and attraction, will have to have focus on how can they help us be one of the most enabled, AI-enabled nations.
And Saudi is less well known, I think, to foreign businesses than many other big international hubs. I think that might be fair to say. What do you think are the biggest misconceptions, misunderstandings about the market that would be useful and perhaps profitable for people to correct?
So I think to answer the first part, I don't think Saudi is only a hub. So because Saudi is one of the largest populated countries in the region, it has a lot of mega projects that are part of our vision that is undergoing development. It has it's one of the fastest growing economies itself. So it's a deployment market, not only a gateway to the region. So it is where the market is, and it is also a regional hub for to access the 400 million population in the Middle East and North Africa. And second is, I think the misconception is that it is difficult to do business in Saudi. You will have to know someone to do, so that is something that you hear a lot of people trying to find someone to support them while all they need is to access the market, and then it is now.
So that's not. I mean, was that ever true, or that's changed?
Maybe in the past there was no clear like communication on how things are done. So you will be able to find the information, but it will take you longer. Right. I think today, with the age of having like content being pushed out and information being easily reachable, it is becoming much easier.
Can I just add to that? We have here, of course, not only from Saudi companies here today, we've got a lot of also Chinese mainland and Asian companies here looking at how we could reach this market better. So I was just looking at this, you mentioned AI and healthcare and logistics in particular. So where the Saudi priorities and Hong Kong and Chinese capabilities overlap, that's where we could work together. Now that's misconception that is very difficult to navigate. But Chinese companies come to me, and depends on where they go to next. If they choose the Gulf region, and maybe even further afield into North Africa and other areas, then I work very closely with Mohammed and his other agency, the investment promotion agencies. So some of the companies, people say, so what companies have actually succeeded other than SenseTime, which is very big now? So just examples. In AI, you mentioned, So FJ Dynamics Manifold Tech, they're working now with your regional partners on agriculture, geographical data. So there are business opportunities there as well as investments. In logistics, which is also very important, we've got Westwell, who has actually rolled out, put Hong Kong as an international headquarters, and then roll out the electric and intelligent AI-guided fleet across the region in the ports. So, and for climate, Hong Kong has different type of climate challenges, too hot, same, too hot, but dry and wet, although I heard there are floods in the Gulf now these days also. So again, these are where climate and green tech companies could use Hong Kong as a platform to develop into Southeast Asia, but also more importantly into the bigger market, that's the Gulf region now. So there are many areas where we could work together, and through Invest Hong Kong and our partners in the Saudi government, I think you're in safe hands.
Absolutely. And if I may, I'll add to this. Focusing on bringing more companies to access the Asian market. I think today is day one of our Tech Founder program, where we have 20 plus startups coming from Saudi to live here for 4 weeks, to get to know the ecosystem, create new partnerships. And they are all in deep tech and AI startups. And they're not early stage, they're like post-seed, if I may, stage. So they're actively looking for their next partners, their next investors, their next markets to grow in. And this is one example of a program that we are doing here. We're doing the same in Europe, in the US, and other parts of Asia. And the idea is to have our community connected, because the best way to navigate a new market is if you are a startup founder and you have another startup founder that you met perhaps in Leap. They will help you actually know what is a very good, genuine opportunity that can help you. So they will help you navigate. So that's why we try to connect the communities as well.
And Alpha, Mohammed's talking there about the sort of different stages of companies coming to Saudi. As a developed center, is Hong Kong really for late stage companies now?
Late stage is in more mature companies, of course. So companies, particularly technology ones, they are not only always looking for expanded markets, they are always in need of funding, however successful they are. Very interesting. So Hong Kong was already #1 in the whole world's IPO, well ahead of NASDAQ, etc. We also have a very strong pipeline now. So you come here now, when you say late stage, they can make it very mature in the home market, but they may not have explored the blue ocean, as it were. So they come to Hong Kong to look for these opportunities and collaboration, but at the same time, our strength is that we still have the funding infrastructure to go hand in hand. I also need these companies here because my investors, the investment companies, PEs, VCs, family offices, again, #1 in the world, is they also need to invest in something. They want to be involved in the next growth chapter. And if this is also through the corridor between Hong Kong as a trusted partner in the Gulf, then this is where we could come from.
Brilliant. And in the last minute or two of this session, Alpha, if there was one message you wanted people to leave with today of all the things you've talked about, what might that be?
I think Hong Kong is far more than just being a financial center. We are where we super connect funding with use cases, technology with all these of actual scenarios of usage. We have a lot of companies looking for this. More importantly, we are a superconnector. We are a hub that we thrive of going out instead of in. So we look forward to building even more and deeper corridors with our partners in Saudi and the further region as a whole.
And Mohammed, again, the big thing you want people to take away?
I think the final message, or what I want to voice out, is it's the right time now to start exploring Saudi Arabia and the MENA region as your next deployment market, where you will actually not only have access to new customers, but have access to grow with the movement that is happening in that region.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Mohammed Al-Farai, Al-Falal, please thank them both. Thank you very much. I don't think so. Oh, there we are. Oh, yes.
Thank you once again to our wonderful speakers. Now, having a great idea is one thing. Turning it into commercial success is another. So this year, Leap East actually has an exclusive tech partner ecosystem that is Hong Kong Science and Technology Parks Corporation. And their job is essentially to connect innovators in the Chinese mainland, Asia, as well as global markets. And as well to open new doors so that brilliant ideas don't just remain in the lab or in R&D. So with that, please put your hands together now for our next speaker, Terry Wong, CEO of the Hong Kong Science and Technology Parks Corporation. Please give him the warm welcome to the stage.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome you all to Hong Kong, and welcome you all to Leap East. I'm Terry Wong, CEO of Hong Kong Science and Technology Park, and I work in Middle East for quite a few years, and in the past, also worked in one of the largest smart cities project in Saudi Arabia. So I experienced firsthand the dynamic energies and opportunities that Leap has created for this INT space. And that's very excited to have Leap East coming to Hong Kong. And Hong Kong Science and Technology Park, HKSTP, is very proud to be the exclusive tech ecosystem partners this time. And it's an excellent demonstration on Hong Kong's position is rising to be an international INT centers. And it's some places that you cannot ignore when you deal with INT. And if you're still wondering why you're in Hong Kong, in the next 5 to 10 minutes, I'm going to show you how and why you can unlock the Asia market, China market, and even international market. Let's start with introduction of Hong Kong Science and Technology Park. It's a very beautiful campus, isn't it? It's our main campus in Tai Po. It is about 22 hectares in footprint. We have built 24 buildings in there. Don't take this as in the surface. It's just like buildings and laboratories and hardware, actually through a whole bunch of researchers. It's not like that. It's a vibrant technology communities that we have established since the last 24 years. And it has housed 25,000 people working there. I'm going to tell you a lot more about it later on. Just to show you some statistics. As I mentioned earlier, Hong Kong Science and Technology Park, particularly in our campus in Tai Po, we house about 26,000 of people working there, of which 17,000 are expert in R&D. They actually are key engines in powering all the R&D development and innovations. And in there, we nurturing, and we have housed 2,400 of companies in our park, 14 of which are actually startups. So you see how vibrant and robust our pipeline of startup is, all fueled by the top-end R&D innovation ideas. And over time, we established a big network of partners that help us start up, including corporations in Hong Kong, in the mainland of China, and internationally. We have 500 corporations in our networks that help nurture our startup. We also have a wide investor network, 210 investors actually working very closely with our ecosystem. And also, we have our own corporate venture funds with our billions Hong Kong dollars venture funds that help invest in high-quality startup. And we're able to leverage the market by investing single dollars out of our corporate venture funds, leveraging $13 from the market to invest in our startup, which is very encouraging. Over time, we have raised about 170 billion Hong Kong dollars for our startups, actually continuing providing capital for their continuous development, many of which has become an international company. We have actually nurtured 13 unicorns in our park throughout our 24 years history, 5 of which are homegrown. So how we operate? We operate in a very comprehensive support system. We wrap it up as Innovation OS, innovation operating system. Let's talk about hardware first. As I mentioned, we have a campus in Tai Po. It's 22 hectares of land. You see there's iconic structures, a golden egg in there, the top left corner. And then we also manage all of the 3 industrial parks in Hong Kong. We brand it as Inno Park. The reason why we brand it Inno Park because with HKSTP involving and managing it, we continue to advancing the technology and processes to a more high-tech manufacturing site there. Apart from that, we also have buildings, about 2 hectares of land footprint, housing all of our 230 numbers of green tech companies, construction tech companies. It's become one of the most concentrated places for the construction techs and green techs in Asia. Apart from that, in all our facilities among these 3 places, we have built offices, co-working space, laboratories, advanced manufacturing sites, data centers, all this hardware that's required by our startup or our partners in our park. They could be a middle-sized company or a large-scale multinational company. They all co-created and helping each other to develop the new innovations with our hardware. So apart from hardware, our InnoOS also have a whole bunch of very comprehensive support that we extend to our park companies. That includes different programs, funding programs, supporting programs that cater for different phases of development of our startup, including people, brotherhood and classmates have good ideas, get together, want to try their ideas and see if you can take off. From ideations, we provide funding support to them, seeding funds, and also provide other supporters to help them to take off their ideas. And when the company is getting more mature, they have starting to have a prototype or some product, be able to test it with the market. We also have a different program to support them. It's called incubations. We provide, apart from fundings, we have more support, more connections that line up for them to help to identify proof of concept opportunities or even sales of products in the first phase. But when they even grow further, they started to manufacturing, maybe commercialize the products. In the high growth stage, we have an accelerator program. Acceleration programs that for even bigger sum of money for them that they need to take off, line them up with a group of investors locally, regionally, and internationally to help finance their activities and growth plan. That's very important for us, prove to be a very efficient program for them. When they're getting even bigger, they want to globalize and go to different markets, not just in Hong Kong or Asia, even go beyond Asia. We have an elite program for them, where we provide even much stronger, more high-end, point-to-point customized support to them. Line up with all these people, investors, corporations, even regulators that they need to expand globally. So that's very comprehensive. And apart from that, we have all kinds of training that they need. They equip with researchers, techno company or experts. They all of a sudden need to handle a whole business for them. They need to backfill with all this knowledge and doing business, doing a business plan, doing pitching for investors, etc. So all these are important to them during the journey of growing business. We provide all this support to them, thanks to our great teams that is very experienced and enthusiastic. And we have also operated in a very unique arrangement. We have a kind of accounts managers, treat all our startup as our client. So we have our accounts manager looking after them, not even officially in the works and the development, but sometimes personally, become good friends. So HKSTP has the largest, a very broad technology portfolios in Hong Kong, which tie very much to the global demand in technology and also Hong Kong's strategies. But among which, we have 4 areas that really our focus, that we drive the priorities on deploying resources and focuses on, which are life and health technologies, AI, robotics, AI science, advanced manufacturing, new energy, and green tech. These are very, very important part of our portfolio and ecosystem. They also tie to the strength of Hong Kong as well. And everybody knows that life and health tech and all academic level is very, very high in the world, ranked top, 100, where 5 universities ranked top hundreds, 2 universities actually ranked top 20 in the world. So after our last 24 years of history, our park companies have achieved many world records. I just quote you some examples so that we can put in some perspective, how our tech is doing. You look at the, on the top left-hand corner, we have our park company have created the world first non-invasive DNA-based prenatal testing technologies that actually benefit around the world. All women that are getting pregnant and become or benefit from this non-invasive test of certain disease. Now this technology expanded to testing early stage of multiple cancers, and that's a great invention. And we also have the first, park company created the first ready-to-fly commercial drone. As you all heard about this name, DJI, and they are actually conquering 70% of market shares in commercial drone. And we have the first 3D printed terracotta coral reef tiles that actually very active in preserving this ocean with coral reef in the Middle East, as well as elsewhere in the world. And we also have the largest fleet of logistic warehouse robot fleets that created by our park companies. So this just name a few for you to give you some perspective on how successful we are with our park companies. So as I mentioned, HKSTP is a ecosystem orchestrator. What you need to do is create a platform that have all the stakeholders working closely together in a single platform. That includes investors, include talents, researchers, corporations, that is very important to provide proof of concept opportunities, network of sales, and also potentially investment as well to our startup company. We need to work with regulators, governments, universities. Those are examples of stakeholders. We need to create a platform for them so that they can work together, everyone get the benefit out of this ecosystem. That's what we are creating, what we're working on, trying to excel the quality and quantity and size of the ecosystem in Hong Kong, beyond Hong Kong, in Asia, in the world. So operating system is relatively simple. It's about sustainability. We, so long in the 24 years history, have created sustainable models. We help our staff to grow, to create values, to hire staff, to get the talents in Hong Kong and internationally into work in Hong Kong. They generate value, and they pay for the rent in our premises, and we use these revenues to pour all of them into building, continuously building and strengthening our ecosystem, including all this funding program I just mentioned, all this software, hardware, is all funded by the value created by our startup through rental income of HKSTP. So that creates a very, very positive cycle that we can, everything our startup and ourselves, all the value we created will go call back into the system to continue to expand, to excel it. So we just not limit us to Hong Kong. Everybody knows Hong Kong may be relatively a small market. We take our startup and our network and ecosystem globally to Asia and to Hong Kong. Just so far, since 2018, we have taken our over 200 park companies to international show, exhibition like this, and also in over 10 countries, and generated about 20 billion of commercial opportunities through this exhibition, participation in the shows, etc. That's very successful. So you can see our footprints in terms of going overseas, expanding overseas, is scattered on different continents in China, in Asia, Middle East, Europe, and US. Those prove to be very, very important part of our support to our startups. So up to that stage, you're still wondering why you're here, why you have to establish a foothold and develop IoT system in Hong Kong. I'll give you some of the reasons. There are many, many advantages Hong Kong can offer to you, a few of which are talents. market and tech trends. As I mentioned, Hong Kong have 5 top 100 universities, and 2 of which actually rank top 20s. They continue to train, educate, and create the pipeline of talent for Hong Kong. On top of this, because of the excellence of the Hong Kong ecosystem in technologies, over time they attract a lot of international talents liking to live in Hong Kong, to work in Hong Kong, join our power company, and join us to develop the INT ideas and the products. So that's very important. Once you're here, you can tap into the whole world's talents, and HKSTP can help you to find the talents that you need. Market, as you all know, Hong Kong is so close to mainland China, and the Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Hong Kong cluster ranked #1 in the world's innovation cluster, and that's very important. Hong Kong will be able to leverage in the super supply chain in Shenzhen and Guangzhou, these Greater Bay Areas. And also, that's create a big market in the Greater Bay Area, and beyond which the whole China is a huge market. Apart from that, Asian market also is growing. It's become one of the growth engines for the world economy, as well as over the time, we create as mentioned, we're expanding our international network. Through Hong Kong, we can step into European market, US market, in particular technologies that we very excel in terms of connecting the dots for you. So that's important. And tax trends. Once you're in Hong Kong, you know that you're in the, right on top of the curve. You know what's new in Asia, what's new in the innovation pipeline. So you get the feel and the pulse of the world INT development leadership. So that's very important if anyone wants to leverage on the INT momentum and elements and technology innovation in Asia. Hong Kong is the best place for you. And HKSTP, being a biggest ecosystem, is a great place for you. Now, this is photos for us to actually going into the Middle East market. And since 2023, you're starting to have more intensive interaction with the Middle East market, particularly in Saudi Arabia. And our chief executive has lived in 2023, after which we have go to every year the conferences and take our biggest delegation every year into the Saudi Arabia and Middle East conferences, technology conferences. They prove to be very, very effective and of high value. A lot of the car park company benefit from the networks that can build through that. So, after hearing it, I'm sure that you're really convinced on why you have to land in Hong Kong if you're building a startup, or even if you're a multinational company, you want to set up your R&D center in Hong Kong. HKSTP is the best choice for you. Thank you very much.
So I can see that there are quite a few new faces here in the audience. So I'll do a little bit of a recap. Here at the first edition of Leap East, we're expecting about 25,000 people to be joining over the next few days. 300 speakers, not to mention 400 exhibitors. So please make sure to take a walk around and also to check out one of our many stages. We have 4 in total for you. But for now, let's take a little bit of a trip outside of Hong Kong all the way to Saudi Arabia. And if you've ever visited Saudi before, you'll know that the country is going through a really, really impressive transformation at the moment. And it's not just based on strong national ambition. It's actually all about execution on the ground. In fact, the country right now is actively building the infrastructure and capabilities that are much needed to drive its long-term transformation. And this next session is going to take you 6,000 kilometers away and give you a window into this evolution. So with that, please welcome our speakers to the stage, as well as our moderator, Juliet Mann, anchor of CGTN Europe. Please give them a very warm welcome.
Hello, welcome to Leap East. What a treat to be here, and what a fabulous panel, and thank you for that introduction. And it's true, we often hear about digital transformation in terms of vision and ambition, but what's even more interesting is how you take those systems and you take that ambition and the services and you turn them into reality. How does it actually work? How do we actually grow that technology? And in Saudi Arabia, as mentioned, that means building global infrastructure that connects public systems, business technology. So it's a bit of an ecosystem, really, but an ecosystem that needs to be reliable. So at the heart of that comes trust, which is something that we're going to be able to talk about today, because you can have the best system in the world, but that means nothing if you can't get people and institutions to buy into it, to start using it, right? So that's why this conversation is going to be particularly interesting, because Elm sits at the heart of Saudi Arabia's global transformation. It's helping, at the heart of their ecosystem, it's helping translate that national ambition into operational reality. Whereas Lenovo, that brings a global perspective in terms of infrastructure, technology, partnerships, that manufacturing capability, and how you can do that at scale. So we're going to explore today what it really takes to do all of that. And what a brilliant panel that we've got here. I feel a little bit like a matchmaker, because I know that events like this are network-tastic and we're meant to meet together, but I think, you know, Lawrence, you've heard quite a lot about Majid and Elm, and Majid, you've heard quite a lot about Lawrence and Lenovo, but here in Hong Kong is the first time these two have met face-to-face, so perhaps this is the beginning of a beautiful relationship, and we'll see the reasons why they've got so many synergies as this conversation goes on. Majid, let me start with you, because you have had this front row seat for Saudi Arabia's digital transformation journey through Elm's work. So let's talk about public-private partnerships. You know, what does it really take? Tell me about what goes on behind the scenes, you know, rather than that just a big glossy announcement that happens.
So thank you so much, Juliet. It's a great pleasure to be here at Leap East. Also, it's a great pleasure to have Lawrence part of this discussion. So whenever we talk about public-private partnership, this is one of the typical business models that we have between public and private. The other typical classical one is the one related to project-based or related to a contract that has a start and an end. But for public-private partnership, it is more of a long-term revenue share approach between public entities and private. The related part that isn't talked about much is that PPP is more about aligned incentives rather than contract and funding. People would assume that once you reach to the contract level, then you've started the real PPP agreement, while the fact is that incentives between parties has to be matched. For government, they look forward for long-term impact. For private entities, they are more into commercialization and growth. Assuring to have these incentives matched well, it would create and assure that this PPP model will be a long-standing approach for both entities.
So a shared vision, shared culture. I mean, look, Lawrence, you've worked with governments and businesses around the world, and you've lived the experience. So tell us about that and how you make sure you've got that alignment from the start.
Sure. Thanks, Juliet, and thanks, Majid. Just a quick show of hand. How many audience here have ever actually been to Saudi Arabia? Please raise your hand. Okay, I see like 10 hands out of maybe 200. So I highly encourage you to really walk the talk and join Leap East, and then go to Saudi Arabia at some point in time. Please be my friend and be Majid's friend. I'm sure we'll be welcoming you to the wonderful kingdom there. And my name is Lawrence. For those of you who know Lenovo and those of you who don't know Lenovo, we have started a journey in Saudi Arabia really starting in 2023 when we started working with PIF a lot. In 2025, we announced a major monumental strategic partnership with Alat. And part of that $2 billion investment through convertible bond, Lenovo is committed to help the kingdom to transform its economy through digital transformation. One of the things we do is setting up a regional headquarters of the Middle East, Turkey, Africa region there, and also building the world-class manufacturing facility right outside the Riyadh airport. 200,000 square meter. This will be the biggest and first electronics manufacturer in the entire Middle East, Africa. So Lenovo is really proud of delivering our commitment to the kingdom step by step by actually being there, actually localize there, and actually invest and scale in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So to do that, it takes a lot of dedication, a lot of perseverance, a lot of patience, let me put it that way, because nothing is easy. And especially for those of you who have not been to Saudi Arabia, I can tell you one thing, it looks nothing like Hong Kong. Everything's different. You see green, you see yellow. You see water, you see sand. Very different, okay, but it's its own beauty in its own forms. So seeing is believing, and I'm here living in Saudi Arabia for over a year, and I'm very happy to have 10 minutes to share with you my experience from a business and even a slightly personal experience living in the kingdom and doing business there. But I'll give it back to Majid and Juliet.
Yeah. Well, we're talking here about how technology can create opportunities. So let me bring you back in here, Majid, because organizations now, they're moving way beyond just having those individual projects, and they're becoming more interested in growing them, long-term products, platforms, partnerships. So why do you think that shift is becoming increasingly important when transformation is happening at a national scale?
I would say for many reasons, but the most typical one is that transformation doesn't have an end. While projects in its nature does have an end, it has a starting point and end, while transformation is more of a recursive, a long-term journey that would happen. I'm coming from a product background, so I'm more into products. I do believe that products is more of experimentation. Once you deliver a service, users and customers would expect that you would continue on adjusting and adding more services and more updates and more enhancements. They would get into that service or in a product in a long journey of experimentation and assurance. A platform is a different and more advanced theme where it is more of an ecosystem. You would open your product to others so that they can input their own services and enhance it. So whenever there is a transformation journey, it means that there won't be an end. A product and platform is the bright medium, so to speak, in assuring that whatever transformation would last for a longer time.
And Lawrence, you know, Lenovo is a global company made in China. So it does that long-term vision which we associate with the Chinese way of doing things. Is that the way people need to approach technology from a technology partner's perspective, so that you get that reliability, consistency, trust?
Absolutely, Juliet. And I want to say it's a global company made in Saudi very soon. Very happy to announce the first made in Saudi computer will be officially coming out of our Riyadh factory end of this year. Not end of next year, end of this year. Thank you. Thank you very much. Also, mobile phone, also servers, AI infrastructure, hardware, these will be all made in Saudi, right in Riyadh. So this will be a proud moment for not only Lenovo, but also for the kingdom in general. And to relate to Majid's question, Majid's point on product, today we live in the AI transformation world. Everybody hear AI all the time. But AI doesn't just fly in the air somewhere. It needs to reside and be powered by some kind of reliable hardware, some kind of secured infrastructure somewhere, right? This is where Lenovo comes in the AI value chain. We make and produce the most trustworthy hardware you can find here. And therefore, the kingdom has done its due diligence on looking for a trustworthy partner to help transform the country in this way. And therefore, Lenovo is very honored to be in that driver's seat together, in this high-speed driver's seat, with the kingdom together on this journey. And I, again, invite all of you to come visit the kingdom at some point in time and come visit Lenovo. I would be very happy to take you on a tour to see one of the most amazing factories you would see. It is amazing, and not because I'm saying it. Lenovo have over 30 manufacturing sites globally. None of them have all the line of business under one roof. This is the only factory we have in the whole world have mobile, PC, and servers all produced under one facility. It's extremely difficult, but we're making it happen. And we make it happen in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So very proud of that.
So Lenovo very much walking the walk as well as the talk in Saudi Arabia. So is that the key to it, Majid? Is it thinking big? Because when we think about the next generation of digital government, do we need better services, better products, better platforms, stronger ecosystems, or is it something else entirely, or all of those things?
I would say that the expected answer would be AI, although that I do believe that AI shouldn't add complexity, it should enhance the experience. Experience for government services, moving from reactive mode to proactive mode is more of a huge intense rather than the adoption of AI. Or in other terms, users want to know what type of technology that you're using, whether you're using an advanced one or not. They want even sense if you're using AI in the background or whatsoever. The only thing that they would sense and they would keep an eye on is the experience that they are having with the service. Does it solve the problem that they are having in a speedy way? Is it more reliable? Is it secure? So I guess the main move for future services would be in a proactive mode where my license would be renewed in advance rather than going and filling up a form, attaching documents and whatsoever. But adopting AI is quite important, assuring that we would use AI to solve the problem rather than adding complexity to it.
I'll come back to the simplicity that we've been talking about behind the scenes as well. But Lawrence, I wonder if that's what we're talking about here is something that you see not just in the Saudi market, but globally as well, that shift from delivering projects to building long-term platforms, ecosystems. You know, what does that change for a technology partner like you when you see that shift in the communities and the new markets that you're working in?
Sure. We live in a global world today. I don't think any country can live without anybody. They have to live with some other partners globally. Somehow we need something from each other. And therefore, for Lenovo, what we're building in Saudi Arabia is not just for Saudi Arabia. It's actually for the entire Middle East, Turkey, Africa region. 30% of our production, of our capacity, will be in Saudi market. 70%, vast majority of that, will be made in Saudi, but exporting to neighboring countries. So this is also a proud moment when that happens for the kingdom as well. This is Saudi export earlier today. We see the speaker mentioned, this is the first event that's Saudi export, right? I think the second event will be millions of made in Saudi products going out of our factory to the neighboring countries. And also this morning when we hear His Excellency Al Swaha said, 3 things I remember: energized, enable, and empower. Right? These categorize our journey pretty precisely. When we're energized by coming into this market that we've never been before, we're enabling by the government, say, you have this land, you have this thing, you can do this, and we're now empowered to really to helping the industry, helping the country to transform in the digital transformation era in partnership with Elm, great partners like Elm.
So it's an exciting time, Lawrence. Let me stay with you because you're talking about the business opportunity for Lenovo, but you're also creating opportunity for Saudi as well because all of the jobs are going to be Saudi jobs.
This is not just about Lenovo. Lenovo is one part of an entire ecosystem for the AI infrastructure ecosystem. There was a statistics done. One direct job created requires 9 indirect jobs to support that. It could be school, it could be a restaurant, it could be a hotel, it could be a bus driver, it could be anything around to support that one job. I think 9 is even an understatement. Lenovo now is serving as a locomotive for the localization effort for the entire value chain in the IT spectrum. We would need our suppliers, we would need our upstream, downstream partners to move with us, to also think about invest in Saudi Arabia, to also think about setting up their facility in Saudi Arabia so that entire value chain will have a footprint there. We can really turn Saudi Arabia into a manufacturing base of the whole region, not just one single plant.
Now, Majid, you made the point that users rarely ask for AI. What they want is their lives to be simpler, cheaper, safer. but simpler. So how do you introduce that intelligence into digital services while keeping the whole experience intuitive and trustworthy? Is it about selecting the right partners, investing in the right partners?
I would say selecting the right partners is one of the most important mediums to deliver a better service to customers here. So for each company, they have their own core. They have the area that they specialize at. And for another partner, they have another area that they do have more specialization at. So partnership is the right medium to deliver a better service for sure. I would argue that simplicity, easiness, so to speak, is the main theme for services to be provided to users. At the end, we're dealing with a human being. They are keen to get the service in a speedier way rather than having a friction, whatever service that you do. And for sure, partnership is a great medium to do it.
And as a partner, Lawrence, what would you like host cities to do? What would you like them to put in place today, ready for the next phase of digital transformation?
Yeah, I think, Julia, the best thing is you got to know your boundaries, know your limitation, know what you're good at, and know what you're not good at. For example, Lenovo will never be able to know as much about the stakeholders in Saudi as much as Elm. We'll never be there. Elm's been there for decades. So that's not our cup of tea, but what we do is really manufacturing the world's best hardware from consumer to infrastructure. So for us, the biggest point here is to partner with someone who you trust, which you mentioned many times, who you trust and really knows how it works in the kingdom. And we earn trust of each other, and they earn trust in our infrastructure commitment to the kingdom. Then we partner together to serve our joint customers. I think that's the best way to go. Nobody can do it all. We have to have a partner to go together. That way, I think it's the best combo solution.
So you've got the know-how, and you're very much on the same page with that in helping realize your ambitions. You've got, let's face it, the checkbook. But many people in the audience here are leading transformation programs of their own. So based on what you've learned, building these digital products at scale, what's the one thing that everyone here should stop doing, and what's the one thing they should definitely start doing over the next 12 months?
I would say people should stop looking for perfect plan and invest more in experimentation. Experimentation is a recursive approach where you would experiment whatever services or output that you have. And this is more of the design thinking approach of empathy and getting in the shoe of the user and experimenting the services. So instead of having a clear, definite plan to deliver, experimentation is more of a shorter, smaller sessions where you would experiment whatever service you do, and you do the fixes as you go. So this would give you the speed in delivery and knowing what went well, what didn't went well in more areas. So I'm a big voter for experimentation rather than having a clear plan to deliver.
So think like a startup, be nimble, don't be set in your ways. And Lawrence, I'm going to give the last word to you. If you joined a company tomorrow as the Chief Transformation Officer, what's the first thing you'd assess in the first 30 days? What ducks would you get in a row?
Honestly, if I do that, it'll be how much AI have you been using? How much token have you consumed? What kind of AI do you find the most useful? If my 30 days, I cannot get answer from my employees on these, I probably failed in this AI era.
So it's think like a startup, be nimble, but also tap into your team and make sure you know what your customers want, but also your employees as well. And that's the trick? That's the trick to building digital infrastructure at scale?
That is a trick, and walk the talk is a theme. I have not started really using AI probably just 2 months ago. For the past 2 months, I have to say my productivity have just night and day changed. If you have not tried it, try it. If you have tried once, try it 3 times, right? And it really helped me big time. I can talk more, we're running out of time, but I can talk more about how that really tangibly impacted my life. Just 2 months. It was not 2 years, it's just 2 months. So therefore, I'm here to walk the talk and really speaking from personal experience. And I would encourage all my employees to embrace AI ASAP. Otherwise, you're going to be washed out.
So walk the talk and, as to your point, Majid, experiment. We have run out of time, but I could agree with me. That was a really high energy and thought-provoking session. Thank you very much, Lawrence Yu and Majid Lobtabi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
So big warm thank you once again to our panelists, also for giving us a little bit of an insight and window into Saudi Arabia, because I know not everyone in this room has visited before. So these days, the conversation about national competitiveness, it's at the top of the agenda. For governments, for CEOs, for business leaders, the real question is how to stay ahead and innovate in the long term. And a key piece of this puzzle ultimately rests on tech diplomacy. So I'm going to allow our panelists to dive into this and more. Please welcome once again our speakers to the stage, and a very familiar moderator. You'll see him a lot over the next 3 days, Adam Shaw. Please give them a warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Just take a seat. Thank you very much, and welcome to this next session, the new tech diplomacy from tech exchange to strategic advantage. And to help us through this subject, I'm joined by some remarkable speakers and players in this industry. The Honourable Sunny Tan, BBS, Chairman of the Hong Kong Productivity Council, Bing Liu, Deputy Consul General and Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner of Hong Kong and Macau, Austrade, Chris Woodward, Director General of the British Consulate General in Hong Kong, and Saud Al Ghublan, Vice President of Services Exports for the Saudi Export Development Authority. And I should say, right to begin with, Sunny has to leave for a vote at about 1:15, so I apologise that he'll be leaving us a little early, and it's not because he got bored or angry with me that he has left. Perhaps I can begin with you, Sonny. Hong Kong, as we've been hearing in previous sessions, the big financial hub of the area. You're trying to reposition yourself. You are repositioning yourself. Two parts to this question then. How difficult a process is that? And we're talking about partnerships. How key are partnerships in that transformation? And what do people need to know about making those partnerships?
As you all may know, that in the past, Hong Kong has been really positioned itself as to, let's say, an international financial hub. We are less heard about Hong Kong being a tech hub. But in the past, I would say 5 to 10 years, you are seeing a big change. Our current administration is very, very determined in putting the resources, policy, in making it happen. The beauty about Hong Kong is we do have the fundamental elements in making it happen, because we have one country, two system, we are Western, we have global trade. So we've been dealing with the international community for over 100 years, if we look back. We are very much international in terms of our language, our education system. We are very dynamic in reaching out on the education side, which extended into the research field. So all these are very basic elements in allowing Hong Kong to really grow. And with our hard work with government policy, we now with INT blueprint, so on and so forth. That really makes us being a very, very suitable location, being the hub.
We are seeing the ecosystem being built up with, we all hear of Science Park, Cyberport. On my side, it's Hong Kong Productivity Council. We do technology, commercialization, application research, and we have government fundings. So many things being put in together, the entire puzzles. But then when we talk about international partnerships, I would say Hong Kong, we are very flexible. If you look at our chief executives speaking all the time, super connector, super value adder. I think Hong Kong being the super value adder is very, very important, and we have that in our DNA. So you will find it very easy to work with us because we, relatively speaking, we are very much knowing different cultures. We're accustomed to very flexible situations, flexible interactions, and I think that makes it easy to do business and to partner in Hong Kong, especially if we want to capture opportunities in Asia, especially for China. I think being with us would be a very good step to start.
And we talked about diplomacy, so that's partnerships, which you mentioned. You talked a lot about sort of the individual advantages of Hong Kong, but what are the lessons people should learn about building partnerships with Hong Kong and the Hong Kong authorities that perhaps people get wrong, or lessons that they've learned that you could advise them on how to avoid those pitfalls?
A lot of investors or entrepreneurs, when you come to Hong Kong, or maybe come to Asia, I would say Asia to start with, you may go straight to a country that you may think that, okay, this is a good place, I want to get it started. But then if we go back to the financial market, the basic fundamental of a financial market was being set up under common law. Okay, so you don't go straight to Shanghai, you don't go straight to, let's say, Manila, okay, Southeast Asia. The best thing is being in Hong Kong to start with, because it gives you your financial services, other professional services, legal advice, banking, technology partners, government support. You get everything that you need. Then you can think about, okay, should I go to Shanghai, Beijing, Singapore, or other countries? So it gives you a very good anchor to start anything you want to do with tech.
Liu Bing, there's a similar story going on in Australia, isn't it? Whereas Hong Kong was known for finance and is on a path of transformation, Australia largely been known, maybe incorrectly, I don't know, as sort of primary products, mining, that sort of stuff. And you too are going on that path of change.
Yes, thank you so much for conversation, because actually I'm here, we're talking about tech diplomacy, and I also want to change the perception of Australia. It's only a country with primary resources exports. We provide the world with our iron ores, with agricultural products, and you can find many in the Hong Kong market. However, what I want to say is that, there's lots of innovations actually invented by Australians. For example, the Wi-Fi, people cannot live without Wi-Fi these days, but who would have imagined it was actually invented by Australians? For example, Google Maps, do you know it's invented in Australia as well? So we do, as a country, we actually punch above our weight in terms of innovation.
I didn't know any of that. What is do you think, the secret of that success then? For a relatively small country to do those global tech platforms, how are you doing that?
I think that's a very good question. Firstly, it's our culture, because we have a vast land and then small population. So people have to be really innovative to live a very comfortable life, and then able to generate enough outcomes and increase productivity. That really require technology. That's why I think one of the reasons. And secondly, our companies really have this global vision, because the population is small. We have an invention. What do? We look for investment. We expanded it and look for people that can commercialize. For us, this region is a good area that we do that.
Right. Chris, the UK perspective on all of this. We're talking Hong Kong, Australia, Saudi Arabia, in many ways newer world developments. The UK, from where I come from, is an old world there, isn't it? What role does the UK, and indeed perhaps even Europe, have in this new landscape?
Thanks, Adam. I think particularly in terms of technology, digital, that growth story, I suppose three aspects I'd focus on for the UK. Firstly, in terms of scale. The UK is the third largest tech ecosystem globally and the first largest in Europe. It's worth almost £1 billion sterling. It's also the largest venture capital hub in Europe with almost £17.5 billion raised last year, 200 unicorns. You know, it is a well-established deep tech ecosystem. And I think second point would be the connectivity of that system. You know, the UK has been ranked #1 in terms of the international reach of our trade flows, our capital flows, our information and people flows. We've been ranked #1 by global CEOs as the most attractive investment destination in Europe. And we have 4 of the top 10 universities. So I think the foundation we're starting from in this space is incredibly strong. What we're now trying to do as the UK government is back that up with a concerted strategy for growth. And that is through our modern industrial strategy, which was launched last year. It's identified 8 core sectors for growth within the UK. One of those is digital and technology. And I think that's a recognition, again, of the strength and scale of the UK market that I've mentioned. But it's also a recognition that the growth the UK is seeking to see over the next 10 years is going to mean international partnerships. It's going to mean investment. It's going to mean businesses and people engaging with the UK, and indeed our businesses engaging with other markets. So, you know, one very tangible element of that, and an example of where I think the government is now leaning in from a domestic perspective, is a commitment for £86 billion of R&D investment up to 2030, directly into companies, directly into those innovations, which makes it easier to invest, easier to grow, and easier to engage with the UK.
I mean, look, we're all very friendly and friends here, and you're all nodding at each other, but isn't it the case that actually you're in really quite direct competition with each other? You talk about the UK being a financial hub. You talk about Hong Kong being a financial hub. You talk about Australia being a financial hub. And I'm sure in a moment you're going to talk about Saudi Arabia being a financial hub. You can't all be right, can you? Are you in competition with each other? Chris?
Look, I think there will always be inherent elements of competition, but the fundamental point is growth means partnerships, and it means collaboration, and it means opportunity. And I think you only need to look at the UK's existing trade and investment relationship with Hong Kong, 17th largest trade partner for the UK. It's a £30 billion a year trade and investment relationship. There's over £18 billion of FDI from Hong Kong into the UK. There's over £100 billion of FDI from the UK back into Hong Kong. You know, the opportunities mean jobs, they mean investment, they mean growth. And I think, you know, we've really been focusing here on Hong Kong about how do we operationalize those partnerships. And in recent months, we've led joint delegations along with Invest Hong Kong back to the UK, leading tech and business delegations back for events like London Tech Week. We're bringing similar business delegations back to Hong Kong. You know, we want to get businesses engaging in the markets, engaging with their, in some senses, competitors, but for the most part, they're sort of potential collaborators, they're potential growth partners. And I think, you know, through the likes of Invest Hong Kong, the Trade Development Council, Cyberport, Science Park, who I know are just on, Science Park launched their Global Connect scheme earlier this year. We were the first partner country for them. So I think, you know, of course, there are going to be inherent strengths of each market, and the UK will be very keen to promote its own, but we know that that growth story means collaboration.
And Sonny, I mean, just to agree, because I want to bring you in before you have to leave, you agree that there have to be a winner and a loser? It's not a zero-sum game, that you can all collaborate and all win?
Totally agree with Chris. I mean, Hong Kong being a 7 million population city, there's no way that we win everything. But all about collaboration. Hong Kong might be good at certain things, either in finance or in technology. And in fact, we may not be the best with certain technology, but we are very good at application, for example. So it's all about how do we find the best from each other and to optimize it. I think optimization is a good thing because we can only do it if we are doing it together and we are sharing the gain. And we will compete in certain situations, but then I think the gain is far greater than all these competitions.
Thank you. Saud Al-Kublan, Saudi Arabia is diversifying at pace. It's a big, exciting, ambitious project. How important is technology in that transformation?
Okay, so thank you very much. I think Saudi 2030 vision, yeah. Okay. So Saudi 2030 vision main objective and goal is to diversify the economy for different sectors. Technology definitely in the center of this formula and method. And proving this, there is a lot of government agencies, regulators, enablement authorities being established since the last 10 years. For example, Saudi Data and AI Authority. Imagine that there is a dedicated government authority for data and AI, which is enable the sector and private sector in the domain. E-commerce council, where taking care of the full ecosystem for the e-commerce, looking for partnerships, for example, Chris just mentioned, whether global or local or regional players to enable that. So majority of activities being done is to enable technology, and LEAP is one example that we're living it today, going a global level. We at Saudi Export Authority been focused in goods only, and since 3 years we're enabling the services export sector, where it's taking care of Saudi technology companies going abroad. We've succeeded going to the region, Africa and beyond. Today there is a big presence for Saudi companies in Europe, East, doing a different engagements, projects, partnership with a lot of companies in a global level.
I mean, that transformation that your country is going through is historically important. I mean, on a global scale, it's very unusual to see a change of this sort of nature, your ambitions anyway. How difficult has that transformation been, and how are you overcoming some of those barriers or hurdles?
Okay, so it is a very big shift, but it's not the first one. Saudi were focusing in oil and then moved to petrochemical heavily like 20 years back, enabled and leading the sector at a global level. Manufacturing been growing since more than a decade. A number of manufacturers in the kingdom been growing in different sectors, start exporting to a global level. Saudi products reached more than 100 countries with a very high standards. We've seen in the prior panel discussion, Lenovo announced that they will be establishing manufacturing in Saudi. This is very important step, confirming that Saudi standards is very high and can compete in global markets. We continue this, I would say, adoption of new technologies, transformational era. So it's not, I would not say it's a shift, but it's a continuous adoption, growth for the kingdom in different sectors.
Thank you. Sunny, thinking about Hong Kong, it's long been an international hub. It's in its DNA, isn't it? We're talking a lot about change in this panel and during the whole of this convention about change. What are the biggest changes you think in Hong Kong over the past 5, 10 years or so that really businesses coming here looking to use this as a hub to expand into the rest of Asia perhaps should be aware of, the things that have changed?
I would say one important thing here. Hong Kong, as I said, is being an international hub, whether it's finance, technology, shipping, aviation, so on and so forth. And in the past, we have been bringing a lot of business and know-how into China, okay? Capital, technology, and orders. But now, in addition to this, it continues, but then we are seeing another wave. We call it global. So the Chinese companies, they are going global. They are bringing their technologies, their product, and they're selling overseas with their own brand, okay? And the more obvious ones are the tech, because we're tech here, right? So it's the technology application into a lot of different products across the board. Across the board. That's I want to explain to you all that the magnitude It's across the board. And if you notice, we are seeing more and more people buying stuff from online, and those are Chinese brands product. It could be maybe some industrial tool, from a hair dryer to a mobile phone, so many different things. They are going global, but they are also seeing challenges, and that could be our opportunity here. These companies, they grew up in China in the past 20 years. With their internal competition for the domestic market, they keep improving, and they're competing. The consumer in China, as they're getting wealthier, they have more expectation. So the product improvement comes up in the past 20 years, to the extent that the international market will feel comfortable using it because of price value and the quality. But now, since they have only the Chinese brand standard and culture, when they go overseas, they cannot bring the same old culture or the product specs and just go international. They should come to Hong Kong, internationalize it first, before you go localize into maybe the Middle East region, going into the Europe region, and that's the value. They cannot just go global and boom, like that. And we can be their partner.
I know you have to go to your vote in a moment. So before you go, we've already, only halfway through this, talked about lots of different subjects. If there was a single message you wanted people to take away with from the Hong Kong perspective, what would that be?
I would say Hong Kong enjoys being very open to interact with a quite uncertain external environment at this moment. I think we all can feel that. But because we are backed by China, we also have a stabilizer along being in a very uncertain environment. And we very much welcome everybody to work with Hong Kong, and we will reach out too. We will reach out. And Hong Kong has a history of doing international business, the culture, and the trust. And the trust we establish in the business setting, the friendships, okay? We have one of the cleanest government in the world. We have the most, or one of the most efficient government services efficiency in the world. So trust us, we have the infrastructure, we have the people, and we are very much welcome. Anybody wanting to come to Hong Kong, and we will reach out. And I hope that we can build more partnership, because I think shared success is the most important thing for us.
Brilliant, thank you very much. I know you have to go, so for the moment, please just thank Sonny. Thank you very much. There we are. Thank you very much. And I will move across, yes, I will. So it looks like we're much more friendly, otherwise there will be this terrible gap. Liu, you talked about the advantages of Australia and the things perhaps we didn't know. That's it as a single actor. We're talking here about diplomacy and partnerships. What role do partnerships have to play in that development of Australia from that primary producer to a more developed, complex economy?
Thanks. I think that it's a very good question. I still think that because the partnership and the collaboration that has enabled Australia to become a very a cutting-edge innovator in the global stage, because our research and collaboration projects and with this region tops in Australia. Every year there's close to about 6,000 research and collaboration projects happening in Australia with universities, researchers and innovators from this region, the whole region. So it is quite, I think many of our innovations and research outcomes are from those collaboration. At least we can also working together, we can define the future of where they should be generating outcomes that can benefit this, the human race. Yeah.
And in a way that talk is cheap, isn't it? It's easy to say we all need to collaborate. Mm-hmm. What structures are there in place or that you're introducing to help collaboration, and business leaders, innovators, technologists in this audience might look at your country and go, that's the structure I can build a partnership with?
Yes, that's a very good question. I think we utilize, as a government, we actually, our platform as Australian Trade and Investment Commission, we have this platform that offers opportunities and brings Australian delegations into events like such as this. Right. There where they can find partners. Out there we have Australian Pavilion that brings all those very cutting edge good technologies for the city, for the humans and for commercial uses that you can easily understand that we were looking for partners to expand it, bring it bring our technology to expand in the whole Asia cities and markets. That where we offer that kind of opportunities. And we also give fundings for collaborations between Australians and researchers from this region. Together, the government will identify key priority sectors where we publish on the website. People can research both in Australia and in China and in Hong Kong, in Asia. Then they found projects they can work together. Yeah.
And Saud, maybe incorrectly, but I think maybe a lot of people look at the Middle East and Saudi Arabia going, there's culturally a different place, perhaps, from the West or Asia. Maybe there are difficulties doing business there or relationships have to build up. How accurate is that perception, or what don't we know about that culture that we should know about?
Okay, so Saudi is having a lot of, I would say, business partners around the globe, from east and west, north and south, all over the world. Considering also its location, it is 3.5 hours from center of Asia, 3.5 hours from center of Africa, and the same 3.5 hours from center of Europe. This gives us, I would say, a good connectivity between the different continents that led to doing a business with a lot of partners. This is one thing. And there is one also big concept that we're taking care, which is re-export, where we consider or enable our partners from East to collaborate with Saudi businesses or entities to re-export a global level to the West or to any other region. So this proof that Saudi is open to partners for doing business in different sectors. There is a multiple, definitely priority list, starting definitely with technology, transportation, manufacturing, advanced technology manufacturing, where we see some announcements to take the advantage of Saudi location, as I mentioned earlier. Not only this, also Saudi have a good free trade agreements with different countries. This will give also an advantage of any Saudi businesses or partner. They have their offices in Saudi to reach a global market easily.
Right. And culturally, it's not as different as we think it is.
Definitely
not. No, easier to do business. And it's interesting, you talk about the connectivity. I was hearing earlier today how now Cathay have regular flights from Hong Kong to Saudi, direct flights, and they were worried no one would fly on them, and they're full. So, I mean, that's evidence of what I think you were saying. Yes. Chris, Hong Kong and the UK, obviously a long shared history, which has changed. The nature of that relationship has changed. What is the UK doing now in trying to strengthen the relationships and the partnerships you sort of referred to before, and those sort of expertise hubs the UK may have? What is the UK doing to strengthen that relationship now?
Well, I think, in terms of this region, we saw at the beginning of this year, the UK Prime Minister travel to Beijing, to Shanghai, and that was incredibly important. It was the first time a UK Prime Minister had been in China in 8 years. He brought a large business delegation with him, and it was a statement of intent. It was a clear statement of intent, and it was a sort of senior backing of those commercial partnerships we were talking about. We saw the commercial outcomes named from that visit, and from that moment, it's been a sort of step-by-step of building on that progress. Just last week in the UK was the Joint Economic and Trade Council, hosted between the Business Secretary in the UK and his counterpart who travelled across from Beijing. And again, it was a set-piece government-to-government dialogue about enabling some of those progress on trade issues, trade barriers, market access issues. But there was also a large business delegation element where it was about partnerships, it was about linking people. And I think we continue to see the benefit of government-backed strategies and statements of intent, whether through visits or statements or modern industrial strategy that I mentioned, backed by getting people on planes, getting businesses traveling and building those partnerships. And I think, we've all heard over the last few years in Hong Kong the regularity of people saying, get on a plane and come see it for yourself. And that remains as true certainly for UK businesses coming to this market. But we hope as well for businesses from this part of the world coming to see the UK. Sunny mentioned what we're seeing on the Going Global strategy coming through Hong Kong, the scale of capital, the scale of enterprises that are coming to the city. And for us, looking at them, we think, come and look at a market where we think, yes, access is easy, but scale potential is huge. Right. And I mentioned those strengths of the UK, but what we recognize right now is that means getting those businesses on planes, getting them engaged in the market, meeting the key people.
And you talked about Australia as a sort of perhaps a place where we didn't realize how technologically advanced and what a contribution it's made. And I'm sure you say we welcome all sorts of businesses, but you must have a range of priorities. Is there a sort of target? Is it AI? Is it robotics? Is it biotech? What are the big target areas of growth?
Thanks. I think I agree with Chris. So, when we're looking for partnerships, we want to scale up. And Australia have research and innovation outcomes faster than money in Australia can invest and fund and help to develop and commercialize. So we are looking for, we are not going to claim we are one of the largest financial sectors in the world, but we're looking for investments globally into our research outcomes quickly to make it and commercialize in every part of the world. That's really one of the key areas that we want to facilitate collaboration. And we also obviously have key sectors that we think that really can grow through partnership, and looking at our own industry capability and also the capability in this area, we are looking at something immediately would help our lives, help human lives, how we can live longer and live more independently. So healthcare is one area we really looking for collaboration. That's if you're talking about key sectors.
Yeah. Brilliant. In the last minute or so, I wonder if you could each sum up the key message you want people to take away with. Saud Al-Gubla.
So I just want to maybe confirm that Saudi is the right partner, and based on a lot of global indicators, Saudi is leading in cybersecurity services. Saudi is the fastest to grow in G20 countries when it comes to government technology services. All these advantages could be good for the partners.
Wonderful. Chris.
Thanks. I think I'd reiterate, don't just think about that market entry, think about where you can scale and grow your business. And the UK offers an established technology ecosystem, deep capital pools and access to investment, an amazing talent base and global connectivity.
Liu Bing.
Yeah, thanks. Think Australia, when comes to technology and innovation, we are one of the biggest innovators in the world. That I can proudly state that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much indeed. That's it from us. Please thank the panel. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So a big warm thank you once again to our panelists. Now, we've covered quite a host of topics on the main stage today, but if you are enjoying the content, please make sure to mark it in your calendars. We do have LEAP also coming up in Riyadh. That's going to be taking place from August the 31st to September the 3rd. So if you don't have any plans then yet, make sure to pencil in that we have LEAP in Riyadh. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you want to stay here for the next session, but because we're going to be hearing from one of the biggest names in Saudi Arabia, and it's going to be a topic that sits at the top of mind for many business leaders today, the industrial AI imperative. With that, I would love to call upon to the stage, first of all, our moderator, Juliet Mann. She's having a very busy day here on the main stage. Please give her a warm welcome. And of course, joining her, we have Dr. Ashraf Al-Tahini, CEO of Aramco Digital. Also, please give him a very warm welcome.
Thank you. Take that seat there. Another session I'm looking forward to, and I hope you are too, because AI isn't happening in a vacuum. It's happening at a time where businesses are navigating economic uncertainty, geopolitical tensions, and huge investment decisions during this race to build infrastructure that's going to power the next generation of growth. And at the heart of that conversation is Dr. Ashraf Al-Tahini, the CEO of Aramco Digital, who's thinking not just about AI itself, but how you deploy it at an industrial scale, where it creates real value, and what leaders need to do, not in 6 months, not in 12 months, but what they need to do now to stay ahead. Now, before we dive into industrial AI, I want to start with the world we're operating in, because the global backdrop has shifted dramatically, not just over the last couple of years, or even the last couple of months, but in the last couple of weeks. It's geopolitics, it's technology competition, it's changing supply chains. How has that changed the way Aramco Digital is thinking about its AI strategy?
Okay. Thank you, Juliet. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it's my absolute pleasure to share the stage with you, and hopefully we will entertain a very good discussion that will meet the expectation of the audience. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the sponsors of this event. And I'm proud that Aramco Digital is a strategic partner in this event. So my team and myself looking forward to be part of this dialogue. And also I would like to thank His Excellency Mr. Suwaha for his inspiring speech today and remarks. That's basically, it's very exciting for us, especially I'm from Saudi Arabia, to see LEAP is evolving outside the kingdom, and hopefully to see even a growing platform in the coming years. Back to your question, yes, indeed, we live in a dynamic world. We see technology is evolving day by day, so digital enablers. And I truly believe, and as we hear today, that AI is one of the defining opportunities in our time today. We have seen the evolvement of AI over the past years. We went from simple model to complicated models, and we shifted from AI to generative AI, and then to agentic AI, and now we are moving into physical AI. So yes, indeed, we see that dynamic change is happening. So we in Aramco, whether Saudi Aramco or Aramco Digital, we are basically addressing this change and this dynamic transition in the technology and in the digital enablers by adopting the recent technology. And by making sure that the major enabler for that transition are being well established from infrastructure point of view, from workforce point of view, as well as from addressing the right challenges through the power of digital enablers as well as AI, whether it's in the sector of industry or for other applications of AI.
So you're an early adopter, and you're not letting the dynamic world, that is the word where you put it, you're not letting that hold you back in your digital ambitions. You mentioned the opening remarks from His Excellency, speaking about Saudi Arabia's bold AI ambitions and as it accelerates its AI journey. Why do you believe industrial AI is going to shape the next phase of industrial transformation?
Yeah, AI transformation is in the heart of so many sectors, and one of them is the industrial sector. We truly believe that industrial AI will drive the industrial transformation. And this is a very important sector in the kingdom, as well as, for many of the industries in Saudi Arabia, as well as globally. If we look at the market size right now, we see that the market is at almost $55 billion of investment. That will grow to about $400 billion in 2035. This is 8-fold increase in just a decade. So this really tells you that industrial AI is taking the center stage once it comes to transforming the industries. Now, industrial AI, basically, it embeds intelligence into physical assets, into infrastructure, into cloud, into connectivity, into data, as well as it goes all the way to the processes. And the value out of that embedment of intelligence is to create an intelligence loop that will allow you to sense, train, or learn, and then predict, and then optimize. This is basically the perfect intelligence loop that any industry would like to have. So the outcome of this intelligence is very important, and it has a huge impact on the industries, where industries can basically maximize efficiency, maximize reliability, basically achieve resilience, impact safety, impact security, achieve sustainability goals. Not only that, but also minimize cost, which is a very major element in, for industries to adopt industrial AI, as well as minimize capital cost.
You've given a very long shopping list of things that companies need to do. So there's a big ambition. So what is it going to take for it to make business sense? Because you mentioned cost there, which is also top of people's priorities in terms of keeping a handle on. So when you think about the challenges of AI, it's not having the idea, it's not building it, it's turning it into something that is going to transform business.
Exactly. That's what I mentioned. Industrial AI, it's in the heart of digital transformation. And in order to achieve that transformation, you have to have the major elements to allow you to accelerate that information. And I talked about the infrastructure, having the right infrastructure, the updated infrastructure that will allow you to get the best value out of this impact of industrial AI. We have seen industries and companies that are really putting a lot of investment in updating the infrastructure, to the point that companies, they started to add more sensors, for example, in the facilities, just to ensure that more data is coming out of the plants as well as the facilities. Because at the end, data and data analysis is in the center of this transformation. And that is just one aspect of how that transformation can be achieved. I also talked about addressing a certain challenge. Most of the organizations as well as companies, they try to adapt and apply simple AI models that sometimes will not create the impact. I truly believe that simple models are something in the past. And the challenge is how to scale up AI in order to achieve the results that I just talked about, from cost, from capital spending, as well as from enhancing efficiency and reliability of the business.
So this is a theme, actually, that we're hearing throughout the conference, isn't it? That you need to think big and experiment and really go for it rather than staying safe, because it's moving so fast. You've mentioned about the spending is going to increase eightfold. So you need to keep ahead of the game by trying new things. So I'd like an example of how you're doing it, where you're seeing this working at Aramco Digital today, where it's really making a difference already.
Okay. You know, we in Aramco Digital, basically, we are focusing on industrial AI because we see the value of industrial AI in shaping the future of the industry, as I covered previously. And the way we are doing it, we are basically building the right layers and the stack that's really needed to achieve that transformation and to create the value. Starting from the infrastructure all the way to the data layer, all the way to cybersecurity layer, to the marketplace. Having the right stack basically will make you to achieve the value proposition out of this industrial AI ambitions. We in Aramco Digital, we are capitalizing on major pillars and ingredients to allow us to be successful in driving the value out of industrial AI. One of them is basically having the 450 megahertz network in terms of license. So we were fortunate enough to win the license to be the only operator in the kingdom to provide connectivity on the 450 megahertz. That is been only dedicated for industrial use. So we are capitalizing on this license to build the industrial AI applications on the top of that. The second major enabler that we truly believe that helping Aramco Digital to really achieve the outcomes once it comes to adapting industrial AI and achieving the digital transformation is basically having a well-established cybersecurity organization, which is a subsidiary of Aramco Digital, and it's known as Sebrani. Sebrani core business is not only in the IT cybersecurity, but also the OT cybersecurity, which is a major ingredient to achieve the required cybersecurity requirements in order to provide industrial AI services. One important element is basically we are capitalizing on more than 90 years of data that's been acquired by the mother company, Saudi Aramco, and this is really giving us the opportunity to be where we are right now. Because again, and as I covered before, as I mentioned, data, it's in the heart of the transformation. And it's in the heart of AI application, and it's in the heart of AI industrial transformation.
So it's all about the data. You've got the big contract, so you've invested, and you've got the data there, but you've also factored in, which I think is interesting, safety in terms of the cybersecurity to make sure what you're doing is safe. So all of those ingredients together are the cornerstones of how you're developing it. Okay, so let's think about all the business leaders from around the world who are here at Leap East. What's the one piece of advice that you'd like to leave this audience with as they embark on their own AI journeys, with all of those ingredients in mind?
Well, I think this been already stated in the previous talks and through the stage, as we have seen in the morning, that AI is not a choice anymore. AI is a must, and now we see there is a fast acceleration of adapting AI, especially once it comes to different industries, whether it's oil and gas or other industries. We truly believe that the evolution of AI will still take place, and we will see more of advancements once it comes to AI, and we will see more of adoption of AI. It's always very important for any organization is to define the right use cases to use AI, as well as to measure the impact, because you always need to have a baseline in order to basically optimize or project, have a projection of the use cases or required use cases to achieve the business objectives.
So pick your projects carefully, but go for it.
Yes, indeed.
Dr. Ashraf Tahini, thank you very much. Absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Put your hands together. Thank you. That's great. Okay, I think we do a photograph now. Photograph over here. Thank you. That was lovely. That was great.
Thank you so much once again. Now, if you do have a little bit of time in your agenda today, I want to point out the fact that we have a number of country pavilions out there on the exhibition floor. First of all, India, they've got 8 companies exhibiting. China, over 25 companies. Korea, 8 companies. Philippines, 6 companies. And as well, we also have the UK and France also exhibiting out on the floor. Now, the big question now, I want to ask all of you, how do you go from having a test bed to building the next generation of scale-ups? In this next session, we're going to share some of the key lessons that we're learning from Hong Kong, the Greater Bay Area, as well as Saudi Arabia. Because in fact, all 3 right now are actively supporting startups as well as tech companies to be market ready. So with that, let's call upon our panelists as well as our moderator to the stage. Please welcome Ahmed Aldowish, Managing Partner, Noah Capital Partners, who will be leading this conversation. Please give them a warm welcome.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us today in Hong Kong. Thank you for hosting us, and thank you, Leap East, for having us as well and organizing this great conference. It's been great to walk around and see so many people from all around the world and bringing 2 great regions together. So thank you for my panelists as well for joining me on this panel to discuss innovation, to discuss cross-border, to discuss what's going on in Asia, Hong Kong, and Saudi as well. Scaling companies from pilot, from inception to growth is no easy feat, but we have a great panel to discuss a lot of different points. So without any further high-level discussions, I wanted to firstly, maybe with Afnan, feel free to introduce yourself, but it'll be great maybe for the audience to hear about a bit more what's happening around Saudi and the ecosystem that's been developing in Saudi, and some companies or entrepreneurs that want to scale in the kingdom, after the great ambitious vision that we have, what they can expect, how can they get support as well. So feel free to introduce yourself and take the question.
Thank you, Ahmed, and good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us for our panel discussion. I'm Afnan Babtain, the General Manager of Entrepreneurship and the Human Capital in the Ministry of Investment. My mandate focusing on supporting startup and enablers for the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem to scale to our market and to build different ecosystem and a unique ecosystem by collaborating based on our strategic potential collaboration based on the country and also based on the sector. Today we are focusing on it. As you all know, today we are witnessing a huge change within our Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which means that we have a lot of investment opportunities in many sectors, especially when we are talking about traditional sectors. Today, we have a unique focus in designing a huge opportunities for different companies based on their size to join with us and collaborate with us in bringing their technologies or co-create with us a new companies in the kingdom. So today, if you want to learn more about these opportunities, you can find all this information in Invest Saudi platform, where you can find a lot of investment opportunities and you can learn about these investment opportunities. So we usually worked in our government as a Ministry of Investment with collaboration with different ministry to make sure that we have the right regulation, the right incentives, and the right investment opportunities for our investor and facilitate for him and her journey to set and to scale in our market.
Thanks, Afnan. You know, some of our portfolio companies at Noah Capital have been using the team and been incredibly supportive. So anyone, you know, after the panel, please come speak to Afnan and she can help you, guide you into expanding in the kingdom. And maybe to our friends from Gobi, Chibo, you know, you've been investing in venture and technology for over 20 years as a firm. You know, we were talking off stage about how, you know, our firms used to work together 10 years ago. You were looking at, you know, Saudi and the region back then. You know, it'd be great to understand a bit more about what you're focusing on today, especially in deep tech. We were talking about some of the university initiatives and some of the case studies that you've seen from, you know, a startup scaling into different regions and coming into Saudi, so some of the experiences that you've had.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ahmed, for having us on this panel, and you know, obviously thank you to the Leap East organizers. This is a great event that I think is coming at a very opportune time. You know, obviously the corridor between Hong Kong, China, and the GCC, as well as Saudi, obviously, is strengthening. From our perspective, we see a lot of our portfolio companies trying to bridge this gap and expand into the region and looking at opportunities in Saudi. For those of you who don't know, Gobi is a venture capital platform. We've been around for 24 years now. Next year will be our 25th year anniversary. Initially started in China. But today we have about 15 offices all across the Asia Pacific, starting in China, going to Southeast Asia, obviously now in North Asia, Japan, Korea, and moving westward. So, GCC has been on our roadmap for quite some time, as you mentioned. I'm making the trip out to either Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Doha, or Riyadh, almost every quarter. If not more. And I think a lot of what's driving that is many of our portfolio companies, especially here in China, are very interested in opportunities in the GCC. They're very interested in the large market in Saudi, and so it's a very delightful surprise that we're on the panel with Afnan, because she's exactly the right person we need to connect with, and so looking forward to speaking more after the panel. But obviously today we're investing all across the region, but we're working very closely with the university ecosystems, especially here in Hong Kong and China. I think this next decade of venture capital opportunity in this part of the world anyway is going to be in deep tech. A lot of that is R&D driven, and so working with the top professors, the top academics in this part of the world, I think that's where a lot of the investment opportunities are going to be. So here in Hong Kong, we've been working with Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, as well as a number of the other top universities here. And we're helping them with tech transfer. We're helping them with commercialization of this fundamental R&D, and we're helping them bring that to market. So I think a lot of the opportunities in that space do lend themselves to market expansion as they come out to commercialization. And GCC market's one of the really interesting opportunities where we feel like once this technology is commercialized, they're looking at expansion markets. They could then set up either R&D facilities or move some teams out there to sell through GCC and Saudi into Europe and other parts of the world. So that's kind of what we've been doing. Maybe I'll leave it there, and we'll continue talking.
Yeah, no, thanks. Great insights, and very unique position in terms of Gobi. And then Mohammed, you've been at the forefront with the front row seat into the Saudi ecosystem, being an initial kind of VC at the start when the ecosystem started to build and started to invest. So it's a very unique position. It'll be great to understand a bit more about your experience at Outliers and what you've seen from the Saudi ecosystem. Also, your portfolio has reached a stage where they're looking to expand maybe outside of the kingdom. So and from your trip here to China, it would be great to see what dots you think might be able to connect between Saudi startups and this region as well. So maybe first start about what's been happening in Saudi and the evolution of the ecosystem, and then from your portfolio perspective, the scale that you're starting to see now.
No, thank you, Ahmed, and special thanks to the Leap East team. It's been an incredible conversation so far. So just for you who don't know much about Outliers, we're an operator-led firm, kind of like one of the general partners of the firm, where we want to be the first institutional capital in companies in the Middle East region, specifically GCC and North Africa. So far, we are 7 years old, but we've seen the ability of our portfolio to, create enterprise value in double-digit billion dollars. Massive growth, massive opportunities, and what triggered that is this amazing match between top-down ambition, but also bottom-up entrepreneurial spirit and imagination to build a better future. The opportunity has never been more interesting in the region and even more globally. As a firm, we also strongly believe in strong corridors. So we've been active since inception to create like a corridor between the GCC region and the US. Most of the US growth investors have invested at a growth stage in our portfolio companies. And at the same time, some of them became investors in Outliers itself. We've been investing the past 3 years in strengthening the corridor between the GCC and Asia. In this trip, like last week, we've been in Japan, spending a lot of time meeting a lot of investors. This week, we've been in Beijing and Hong Kong and spending a lot of time meeting a lot of investors and founders. And we don't even come alone, as Ahmed said, we have 3 portfolio companies with us, the CEOs and the founders, and some of them already engaging in some commercial discussions of potential implementations in Asia. And what we're seeing right now is that level of ambition and the regulator push to constantly create competitive advantage in globally competitive companies is only accelerating. Obviously, we started the usual suspects in fintech. And just to give you one anecdote, prior to 2018, the number of fintechs in Saudi were 0. Now there are more than 300 different fintech that they've raised billions of dollars and created enterprise value in double-digit billions of dollars. Massive opportunity created in a short period of time, accelerated by the regulator and the opportunity that exists. So as a firm, we want to be at the beginning of this journey. We believe in those corridors, and we believe also in this opportunity that comes across public and private partnerships.
Thanks, Mohammed. And Afnan, you've been obviously, you and the team have been enabling and empowering a lot of the growth in Saudi and in the kingdom. Have you, is there a specific, Mohammed touched on about fintech, but is there specific sectors that you've started to see coming into more Saudi? Have you started to see from specific countries or in this region, any specific details about companies that you feel that are scaling into Saudi? We wanted to get into more, like for the audience, a bit more specifics around who is actually coming, registering, doing business in Saudi. From our portfolio's experience, obviously over the last 10 years, it's become much easier to do business in Saudi and for tech companies to register. So I just wanted to kind of touch on the specifics.
Thank you, Ahmed. So we can make it very simple before we say about which sector. Today, when we are talking about the opportunities in every sector, as I told you, but there are some of the sector which are very prominent, and we have a lot of opportunities. As you, Ahmed, shared that we have a lot of startup who goes to this sector, such as in fintech, as Dr. Mohammed mentioned, or there are also in AI and smart cities, and also in biotechnology and health tech. But there are others, like in advanced manufacturing, where we are looking for such companies, and we have a potential opportunities and incentives for these sectors. So from our side in the ministry, to make these opportunities clear for our startup and also for our enabler, we have a special program which called Startup Saudi. It's under the Invest Saudi platform, where we connect our startup with the right enabler within the ecosystem. For example, if you are representing a health tech solution, so we connect you with the Ministry of Health, which they design a special program to support these companies. And we help them through a special registration, which called entrepreneurial registration from the Ministry of Investment as you are a foreigner. And this registration link with different support provided with the ecosystem itself. As you know, any successful ecosystem for supporting a startup or investor or the enabler for the ecosystem, they need to collaborate together so they can enable these startup or these opportunities to scale in our market. From our side, we introduce these companies to these opportunities and also to the main enabler to help them within these sectors. So the door is open, but as Dr. Mohammed mentioned, within the change today we are witnessing from the regulatory aspect, we saw a lot of sandbox in many sectors, such as in environment and agriculture, in transportation and health, and also we have in finance. That's why fintech sector booming, and we are looking also for the edutech nowadays. We have also another sandbox for it. So it depends on where you are focusing on it, and we are here to support you within our colleague today in this room. I have my colleague Khalid Al-Shihri. He is sharing your hand. He is from Startup Saudi team, and also my colleague Dr. Arwa Ruwais. She is leading the ICT sector, where you can learn more about the investment opportunity in deep tech, AI, and many subsectors under ICT. And also you can learn more from our expertise within our colleague in Invest Saudi booth. It's next to, like an ID. It's the booth, it's next to it. So ask for Invest Saudi, and you can find us there.
It's a big hall, but you can find it. I'm pretty sure it's a great logo. But
hall 3 here.
Yeah, hall 3. There you go. There's no excuses. You've got the hall, you've got the representatives in the room, and then we'll follow up with you in Leap Saudi in a few months' time to see how you're getting on. So you have all the right people in the room if you wanted to set up, scale, and understand the kingdom a bit better.
Only I want to add one thing. Also, sometimes we have a private sector who is committed in supporting our startup, especially like Saudi Aramco, where they have an investment arm, which is Aramco Venture, and you can also visit them. And they have a unique program, especially for innovative startup in many sectors, such as in deep tech or in biotechnology, etc. So we usually, from our ministry, collaborate with the whole ecosystem, whether from government, private, or non-profit organization, to support linking two ecosystems with each other, and also helping our startup or VC to know what's going on in our Saudi market.
So Ahmed, just to keep this lively, I want to build on Afnan's point. So like last year, we've invested in a deep tech company that originated from Saudi that basically helps and brings technology to reduce the energy consumption of AI data centers and effectively reduce that energy consumption by 50%. And they've already done work in Saudi. They went to the US and having commercial conversations, and actually last week in Japan and 2 days ago in Beijing, they've been talking to data centers builders and how to do that. To Afnan's point, we're seeing that evolution that is coming out in support in deep tech. MISA always plays an incredible role to do that, but also international investors like Gobies and other, you guys haven't invested yet in the region, but soon we started to see that coming. Like 10% of our portfolio have received capital from Japanese investor. Last year, one of our portfolio companies received capital from a Chinese investor. So we're seeing a lot of that happening and coming and accelerating, where the region is becoming the connective tissue between the West and the East in an innovative way, and kind of like building opportunities across.
And maybe just to quickly build on that, I think any good bridge is a two-way street, right? And so, I think the fact that there are Saudi companies now and Saudi startups that are also interested to, expand into this part of the world, to raise money in this part of the world, I think that's definitely something that we should be promoting and talking about as well. I mean, it's not just about Chinese companies going into Saudi and the GCC. I think Gobi is actually putting together a program, what we call a landing program, to actually help some of these companies that are outside of this region land in Hong Kong, land in the GBA. And so if there are Saudi companies that are interested in figuring out what are the opportunities on the ground in Hong Kong and GBA, where are the pockets of money, what types of government subsidies and government programs can help them land here, that's something that we can also help with. So, I think it is two-way, and hopefully we're able to do more along this corridor.
Yeah, thanks, Jibo. And then maybe just sticking with you for a second on the types of companies. Obviously we've spoken about that kind of two-way startup ecosystem flow, but from your perspective as at Gobi, what kind of companies, we spoke about deep tech, we spoke about some of your companies that are scaling into Saudi, maybe touching on the types of companies that you're seeing from your portfolio scale into Saudi, their experience, some investors that have been interested in following on to some of your rounds. We spoke about the power of deep tech, obviously at some of the universities. It'd be great to understand a bit more about the kind of deep tech ecosystem and the flow that's going into Saudi.
Yeah, no, I guess I was talking to Afnan before this panel as well. I mean, like our portfolio cuts across many sectors. I think some of our earlier investments in the consumer space, companies like Kicks Crew, which is a sneaker marketplace, they're very active in Saudi now. Saudi's actually their fastest growing market in the world. We also have companies in the biotech healthcare space. So we have a gene editing company called Gene Edit Bio that's also kind of setting up labs and looking at R&D opportunities within the kingdom. And there are other companies in the AI and robotics space now. I was mentioning earlier that obviously a lot of the AI hardware coming out of Shenzhen, coming out of the GBA, their markets are global. And so they're very excited to kind of explore opportunities on the ground in Saudi to use that as a landing point and then see how they can then scale into the rest of the region or even Europe and other parts of the world. So, I think it cuts across all of the sectors. I think, there is opportunity and there are investment pockets as well for all of these sectors. So I think that it is an exciting time, and we're encouraging all of our portfolio companies to explore this corridor a little bit more. To help facilitate that, we're also helping to set up a number of delegation tours for not just our portfolio companies, but also other startups in the ecosystem to help join us at some of these upcoming events at the end of the year in the region. Leap, the original Leap in Riyadh will be one of our next stops. That'll be the first week of September. So that's something that we're actively kind of trying to promote, and hopefully we'll be able to help provide more information and more support for some of our portfolio companies and the rest of the startups in this effect.
Thanks. Appreciate the insights. And maybe, Mohammed, going back to you from on the portfolio side, obviously you've had a lot of great fintech companies well known in Saudi who have become large players in a lot of different markets. What's on the horizon from a portfolio perspective or from a kind of Saudi ecosystem perspective? Which other sectors do you feel from your portfolio or otherwise that you see could scale from Kingdom outside? So.
Yeah, no, great question. So our thesis is always centered around the talent. So we're constantly observing and spending so much time on what is the exceptional talent the region is gravitating towards. Where are they spending some time? What are they tinkering with? What are they excited about building for the future? Last year, about 50% of our portfolio was in areas that we've invested in for the first time. Kind of like people getting into AI, people getting into energy. We've been spending a lot of time where people want to get into industry tech, looking into opportunities on that frontier. So we had a conversation on looking at what's happening in Shenzhen would be very interesting. We're kind of like planning a trip to go there and slowly seeing what are the opportunities that are emerging out of these sectors and unlocked by the regulators. The regulators are playing a very active role in the region where they are showing opportunities, looking at ways to accelerate things and moving from like a sandbox demo to an actual commercial application on the ground on an unprecedented pace. So we're spending a lot of time. Obviously, fintech continues to be, a conversation, but also beyond that, on what's happening. Talked about energy, talked about infrastructure components that are related to, the payment infrastructure for AI. One of our, founders is here where they've been building on that space and growing, triple digit month over month. Because they're seeing kind of like a massive opportunity that exists in the region and even across.
Thanks, Mohammed. Appreciate the color on that. And then maybe Afnan, we touched on a number of different, pools of capital, but subsidies, support. There's a lot of programs in Saudi, NTTP, other programs that really support the empowerment and growth of these companies that come to Saudi. Is there anything in terms of others that we've missed in terms of any programs or specific, government-led initiatives? And obviously we spoke about the Aramco co-investment program, but is there anything else that you would, wanted to share with the audience around specificness around government capital?
Honestly, I want to encourage you to come up with initiative between two countries to build the bridges between Saudi Arabia and Hong Kong. Usually we work with different countries by having a special bridge, by connecting the two ecosystems. Today we have a discussion with we have a VC, or for example, we have a university, we have, for example, also with us a government entity who support our startup in Hong Kong who want to scale to Saudi Arabia, and the Saudi startup who want to scale to Hong Kong market. So we do these collaboration usually under the bridge program, and this usually align with our national strategic goals between these countries, and we sit together and we find what kind of resources today we have it in two countries to facilitate for our startup their journey. Second, what kind of talent who are willing to move or relocate his business from his country to Saudi Arabia and from Saudi Arabia to the world. Sometimes he wants to continue his research and development in Saudi Arabia and he wants to go to commercialization in Saudi Arabia. So we want to help this talent and access to the right program. And this is a program with an authority which called RIDIA, which is the Research and Development and Innovation Authority. It's an authority which designed for supporting research and development and attracting IP, and we collaborate with them as a Ministry of Investment in attracting high potential entrepreneurs to scale to our market. Another thing, so first it's about the bridge. Second, if you are in research and development field, we are willing to work with you in that. The third one, we have a university which called KAUST. KAUST, they have a special program which called ScaleX. We just started the fourth cohort, and we have another cohort. They focus on deep tech in many sectors. So for this year, we have in energy, in manufacturing, and also in biotechnology. So it depends on where are you. We are here from Startup Saudi to guide you which kind of programs will fit your stage, whether you are in ideation, early stage, or in a scale-up stage.
Thanks. And then maybe Joby, one for you in terms of, you've spoken about some of your partnerships that you've done and your strategy with other countries, like in the vintage that you have or the strategy that you have in Pakistan. What sort of partnerships do you see, Gobi taking in Saudi? Do you see it with is it potentially with other VCs? Is it through your portfolio? What's the best, or from your experience coming to Saudi, from this region, what do you see as the best kind of entry point coming into Saudi?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Gobi has always been early players in emerging ecosystems for innovation. So, I think when we first started in China, that was in 2002, 2003. China was still a very early stage technology ecosystem. I think there were only a few VCs in play already. When we came to Hong Kong, this was 10 years ago almost, or more than 10 years ago, 2015, 2016. We first started investing here. At that point, there are very few people who believe that there could be real innovation and startups worth investing in here. Obviously when we went to Singapore, Malaysia, 2010, 2013, everybody was like, oh, there's not much going on there either. I think what we've done is that, we go to markets where we feel like there is the necessary ingredients for innovation. We work with local government entities, we work with local corporates who care about nurturing innovation and promoting just this sense of, startup and entrepreneurship. I think we help to build that ecosystem from scratch. We have early stage funds that invest at the seed stage. We have pre-A funds, Series A funds, and now we have growth funds as well. So we try to build up and provide capital at each stage of development along the startup's journey. And I think we find the necessary partners at each of those stages. Obviously these days, I think a key part of our strategy for investing in China is also providing them the opportunities and the resources to go abroad, right? Because that's something that Chinese entrepreneurs and Chinese startups these days have top of mind. And so, these participating.
We have the bridge already.
Exactly. So I think this is a very important relationship for us because, this is something that all of our Chinese portfolio companies are looking for. They're looking for, kind of a one-stop shop or one contact point where they can go and they can understand how to land in a new market, what they need to bring, and where the capital is available for them to do that. And so I think, obviously this is a great starting point.
And then maybe just to build on that point, there's always this assumption that do Chinese companies need to expand outside of China because it's such a broad and vast and deep market. So, is there a specific scale or a specific stage that you see them expanding, or
So I've been doing this for close to 20 years now myself. Gobi's been around for over 20. We've seen all the different kind of evolution stages of the China market. I would say that 10, 15 years ago, most Chinese startups were, no, we don't need to expand outside of China. As long as we win in China, we'll be a unicorn and we'll make a lot of money and we'll be a big success, right? I think that mindset has changed, especially since COVID. So I think, especially after COVID and, with the lockdowns and everything and the geopolitics these days, and, I think everybody is now thinking, look, we want to win in China, but China is ultra competitive. There's this term in China that's being thrown around called involution, which basically means hyper competition. Right? And so, why are we spending so much money and subsidizing and just burning all these investor capital and just fighting amongst ourselves when we should go out and, the rest of the world is our oyster. And our technology and our product is just as competitive outside of China as it is in here. And so I think in these last few years, I think a lot of these companies are now saying, okay, well now we want to go abroad, we want to win in global markets, and we don't want to just be known as a China company, right? Because we also want avenues to additional capital outside of China. We want to access US capital, we want to access global capital. And I think with the success of certain companies like Shein, TikTok, these companies from China that have made big waves in global markets and many, many millions of consumers and users are, believe in their product. I think that has been kind of a flag, almost like a beacon for many entrepreneurs and saying, look, if they could do it, we can do it as well. And add on top of that, obviously, this is the age of AI. In the past, when there were language and culture barriers, I think now leveraging AI, they can actually craft products just as good in, over 100 languages with just, a few lines of code. And I think that has opened up the market as well. So.
Yeah, no, thanks. That's true of what's the reality on the ground. And maybe Mohammed, final question to you, but a bit similar to what Joby was telling us. We're seeing Saudi scale-ups now expand, to the east side, and culturally and also market-wise, very similar to Saudi. From your deal flow, and now you've been in Asia scouting and seeing what's going on. What do you see the kind of next few years looking at between, the deals that you're seeing are outliers, but also within Saudi? Do you see more cross-border investments and initiatives take place?
Yeah, I think maybe a good point to conclude. I think the region is just becoming this connective issue between the East and the West. Like, we're already seeing a player like Meituan coming to Saudi, investing significantly, with the Kita brand. We had, meetings with a couple of massive multi-billion-dollar companies in China the past few days. All of them are curious about what's happening in the region. We even met an entrepreneur, a company that is 3 months old, that raised really good capital, and we asked them 2 questions, what's your ambition? They were like, global domination, right? And how far are you from the leading US model? And they said we're a month or 2 behind. So we actually see a lot of those opportunities that are changing and creating different corridors across different markets. And we believe the region is very well positioned. And also we see the ambition of the local entrepreneurs that are actually creating things that are even needed at a global stage. So it's not only a recipient of companies, but also engaging on a kind of partnerships that are two-way, as Chobi mentioned. Exciting times. We believe, this Asia GCC corridor is just getting started, and we think it is going to be kind of like a golden age for the next few years for that to evolve.
Yeah, definitely agree with you, and it's very exciting to see a lot of great founders here, entrepreneurs, VCs, government enablers. So thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Great insights, and thank you all for joining us. And inshallah, we'll see you all soon. Thank you.
Once again, a big warm thank you to all of our panelists for sharing their insights here on stage. Now, we've discussed at length the value of partnerships from Hong Kong all the way to Saudi. So now, why don't we get a little bit more concrete and hear firsthand from some success stories. These are coming from companies that have actively chosen to grow their ventures in the Middle East as well as other Belt Road countries. So to dive more into forging new frontiers, please welcome once again to the stage all of our wonderful speakers for our next session, as well as our moderator, Juliet Ma. Please give them a warm welcome.
Sit underneath your photograph. You know what, we often talk about international expansion in terms of strategy and opportunity. But what about when a company is actually there in a new market? What do they do? How does it feel? Because building a business in a new market means navigating different cultures, different customers, different regulations, and often an entirely new way of operating. And it's particularly relevant as more companies from the Chinese mainland and from Hong Kong expand into markets in the Middle East, in Southeast Asia and beyond. And Hong Kong is increasingly being seen as a bit of a bridge between those opportunities and businesses who are pursuing them. And no one knows this better than the 4 people that I've got on the stage here today, coming from 4 different angles: building consumer platforms, financial services, logistics technology, and the wider ecosystem that supports all of that international growth. So what we're going to do in this session is explore what companies discover once they start operating abroad, what makes those partnerships work, where are the biggest challenges, what does it take to really build those lasting and true partnerships and simply enter a new market? So here's our fabulous panel. I'm going to start with you, Tony, because Well, I mean, let's talk about what you do. Of course, it's logistics, and as some of you might have seen from the stand there, it's food delivery drones, which seems so futuristic, but you're operating in so many markets already. You came to Hong Kong in 2022, Saudi in 2024. Now you're in Brazil, so you're going all guns. But when you enter a new market, what surprises you? What tends to be that thing that takes you back and think, gosh, didn't realize that's what I needed to do to operate here?
Yeah, so what surprised us or not surprised is that consumers across the globe, when it comes to food delivery, it's the same demand. They want the most selections, they want to find the restaurant they want the most reliable services at the most affordable prices. So these are the same in Hong Kong, in Saudi, in Brazil, in mainland China. But what surprises is that consumers still have different behaviors. Like, for example, people in Hong Kong, a lot of people live by themselves. So there's huge demand for meal for one person. Therefore, when we launched in Hong Kong in 2022, we launched that product so that a person can order by himself and still pay a free delivery. But when we go to Saudi and other Middle East market, people live by big families, right? So when they order big chunk of food, sometimes it has to be delivered by different motorcycles, and the experience is not very good. So we launched gathering services where we use cars to deliver food rather than motorcycles so that they can arrive at the same time. And welcome to Brazil. People don't order food delivery that often in lunch because people love to gather outside of their offices. So consumer behavior is different, so we have to adapt.
And that means you're going to have to adapt your technology too. I mean, look, Kay, you're at a logistics tech company. You do all of those autonomous robots that we see in airports and at ports. But you're also dedicated to driving the industry's green and intelligent transformation. It's got to be sustainable. To do that, you've got to think global. Yeah. That makes sense. So how do you do that? Because there's no one size fits all, is there?
So very happy to be here, and I will introduce the Westwell briefly, because the Westwell is a technology company dedicated to the industrial application of the AI and autonomous driving technology. So we opened the international headquarters in Hong Kong 3 years ago, and so far we have launched our solution for the more than 200 clients within the 13 countries and region all over the world. At Westwell, we always commit to adopt a market strategy because we're developing our domestic and international market side by side. If you look around the world, I think everyone is going through a major green transition and a digital upgrade. Chinese company always in a strong position today here. We have the technology, the product, and the ability to enter fast. Westwell is much aligned with the global low carbon trend. Our goal is to help create logistic operations that's more flexible, safer, and healthier, and whether in the China, the Middle East, and anywhere else worldwide. 4 years ago, we launched our solution in UAE, the Abu Dhabi port, with the Costco shipping company. This is the first project realized autonomous driving and mixed operation in the seaport in the Middle East. We also have some connection with the Oman, the Said, in the dry port and seaport and the small factory and the logistic park. So from what we've seen over the past few years, Hong Kong is the place where trade, shipping, aviation, financing, and technology intersect, which give us a real combination of the advantage. And the world-class logistic infrastructure, the international business standard, the professional service, the global tech connectivity, and proximity to the Great Bay Area. It also allows to observe the needs of the global logistic network at closer range. We have successfully collaborated with the Hong Kong International Airport as well as the Hong Kong cargo terminals, where our autonomous driving technology are actively driving smart sea and aviation logistics. So I think Hong Kong is indeed the first step for the Chinese technology company to go abroad.
So you're saying there are lots of different markets with different ways of operating, but Hong Kong is almost a bit of a stepping stone.
Yes.
So let's talk a bit. Let's apply that to fintech, Stefan, because digital platforms, financial platforms, they can scale quickly. What you're working with is trust. So in terms of the partnership that you have with Oasis, with how Hong Kong has helped you integrate into different markets, how has that been?
Absolutely, Juliette. I think unlike Kita, for the financial services, more than the technology is about the trust building. And when we enter into Hong Kong market, I think we benefit a lot from Oasis assistance, not only in the establishment. Of course, there is the services for the establishment, for the assistance on the talent market, on the local regulators, help us a lot to accelerate our preparation stage. But more on that, we are very impressive about their professionalism and knowledge on the industries. So they can bring us a lot of industry insightful information, for example, in the digital asset, in the payment side. So these provide us a lot of valuable information for us to enter into the market.
Okay. Very flattering there, isn't it? Isn't it, Brian? I mean, look, you've seen a lot of companies set up in Hong Kong to come with these ambitions that go beyond Hong Kong internationally, in the Middle East and in other places too. So tell us a little bit more about Oasis and how it's helped to attract that high potential and how it supports strategic enterprises to not just to establish themselves here, but to then expand and grow beyond Hong Kong borders.
Yes, well, for Oasis, it's the short form of Office for Attracting Strategic Enterprises. So what we do, I mean, for Oasis, we established by this term of government about almost 4 years ago. So I think the reason behind is that how Hong Kong to play a crucial role to support those, especially those leading tech company to come and land in Hong Kong. And the main reason behind is that Hong Kong is paved the way, is not position ourselves as an IFC, International Financial Center, but also Hong Kong want to develop ourselves as the international INT, Innovation and Technology Center. So that's the way the Hong Kong government want to try to further develop Hong Kong in the next level of our development. So under that direction, so after the establishment of Oasis, so we be more aggressively to support and attract those companies from, of course, from Chinese mainland, and also from around the globe to support them to land in Hong Kong. Just to give you some idea, for example, in the last 10 years, the Hong Kong government already invests more than 200 billion Hong Kong dollar to support the company to land in Hong Kong, especially for those INT companies. So I'm glad to have all these 3 companies as our Oasis Strategic Enterprises. They're a very good example how to land in Hong Kong and how to develop in Hong Kong. And of course, Oasis team will support them to speed up their process in Hong Kong, to help them to solve the problems and see how to make them more, not successful not only in Hong Kong, but how to support them to expand globally. For example, no matter Middle East, even though to Brazil, etc. So all the way, the Hong Kong government is trying to make Hong Kong as their home port, right?
Yeah.
To make home port to further develop and further expand to make use of Hong Kong's superposition. Right.
So it's about growing in Hong Kong, but also using it as a springboard so that they can leap. You see what I did there? Into further markets. So let's come back to you, Tony, because we talked about you. Your international expansion started in Hong Kong, but then you went to the Middle East. So in the Middle East, many people, we're talking here in every session about the opportunity that brings with it. What's something that people only discover once they're there about the Middle East market in particular?
Okay, before I talk about Middle East, I also want to echo a little bit why we started in Hong Kong. So Hong Kong is an international city where when you think about consumers, there are local Hong Kong citizens, there are people from China, there's expats from the Western world. So it's a very good pilot for us to try our product. And also merchants have different type of cuisines, and riders also come from different countries. So it's a really good market for Meituan to test our product and technology before we enter into other markets. And after we go to Middle East, I think there are several things we found out. One is consumers are extremely open to new services and products. And when we talk about Saudi, I think around 60% of the population is below age 30. So when we first launched Kita in Riyadh, we were concerned because there are already like 10 different food delivery apps. But consumers are just so open to these new applications. When we launch new promotions, new product features. So in Saudi, we have a product feature where we promise a time of delivery, and if we are late, we pay a consumer a compensation from our pocket. So consumers are extremely happy about that service. So they will test. So this is one thing we found out. And second, I think, is in terms of regulation. When we think about Middle East, we think as one market. But in fact, it's composed of different countries, right? So we need to respect and abide by different rules. So that's something we also need to learn. And lastly, I think you need to respect local cultures. So today, about more than 90% of our employees in Middle East are from Middle East. And in Saudi, we have about 600 employees, about half are from Saudi. So as you know, they need to pray 5 times every day, right? So we need to set our calendars very carefully. If we are in a meeting, if it arrives at the time for them to pray, then we need to stop and then let them pray. So we need to respect different cultures in the market.
So it's about adapting to different cultures and the way you operate. Kay, I want to talk about partnerships because I think collaborations are particularly important to the way you operate. So where has that worked particularly well for you, for your teams, for the organization?
I think collaboration is indeed very important for our team, especially we wanted to go do some globalization. Today, I think most Chinese technology companies will go do some globalization, but I think the localization is more important. Even I think the most important thing for globalization. When we enter a new market, because so far we have launched our solution for nearly almost the world, every country. But we must first respect the local rule. What I mean is the respect, not to learn and familiar, but we must respect the local rule and then build the trust through the openness. Regulation should not be seen, I think it's not only a challenge for the Chinese technology company go abroad. If we approach it in the right way, I think it can become an opportunity for mutual understanding and common growth. That's why our strategy team also to integrate proactively and prepare it these things ahead of time. We have worked closely with the leading local professional advisor, and we also have built the early and continuous communication with the relevant organization. For example, in the UK, the Philistine port is the first biggest contract all over the world. So far, we have launched 100 autonomous trucks and 2 battery swapping stations there. But we also have some connection with such as the NCSC to discuss how the data transportation and the storage, how the IP, even the human source, the law firm. So I think we should do the localization, should respect the local law and regulation. That's the most important.
What about localization? What about localization when it comes to fintech, Stefan? What are the real challenges in terms of entering new markets and becoming a genuinely local business?
Yeah, I think everyone is talking about the localization. Yeah. But how to look into the local business community, it's not an easy thing to do. Let's talk back again about the Oasis when WeBank just entered into a Hong Kong market. We are based in Shenzhen for more than a decade, and we regarded Hong Kong just like a neighbor. Even just like a neighbor, we still need help from Oasis. They have done, and what they are doing now is building up a network to help us to connect to all the key stakeholders, like the government, regulators, and the local business partners. And they extend their credibility to help us to build up our image with the local communities. So this is quite important, but this is still external. And if we talk about internal, to handle this challenge, we need to have a long-term commitment to invest into the local relationship building and also to build a strong local team. So for the Chinese companies, so advice is not like to chase a short-term performance target, but to just take a very long-term commitment to the local community.
You mentioned, everyone's talked about partnerships as being crucial. And I know, Brian, that's kind of your starting point, you know, from governments, tech parks, investor networks, universities, R&D centres, as well as chambers, associations, professional firms. Talk about the role of partnerships in all of these expansion stories.
Well, a lot to talk, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know, when we attract and support those companies to set up in Hong Kong, I think what they need, as what Stephen mentioned just now, they need to connect with the local community. We also call the ecosystem. So what you mentioned just now, well, including the government departments, so we have, you know, in the last few years, we have already launched quite a lot of those new policy. For example, for fintech, we have the, you know, the Web3, we have the digital asset statement, and we also launched, you know, the stablecoin regime. So quite a lot of these new regulations. So I think one of the very important is how to catch up with the, government policy and how to make good use of these policies to support you to develop. And for the others, because as what I mentioned just now, that Hong Kong is developing as an international innovation and technology center. So all these ecosystem partners, including universities, we have many government programs to support the company to come to Hong Kong and also to collaborate with these universities. We have many different kind of government funding schemes to support them to do the R&D development, especially no matter on the talent development, on those the lending project, to using their, you know, the technology, or also using their, you know, the professor, etc. So, and also talking about eventually you need to go to the market. For example, the chambers and associations also play a very good, important role, especially not only in Hong Kong, but also how to make good use of their network to expand globally. So, as what Kay mentioned just now, they have the, you know, the good showcase in our seaport and airport. So then we can bring in our, you know, chambers or associations to visit physically in Hong Kong. And it's a good showcase for them to visualize those kind of technology can be used in the home country. So that's the beauty of Hong Kong and how to make ourselves as a springboard and to showcase our good tech companies in Hong Kong.
Now, everyone up on this stage is a success story, but we all know that the road isn't always direct. You've taken a few diversions, it's been bumpy, and there would have been some setbacks. So, Tony, how do you know when you've adapted enough to a market and when you're in danger of not doing enough and maybe losing business or losing out a successful business in the first place?
Yeah, I think first thing is continue to provide the best product and services to our consumers. So in Saudi, for example, our average delivery time is about 35 minutes, which is faster than our competitors. Our on-time rate is more than 90%. And there's a survey by the industry that Kita continues to rank #1 by the consumers. So I think this is crucial, right, if you want to survive in the market. And second, I think as Kay and Stefan mentioned, is localization is very important. So we have, in Middle East, we already have almost 1,000 employees, about more than 90% are local employees. They know the market, they know how to communicate with the local consumers. And green is a common color in the Middle East, right? But I think Saudi prefer a light version of green and Qatar prefer a deep version of the green, a darker version of the green. So these nuances are better understood by the local teams. And lastly, I think it's just part of the community. So for example, in Saudi, last Ramadan, we contributed more than 30,000 free meals to the poorer community. And in Hong Kong, like last year, unfortunately, there was a fire, right? So we work with our partners to also provide support through our logistic network. So I think be part of the community is also very important. Yeah. And lastly, I also want to take this opportunity to thank Brian and also Oasis. I think they provide a lot of help when we entered Hong Kong and when we learned how to go beyond mainland China and become more international.
So it's about being nimble, it's about adapting. And what about UK? What's the one thing that you maybe had to completely rethink to continue to create that high value tech drive in Hong Kong's evolution as a global hub for green logistics?
Westwell International Headquarters and I come to Hong Kong for 3 years. So I think the one thing I think is I learned from these 3 years is the role of the Hong Kong for the Chinese technology company has been transferred from just being a window or first step to becoming the global innovation sandbox. So I think that Hong Kong is not just a state over or just a fundraising station. We should treat Hong Kong as a place for trust building. I just mentioned that I think the Chinese technology company come to Hong Kong can get into touch and think earlier about the governance, different governance, the disclosure, the data protection, the IP, talent structure, custom communication, and risk management. So if this issue is considered after we enter into the overseas market, I think the change of this cost. The cost of this change is very high and expensive. So I think we should put Hong Kong as the unique position for help Chinese technology company make this transformation and the learning.
So do you think originally you underestimated the opportunity that was there and then found that there were more doors opened?
Yes, because I think Hong Kong and the China mainland has a different business regulation and different framework. So that makes the Chinese company to open the mind and open their view for before they enter into the overseas market.
So Stefan, there are differences but also similarities, so that when you then take the leap to a new market, so let's talk about the Middle East again, if you were advising a company that wanted to do just that, what one assumption would you tell them to challenge?
Well, I think first I want to say that Middle East is not one market. I just take Tony's example that somewhere light blue, somewhere dark blue, or somewhere light green, somewhere dark green. Actually, each country has its own specifications, like the religions, like customer behavior, like the business culture. So we need to respect that and understand what are really their own needs. And it's not like a strategy works in this country can work in another. So there is no like a one strategy fits all, this kind of approach. So we need to localize for each of the market as we said, the localization. This is the first. And the second one is how we understand or how we judge the success, about how you build up the local team, and your products needs to be welcomed by the local customers, and your company needs to be honored by the local business partners, as well as your job needs to be highly, accepted or highly valued by the local job seekers, by the local employees. All these as a whole, then you become a local company.
You know how Tony was saying how in Hong Kong people ordered single meals compared to Saudi, where it was great big gathering that couldn't be delivered by drone. You had to have bigger cars for it. Tell me about some of the differences when it comes to fintech from market to market.
Something like like in Asia, in China, in Hong Kong, we value a lot about the customer experience. We value a lot about just use seconds to get a loan to make a payment. All digitalized, and it's quite smoothly only through the app or through the website. But if you go to the other market, people don't value this very much. People still think about their security. People still think about you are a foreign name. Do you have a credibility and a trustworthy? And the last, if we put this as it's called like a psychological safety. That you can create this safety to all the customers instead of you only emphasize your customer experience, you emphasize your efficiency. So this is also a real case.
So are you saying the way you operate is different? You're almost a different business from country to country?
Yeah, definitely, yes.
Okay. So Brian, I'd like to give some advice to the audience here. What one piece of advice would you give to the audience or a company in Hong Kong or mainland China that's looking to the Middle East in particular, that's wondering whether now is the right time or whether they should wait a little bit, see how things change?
Well, I think always the now is the right time. I think this is the always. If you ask me one piece of advice, I think the first, can I have two, right? The first one is just take all the advice from this these three companies who shared just now. I mean, it's all of the real experience, how to expand globally. So I think the first advice is to take their advice. Okay, first one. And the second one, I would say that because, Oasis, after our establishment, we have already attract and support 124 companies, strategic companies, to land in Hong Kong. And we have already met, I think, 10 times of this number. That means we have already met over thousands of these companies who want to set in Hong Kong and also make use of Hong Kong to go global. So my humble advice may be, especially for those companies who are looking for go global, I will suggest them to learn how to forget. You need to know how to forget. What does it mean? Especially for those companies, maybe they are already very successful in the local market. When they enter to a new market, normally they will just follow the same way. How they may just copy the old model to want to just copy and paste to the new market. And my humble advice is that they need to try to empty themselves. I mean, to empty their cup and then to learn new things and to be more open, to understand more about, the requirement and also the law and regulation, the religion, the local talent. And my advice would be they need to understand more before they formulate the local model, how to penetrate the market. Yeah.
Okay, so taking all of that advice on board, Tony, how do you do that without losing your own brand identity and your own business culture that you've taken so many years to nurture and see thrive?
Yeah, I think one thing is really to leverage your own strength, right? So Meituan as a company, we started in 2010. We have more than 10 years operation experience in food delivery. Every day we transact more than 100 million orders. So we have lots of technology and operation know-how we can bring from China to Hong Kong to Middle East to Brazil. But at the same time, you need to understand local nuances, right? Just like what I mentioned, Hong Kong people like to eat by themselves, Middle East eating big families. Therefore, we have to adapt our technology to local markets, right? So every time we enter a new market, as Brian said, we want to empty ourselves. And as a new learner, right, so coming to the market, we have to understand how consumers behave and then try to adapt.
So take your technology, take your teams, but don't go don't be single-minded.
Exactly.
Go with localization in mind and keep learning from the market you've been in before, but know that it's not, what do we say backstage? It's not cut and paste. Right. No. Everyone put your hands together for this brilliant panel. It's been really terrific stuff. Thank you very much to Brian, to Stefan, to Kay, and to Tony. Okay. Guys, they have to have photographs. So if we
Once again, a big thank you to our panelists for dissecting how we can forge new frontiers and ultimately expand beyond our local markets. Now, behind every smooth cross-border experience, there's a very complex layer of trust. It involves compliance, identity, risk, but also local market execution. So in this fireside chat, leaders from fintech as well as payment space are going to discuss how companies can really expand globally while also maintaining this trio of speed, security, as well as confidence. So with that, please join me in welcoming once again our speakers to the stage and our very, very wonderful moderator who's already been here twice on the stage, Adam Shaw. Please give them a very warm welcome.
Thank you very much, everyone, and welcome to Seamless Scale, building the trusted rails for global expansion. Now, when people talk about global expansion, they often focus on finding customers or finding capital, but behind the scenes of those international businesses, that industry and expansion is an invisible infrastructure that customers, well, they rarely think about. It's not their problem to think about that. They just assume it's there and that it will work. All those things, compliance, verification, fraud prevention, moving money across borders. It happens unseen, and in fact, that very unseen, that invisible nature of it is an element of its very success. And if they work well, then it is or appears effortless. And that's what I want to talk about in this session. And to help me do that, I'm joined by Kai Wu, who's Chief Revenue Officer at Airwallex, one of the world's fastest growing financial technology companies, and Matthew Driver, who's Executive Vice President and Head of Services for Asia Pacific at MasterCard. Thank you very much, guys, for joining me. Kai, if I could start with you. Airwallex, do people understand what it is?
I think so. We have been in the market now over 11 years, founded in Melbourne, Australia back to 2015. So nowadays we process close to $300 billion volume per year, and that still represent 120% year-over-year growth, and with the revenue about 1.3 billion. And our licenses capabilities allow us to operate now in close to 90 countries in the world. And with AI now, we are building the intelligent financial platform for global businesses with the product of both payments and global banking.
Right. Matthew, MasterCard, more established, been around for longer. In your view, is there only one real space for one dominant player in this market? Because having multiple systems might lead to confusion. It's just simpler to have a single infrastructure?
Yeah, well, directly, I'd say no. I think what we are seeing is that really, if anything, payments is probably fragmenting more than ever. We have more payment options that are available to people. So I think the critical thing is how do you put that together and connect that ecosystem, that fabric of payment options, and then overlay it with the right experience to create value for customers. I think at the end of the day, that's something that's critically important. We're a multi-rail company, right? We work in regular retail payments, fast payments, money movement, and more recently, obviously, as you know, with OpenUSD, we'll be going into the stablecoin infrastructure. So it's how you orchestrate those solutions that are really key. And as long as you do that with the security and the trust that you've got, we talked about this on the earlier sessions, and you overlay that with a customer experience, working with partners, that's where you create the value. In many ways, that's really what Airwallex does, is that they're creating that fabric on top of and using payment rails and other capabilities to orchestrate a better solution for their customers.
One of the big themes of the conference so far has been AI. You'll certainly have had pre-AI infrastructure, or newer entrants to the market. Does that give you an advantage in that you can start from an AI-oriented system, whereas other more traditional companies have to sort of develop existing systems to cope with that?
Yeah, I think we're just quite lucky. When we founded the company, we decided that we want to become infra first and API first. The reason we built the company, building Airwallex in this way, is because purely running on software in APAC, honestly, the monetization is very difficult. So you need to run very deep in the infrastructure and providing API to allow us serving a lot of those mid-market and enterprise customers. But nowadays, it comes to us as a unique advantage because AI itself makes the software building much faster. So just last month, we have launched we call it T0 Finance. Basically, it's AI native accounting software, and we just from scratch, we took like 9 months to build it out, and now able to roll out to the first batch of the customers, and we are still advancing very fast. And also we have a launched ARI, which is a quasi-consumer payments product, which is also developed like in the past 1 year. So AI has made those software advancements much faster than before. However, those infrastructure move still as the speed in the past. So the licensing acquisition takes you as long as before, even with the AI. So the integration with those payments rails, banking rails, card schemes still take you as long as before.
Is that getting better? Is the regulation catching up with the technology space?
I think they are trying to, but when they see the technology trend until they're able to make the move, usually there will be quite some time lapse there.
And Matthew, if that is an advantage for Airwallex, being able, a newer starter can build AI systems from the bottom up, is it fair to say that that's a disadvantage for the likes of MasterCard who've got already pre-AI systems?
I think we have a lot of pre-AI systems. What we really have is I guess a huge experience in doing artificial intelligence and machine learning for more than 15 years. So we already have the baseline of muscle development, if you like. And the other thing is that we have a huge amount of transaction data. So as we see models commoditize, right, they're just going to run out of data. The real key thing is how do you actually build applications and that take advantage of your proprietary information, right? So over the MasterCard network, over 200 countries, 180 billion, 200 billion transactions a year. And so you've got huge insights on the nature of the transaction flow, the profile of economies. You're able to deliver economic insights. And look, we start with fraud. Obviously, we're looking to make sure that we create the safer ecosystem. So fraud was the first place that we've started, but we offer personalization platform, the insights that come in cyber security and threat intelligence, personalization platforms as well. So we've built out a range of capability that now, by overlaying on top of our infrastructure, because we've got really organized data, having those processes in place, the governance in place, that actually enables us to move pretty fast as well. I think the one thing that we really need to work on, and we find this with customers, is that how do they organize their data? Organizing your data as an enterprise is really going to be critical for you to get the best value out of AI. And so when we think about how do we look at commerce, it's about making it safer, safer, smarter, and more personal. And that's sort of the lens we look at.
So, but you talk about your customers organizing their data. So, I mean, that must be a bit of a conflict. You've got a customer you've got to be nice to, not tell them what to do. And yet you seem to be saying they come to you, but you really want to go take a step back because your own systems aren't working.
Yeah, I mean, what we're trying to do is that people look to us because of our scale and our expertise to say, look, you've done this to yourself. And so our value-added services businesses, we're able to work with clients to say, look, where do you really have to start? And you have to start with data fundamentals. We have organized our data in certain ways. This is what we can share about what good looks like. This is what good governance looks like. This is what model bias testing looks like. This is what the right kind of custody processes look like, consent management. Because you need to have those in place, because that's where the regulators are going to look. Are you responsibly managing that data? Right. Because as long as you have the trust in the base, you can then start to run the application stack.
Kai, we've already in this session and in every session talk about AI. AI is the new normal. It's what everyone's talking about. I wonder, is there a counter view to that at all? In that, is there any skepticism that it's promising everything and we may be too excited by it? Is there any kickback at all, or are we not at that stage?
In our view, and also working with a lot of customers, we believe we are just at the starting point of AI applications. I would say the model capabilities is actually to a stage where many people might underestimate the power of the
Even
current
now,
model.
even now, you agree?
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, humans are really bad at exponential projection. Yeah. So we're going to overestimate in the short term and underestimate in the long term.
Yeah, I would say the applications is going to come, and what we see is very important is two things. One is now we know as long as you can provide good context to the model or to the AI, then they are able to produce amazing results. And the other is, to Matthew has mentioned, basically the data is very critical. So a lot of times, like we see a lot of AI applications company, they're like a wrapper of those models, but meanwhile they don't have the data, and they don't have the context. So they're trying to just create something out of the model itself without a lot of, I would say, input or like those context of the applications. Hence, a lot of the applications' performance doesn't really live up to what people think. But I believe like those things are going to change. And a lot of the applications are being built in a great context of those large platforms. And those platforms, like us, like Stripe, like Revolut, they really have a lot of data and context. Looking at us, it's like we have customers, both payments and banking data, and also those transactions. And this can, if we use AI properly, then that can create tremendous value for the customers.
And from both of you, I hear that message strongly. I get the sense then that am I right in saying you both see that right now we are living through an inflection point in the development of this, or is it just steady progress, things get better, things change, or will we look back on today, this year, in 5 years' time and go, that was a point at which things changed? What's your sense? Maybe Matthew first.
Yeah, that's a good one. I think, look, there's no doubt that going into this, I guess, AI era is going to be a big step change. But when we look back at the technology and how it's accelerated in the past, we are just noticing that this is just another one. I do think, though, that you have to think about some big technological shifts, whether or not it was the internet, whether it's been mobile compute, whether or not it's been AI. I think that the biggest difference, if you like, is when the internet came along, really the cost of communication, essentially the marginal cost of communication went to zero.
Yeah.
Right? And so you think about AI, basically the cost of prediction has gone to zero. And so there's huge amounts of power that can come out of this. It's really quite hard to imagine what the future will look like. I think the key that we really need to be aware of is that, for every amount of improvement and transformation of an experience that you can deliver, you need to be able to bring the customer with you. And I think that that's going to be a really important dimension, right? How do you think about keeping trust in the digital economy? In many ways, trust is the currency of the digital economy. Do you know what I mean? And I think that how do you ensure that you've got those processes in place and you make it evident to a consumer, right? Because a lot of these platforms can run in the background, but they have to have the right permissions. And I think most of the regulators are going to be thinking about that. And there also now, there's a lot of conversations that we have about, as we move towards agentic, which is ultimately autonomous, right? How do you ensure that you keep the human in the loop? But also, how are you protecting from agent safety? You don't want to have model drift, right? How do I know that the provenance of an agent? How do I know the data it was trained on? Did it have the right permissions? Was it assembled in the appropriate agent factory? And how is it behaving? Right. And so as we've established sort of agent pay as a process for our network, the one thing we're really focusing on is agent safety and how do you know your agent, right? And how do we make sure we validate the behavior and the provenance of that agent? And then secondly, how do we map that, tokenize it through the ecosystem with the right consent and chain of provenance, so you know that, if you've asked for red trainers, that you get red trainers, or if you don't get red trainers, was it the customer who made the mistake, Was it the agent that made the mistake?
But that's an interesting point that Matthew makes, Guy. He's raised this issue of trust. And that goes back to almost how I introduced this whole session. You do lots of stuff, but in essence, what you're both doing is dealing in trust. My question to you is that, are you not being pulled in two different directions? On the one hand, trust is the basis of what you do. It's the product, really. But on the other hand, your customers are demanding increasingly frictionless, fast, instantaneous product provision. Do they not operate in two different directions?
Not really, actually. So what we see is for the customers demanding the speed, or like, to your point, like a lot of automation. The most important thing is like we let them know what happens, and everything is actually traceable in our system. So we have an agent living in our web and web application, and basically it will suggest multiple things. For example, financial policies, approval workflows, and transaction optimization. And every decision they make is under the authorization of the user. And every operation the agent has done basically is traceable in the system. So it's not like the agent will just do a lot of things without the approval of the human being who operate that. And also those steps can be looked back. And for those non-reversible operations, we also will ask basically for the approval or double confirm from the human beings to really take this forward. I'll say, actually also to the question you asked before, I think now from our observations with the customers, we are in a very interesting stage. I'm not sure whether it is an inflection yet. However, you definitely see agents start to diffuse in more and more of the workflows of the customers. And such diffusion will make agents come to a certain density in a workflow, and that will derive the demand of like those agents need to work with each other. Honestly, like, at this stage, I still don't see this is a necessity for a lot of our customers. But when the agentic workflow really become more and more agentic, then I would say a lot of interesting things will start to happen, just as we now already see in coding. If you look back coding like 12 months ago, it wasn't so interesting because they are able to generate, for example, 50, 60% of the code. So what? But nowadays, people talk about 95%, or now, hopefully, in the next maybe 3 months, it's going to be like 100% generated by AI. Then it is quite a breakthrough. Such diffusion takes time, but I would say it is quite measurable.
On that point, you talk about the future for coders is very different because AI is eating their lunch, really. And you're both very optimistic about the future of AI. Could it eat your lunch? Could it get rid of your industry in the way it's getting rid of the coders industry? We don't need you guys. AI agents could do it all for us.
So maybe I just talk that very quickly, and then I leave time for Matthew. So we see that a lot of the verticals of the financial services is going to be consolidated. In the past, there might be like 10 verticals of the financial services. Now, within each of the verticals, there are top 2 or 3 players. Now those 10 verticals are merged into one, and there are still going to be just 2 or 3 top players in this much bigger addressable market. So this is what we see, and we're trying to keep up, and not being eaten by the AI.
Okay.
Yeah, was it Andy Grove a long time ago with Intel said only the paranoid survive? I think, look, it's very important to keep an eye on this, but at the end of the day, it's about keeping the customer centric to what you do. In many ways for payments, that infrastructure is very much quite consistent because you want that interoperability, you need the utility, you need the coverage. But actually what's beyond that is the data security, the better experience, the ability to validate identity, to think about the check-in and the digital experience. So it's the orchestration that comes around that's super important. Also, I think you mentioned the trade-off with convenience and security. I don't think that really exists so much in the sense that what we're always doing is calibrating. right? You want to be persistently calibrating. If it's a higher risk situation or a higher risk scenario, you might want to actually pop up a validation and check with the customer. If it's a very regular transaction that we're seeing all the time, the customer makes it on a regular basis, it's with a merchant they know, it's the merchant we know, then you're going to allow that to come through. What we do know, though, from research and experience, is that, I'll give you an example from faster payments. Faster payments, when it was first implemented, everybody just went straight away, but it almost was too fast for the consumer, right? And so what has happened now is that people are starting to introduce a little bit of positive friction into that equation, right? Just wanted to check in, was this you making this payment? And the ability that you have with technology to do that in a very pro-consumer, consent-driven way means that you're empowering the customer and also checking in on them. And that kind of, again, comes back to the trust equation. But the great thing is with the technology we have, we can do both of those things and there's no compromise.
Brilliant, okay. So we are at a bit historic inflection point, and you can have everything, it seems, AI and the jobs in the future. Guys, thank you very much indeed. Please thank the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ed, I think we'll just do a photo.
So ladies and gentlemen, here on this stage, we've covered a host of topics so far. We've covered cross-border growth, we've covered tech diplomacy, and just now, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard about security and trust. And coming up, we'll be hearing about AI within financial services. And since I do see a lot of people, new people coming in, let me give you a recap first of all. This is the very first edition of Leap East. In fact, the 5th edition of Leap is going to be taking place very shortly in Riyadh in August, end of August. So if you're free, then make sure to pencil that in your calendar. A few quick numbers just to give you an idea of the scale. We have about 25,000 people walking through these doors over the next 3 days. We have about 300 speakers, 300 investors, not to mention 400 exhibitors and a number of country pavilions. So make sure to check that out after this session. Coming up, we've got AI application in financial services. So we'll talk a look about application all the way to governance. And with that, we do have a very incredible guest who I'm going to welcome now to the stage. His name is Jack Chan, JP, Chairman of EY China, Regional Managing Partner of EY Greater China. So with that, please put your hands together for Jack Chan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jack Chan from EY, and it is my privilege to represent EY as the knowledge partner for Leap East 2026. AI is already changing how customers make financial decisions and how financial institutions earn trust. Today, I would like to share what we have learned on a topic that I believe is relevant to everyone in this room: AI application and governance in financial services. We'll cover 3 themes today. First, customer adoption and where financial institutions can create value. Second, governance gaps that need to be closed. And third, CEO priorities, with our focus on Hong Kong's strategic advantages and how we can translate our edges into trust AI leadership. First, let me start with what we are seeing from customers and what it means for institutions. Consumer adoption of AI for financial decision making is growing rapidly, especially among younger generation. According to an EY Consumer AI Sentiment Survey conducted recently, covering more than 18,000 people across 23 markets, nearly half, that's 49% of global consumers use AI in the past 6 months to support savings or investment decisions, from basic research to specific recommendations. Adoption is highest among Gen Z and millennials. Over 65% of these two consumer segments have used AI to support investment decisions. What stands out even more is that younger consumers are not only using AI more frequently, they are also placing greater trust in it and expressing higher willingness to rely on AI for high-stake financial decisions. We are seeing behavior evolve from AI assistance to AI delegation. 14% of consumers have already allowed AI to choose financial service providers on their behalf. This shift creates significant opportunities for financial institutions to convert usage into revenue and long-term retention by influencing customer decisions early in the journey. AI is not only changing how customers make financial decisions, it is also opening new pathways for financial institutions to accelerate growth, improve client experience, and strengthen long-term relationships. EY recently helped a commercial bank co-develop a smart sales advisory platform. The platform combines historical pricing data with deal structuring expertise and uses AI to generate real-time, optimized pricing recommendations for frontline relationship managers. The client reported immediate tangible business impact, stronger revenue optimization, faster execution, more consistent pricing, and more personalized client engagement at scale. This is a major opportunity to rethink how institutions price, serve, and interact with customers. Customers now expect personalized recommendations, faster responses, and proactive engagement. Transforming customer experience with AI is important. Using it responsibly is just as crucial. Next, let's talk about the current governance gaps in organizations and the importance of adopting responsible AI. AI adoption has moved significantly faster than AI governance. Most organizations have deployed AI widely, but far fewer have established the controls needed to manage it responsibly. According to the latest UI Responsible AI Pulse survey, which covered over 950 C-suite executives, 72% of organizations have integrated AI into most of their initiatives, yet only about 1/3 have implemented robust responsible AI controls. The financial consequences are already visible. Nearly 2/3 of organizations surveyed suffer losses of more than $1 million US. The most common AI risks are non-compliance with AI regulations and biased outputs. This governance gap increases the risk of eroding trust with customers and regulators. However, governance should not be viewed as a barrier to innovation. The most successful organizations recognize that effective governance reduces risk and creates the transparency and accountability needed to scale AI in a controlled, sustainable way. We recently worked with a financial institution that was rolling out AI use cases in anti-money laundering and fraud. A centralized governance framework was introduced across the full AI adoption's lifecycle, from client and vendor assessment to ongoing monitoring with clear controls and accountability embedded into daily operations. Since governance was built into the process from the start, the AI use case launch results were encouraging, with real-time oversight, full auditability, and faster rollout. In financial services, trust is fundamental. Strong AI governance transforms responsible AI from a compliance obligation into a driver of long-term competitive advantage. CEO today need to capture the AI trend by adopting responsible AI and governance, and we can also leverage Hong Kong's competitive edges. We have seen many institutions that have launched numerous pilots, but few have translated them into measurable business value at scale. The core challenge is that experimentation does not always translate into business value. Most organizations run many small, disconnected pilots without a clear line of sight to business outcomes. They lack the discipline to scale what works. Based on our experience working with our clients, we have several recommendations. Number one, pick a high-impact workflow, not dozens of pilots. Focus on high-impact areas that have effectiveness or efficiency pain points. They may include fraud detection, customer onboarding, or claims processing. Redesign the end-to-end workflow around AI. Do not just automate isolated tasks. Define our KPIs upfront: revenue, cycle time, or risk reduction. Number two, embed governance into the operating model from day one. Do not treat governance as a final check. Build accountability, cross-functional oversight, and responsible AI principles into every stage. That is what gives regulators and customers the confidence to let you scale. Number three, invest in people as aggressively as technology. CEO must invest in role-based learning, strategy for leaders, workflow redesign for managers, and practical skills for employees. Without people transformation, technology alone delivers little. EY's own track record backs this up. We have made a deep investment in people, upskilling, and put humans at the center of the transformation. Over 80% of our employees have completed fundamental AI training, and over 100,000 EY AI training badges have been issued or initiated globally. This focus on education has significantly accelerated AI integration into daily operations. The success of this approach is further evidenced by the high user adoption rate of EY.AI platform, which stands at cover 81%. In summary, the message for CEO is simple. Focus on a few important workflows, build governance from the beginning, and upskill your teams to use AI with confidence. This is how you can turn AI investment into real measurable business results. Hong Kong has a real opportunity to become the epicenter of trusted AI, particularly in financial and professional services. Leadership will depend on where firms, regulators, and the wider ecosystem choose to focus. There are three perspectives or leadership opportunities that I want to share. First, leadership in trust AI standards. Hong Kong already has a sophisticated regulatory infrastructure and a world-class legal system with mature frameworks for data protection, financial conduct, and dispute resolution. For firms, the priority is to translate that foundation into AI systems that are auditable and accountable. The opportunity is to pioneer practical AI governance standards that can be trusted by customers, regulators, and international markets. Second, leadership in cross-border interoperability. Hong Kong's proximity to the Chinese mainland's technology ecosystem is a unique advantage. The city acts as a natural testing ground for cross-border use cases where global standards meet mainland innovation before scaled adoption. The key opportunity is to define practical governance frameworks for cross-border AI that scales safely, not simply adopting algorithms faster than anyone else. Third, leadership in human-centric design. Hong Kong's deep talent base in legal, compliance, risk, and professional services is ideal for building the human oversight layer that trustworthy AI requires. As AI becomes more agentic, strong human oversight in the loop will become a source of trust and competitive advantage. To conclude, technology is moving fast, faster than most organizations can keep up. But trust does not move fast. It is built slowly, earned case by case, and lost in an incident. Hong Kong has a rare opportunity, not just to adopt AI, but to set the standard for how AI governs in financial services and to become the global benchmark for trusted AI. This is both a business opportunity and a responsibility to the market. The future of AI in financial services will not be defined by how fast we deploy technology. It will be defined by how responsibly we deploy it and by the trust we build along the way. We should build trusted AI together and let that be our competitive advantage. With that, thank you.
Of course, a big thank you to Jack Chan for his presentation. And if you are interested and you do have more questions, EY's booth is just right outside there if you have any more information. Now, remember, we do have 4 stages here, so thank you so much for choosing to be with us here on the main stage. But we also have Deep Fest, we have Orbital Stage, which is just right there in the middle, and we also have Ecosystem Exchange. And they're going to be covering a host of topics. We've got fintech, biotech, robotic and automation, policy and govtech, but also Web3. So let's just put it shortly, you're not going to be bored over the next 2-3 days. Now, I have a question to ask all of you. What makes AI deployable at scale? And I think that this is a question right now that many leaders are trying to grapple with. So to cut through the noise and to make it easier for you, we're going to have a few different perspectives up here on the stage. First of all, investors who are actually investing across the AI stack, but also a founder and operator who has actually built AI into the core of a digital bank all from day one. So with that, please welcome our speakers to the stage. They're going to share more insights there. And our moderator, Alexandra Viduk, CEO and founding partner of Beyond Earth Ventures. Please give them a very warm welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being with us today. And my name is Alexandra Viduk, and it's a pleasure for me to moderate this amazing lineup of speakers. So we spent last few years being obsessed with AI models. But let's look at the market in the middle of 2026. AI is increasingly constrained by physical world, energy availability, computational power, and enterprise ability to deploy AI. The question is no longer if AI is transformative, but what must be true to scale. And today I would like to ask each of the speakers to have like 1-minute introduction about your company.
Okay, hi, I'm Cindy Chow from Alibaba Hong Kong Entrepreneurs Fund. I'm the CEO of the fund, which is, it runs like a foundation. So the group endowed $1 billion Hong Kong to set it up in 2015. We used the money to invest into startups and scale-ups. And on exits, we recycled the money to continue to invest. So far, we are already in our Fund 3. And the Fund 3 is focusing on investing into AI native companies globally.
Great. My name is Amal Dukhan. I'm a managing partner at 500 Global. It's a US firm based out of California, 13 years old. And I manage the Middle East and North Africa Fund today. And we're in Fund 2. We invested in more than 120 companies up to date. We're sector agnostic, but we're seeing a lot of AI, where we're investing also and looking for new innovative models in that. And very nice to be here, and it's pleased to be among this panel.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Simon Long. I'm the founder and group CEO of WeLab. WeLab, we run one of the biggest fintech companies in Asia. We have 75 million users. To date, we've done around 20 billion US of loans. We operate WeLab Bank in Hong Kong, Bank Sako in Indonesia, amongst a lot of other technology and fintech companies. Thank you.
And a little bit about us. So we are Beyond Earth Ventures. It's a deep tech VC. We are US-based. We're investing in deep tech, early-stage companies, pre-seed, seed, Series A, in sectors such as energy, robotics, compute, and so on. And my first question for Cindy. Cindy, with the launch of AAF Next Gen Fund, you made a very deliberate shift towards investing in application layer of AI. While so much global noise is still consumed by the foundational model race, what are the specific signals you look for to prove an application layer company has a defensible, foundable mode rather than just being a thin roper around someone else's model?
Right. Yeah. So our investment thesis is also, really related to the 5-layer cake. I think in each layer there will be solutions or applications, we will say, that can solve some of the key problems. Because as an investor, I'm sure you will agree as well. We are not trying to look for startups that use other people's technology or the other people's models to do something, but rather we would look for startups that can really solve a real problem. So give an example for the first investment that AEF Next Gen Fund did is a software layer company, but what they are trying to solve is really the infrastructure and also the chip or the computing layer that most of the Chinese data centers is facing. So if you are familiar with this situation in China, most of the data centers are built in the western part of China where the electricity is cheaper, but the usage is on the coastal regions. So, and the second thing is a lot of these data centers, they have chips, a combination of different chips, both NVIDIA and also domestic chips. So this software layer company, they try to solve few problems. First of all, they can allow different chips from different brands to do the computation at the same time. And then secondly, they can improve the efficiency of some of the chip computation by over 30%. But last but not least, they also try to meet the data center, the capacity with the right usage. Say, for example, if you're training a model, then latency is not a problem. But if you are doing autonomous driving, then latency has to be as short as possible. So so this is an example how we define or how we look at application. It is not what we are thinking about only the top layer, which is application, but rather we would also love to see application that can solve real problem in different layers of the stack.
Thank you for this interesting insight. Simon, next question is for you. So you just closed a major Series D. Congratulations, by the way. And I guess it's like a reflection on your AI vision and the company as well. As an operator who are writing checks for your own infrastructure within your company, I understand that you have both hybrid approach. So you use both like global models like Google, but also locally deploying models like DeepSeek. So from your perspective, where is the capital being spent efficiently right now across the infrastructure layer versus where it's still being priced on narrative?
Yes, we're very happy to announce we closed a $220 million round of debt and equity with Prudential, HSBC, Hong Kong IC coming in particular on the AI strategy, right? I think it's important that me as a founder and CEO, I took it over last year so that we run it with a very strong focus. I think we're using a build, buy, and partnership approach, depending on the nature of it. For example, we've been deploying AI technology on credit, underwriting, and fraud detection since 2016-17. It's a build approach that we build it in-house ourselves. That's a core to our strategy. And last year, what we did was we formed a regional partnership with Google on the AI side, where it's a partnership approach. We have to understand that as a fintech company, we don't build LLMs, we don't build infrastructure and data center. We look at adoption. How do we effectively adopt? So the token economics become very important, the development costs become very important, and we need to look at how we scale up across the organization using different partnership approach in order to do so.
Thank you, that's very interesting. Amal, next question is for you. Yep. So through the Sanabil 500 accelerator, you're evaluating hundreds of different startups on the early stage AI startups. At the seed or pre-seed stage, the true ROI modeling for the enterprise client is incredibly difficult. We understand that. especially given shifting compute and inference costs. What core unit economics do you demand from founders today to gain conviction that their product can actually deliver an underwritable return for a corporate buyer?
Right. It's a very, very interesting question, and I hope we have the answer for it, right? So as an early stage investor, one of the things that we need to be comfortable with is investing in non-clear models sometimes, right? We have to be comfortable with the fact that the unit economics may not have been standardized or benchmarked. I can look at B2B SaaS models, and really come up with the unit economics. But when it comes to AI, there's a lot of changeability today. There's a lot about, adoption, as Simon was talking today. You want to be adopted quickly. So what we look at the early stage is basically their ability to onboard a client and the speed of onboarding. We look at the cost of onboarding a client today, and knowing that this could change with the lack of some of the infrastructure and data infrastructure that is available in the market in the Middle East versus utilizing what's being outsourced. Another thing is like this, getting the speed of really proving value to the customer. This is another thing, because you're convincing them that this technology is better than whatever they're using. So we look at AI as a tool today that will add efficiency and all of this stuff. Can they measure it or not? And maybe after deployment, obviously we care about retention. We don't want that client to churn. How are you going to maintain it? So the challenge, I think the biggest thing is that these data can be different, and the numbers and the metrics are going to change as they adopt more. It might get cheaper, it might get more expensive. So, but I think this is an overall, some of the things that we look at, and we have to train ourselves as early stage investors in MENA to be comfortable with the unknown and to trust, our guts that this solution is solving a real pain and a real problem for the customer in order to go forward with it.
Very well said. Thank you, Amal. And as we continue on ROI topic, Simon, I would like to go to you. And what I understand that VLab Bank hit profitability deploying 15 AI agents, which is amazing. So most of the enterprise leaders are still struggling to ensure AI drives actual efficiency and not just becoming a massive R&D line item. So when rolling out AI in a highly regulated, risk-averse environment, what are the hard, non-negotiable KPIs you use to justify the transition risk?
We, very early on, we moved people from a LLM kind of approach to an agent approach because we want real-life adoption and use cases, right? So we encourage a lot of them to do interesting things. Last year, we rolled out a couple of new agents, including a loan sales agent that can sell people to borrow money from us, all the way to a verification agent, meaning when you submit information, it will autonomously go around the internet or the government databases to verify data and stuff like that. And we actually going to build the next generation soon. If you look at the cognitive capability of human being, a chatbot, it's the lowest level, right? There's a set of questions, you answer like customer service. The next layer of cognitive capability is sales. You try to understand the need of someone and you try to sell them a product. And the next level is actually negotiation, where you actually negotiate with someone. They want lower pricing, higher ticket size, or they want this, they want a little gift here and there. So we actually continuously pushing the boundary so that we can do more interesting things with the AI agent. So being able to achieve the objective and the conversion rate, I think that's a very important part. Accuracy is extremely important. And as you shared, in a regulated environment, in a bank, right, there are a lot of things that we have to fulfill in terms of governance and stuff like that. I believe these things strengthen the usability and the sustainability of the model. I don't see it as a cost. Now, but if you ask me across the board, if we have seen banks in general reaping the benefit of AI in a substantial, quantifiable yet, I don't think we have seen anything yet. But I think what you see is you have large banks who tell you they can save like 10% of the cost with AI doing software development. Versus you have a much smaller company who tell you that they can save 50%, much larger, but 10% of the cost for, let's say, a Google versus 50% or a little startup, that 10% of Google is still much, much bigger, right? But that actually depends on the complexity of the company itself. Meaning if you look at, let's say, at Google or HSBC, where the system is so complicated, there's so many dependencies. For them, it is very hard to fully adopt an AI software development tool. But for a smaller startup where you have simplicity, you have only one or two systems, it's actually very easy to automate since there's lesser dependencies.
Thank you for sharing. Amal, next question is for you. So looking at MENA region, many people describe that as a clean slate region. So basically a region which can leapfrog the legacy infrastructure and red tape regulatory environment which Western markets are trying to fight against. So how this digital native baseline actually accelerating AI deployment on the ground, and what can other emerging markets can learn from MENA in positioning itself?
Yeah, I mean, we can say it's clean slate-ish in a way. So it's not completely zero at this stage. And maybe if we take an example to bring it closer to everybody, like Saudi Arabia, for example. I think the government in Saudi Arabia have gone really and leapfrogged, in creating a digital infrastructure for the government, for example. So there was no wait for the private sector to move first. And I think that changed the game, on how people perceive the market, for example. There's also creating the frameworks for AI, for example. So Sadaya, in Saudi Arabia is looking at that and how to create frameworks rather than regulate it today to inhibit, right, certain use. But it's about these are the best practices. This is how you can look at it. This is the cyber, security measures you need to take. So today it's about really educating and really allowing those pathways. And also Humane, for example, now is doing the partnerships with NVIDIA to create more semiconductors. So the infrastructure is being created as we speak today in the data centers as well. So we can say that part of the work has been done by the government today to enable these models to actually operate and reduce a little bit of the cost, at the early stage. But the interesting part is exactly what you're saying, the clean slate in the private sector as well, and the ability of government entities to absorb. Since they are already digitized, the ability to absorb AI models, apply them, it's happening across board. We have companies that are working on compliance and governance. We have Governata, we have Intella, who's working, for example, on voice to text. They're being adopted by telcos. So you'll see different sectors that are being actually, we have Lisan, who's applying really aided models towards the government sector to help them with more efficiency. So I think, yes, the advantage is in the ability to convert faster and having, being accepted. The other part is about really being comfortable that many of the pieces of the model are being developed as we go. And maybe a last thing to conclude on the region, governments are working hand in hand with the startups. So they evolve, the regulatory part and the pathway along with the founders and where they're going. So when there is a problem occurs, there is committees and sandboxes that are being created to resolve that. So we can say clean slate versus, existing infrastructures are helping a lot to pave the way, for AI companies in the region.
Sounds like a lot of best practices to learn from. Thank you for sharing. And Cindy, next question is for you. So you recently spoken a lot about a macroeconomic shift from globalization to regionalization, positioning Hong Kong as a critical bridge between mainland China, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East. When an AI startup in your portfolio attempts to deploy across these three very widely different regulatory and infrastructure environments, what are the biggest frictions point they hit and how do they approach them?
Right. So I think in the opening today, a lot of Hong Kong officials, government officials, has talked about what advantages it is here in Hong Kong that startups can benefit from, be it the fundraising, the financial markets, and also the whole ecosystem. So I won't, further on that. But I think, like every startup, no matter whether you are, from China going overseas or to going overseas to Southeast Asia or Middle East, through Hong Kong, we'll have a benefit of, having a test bed before you test a bigger market. But of course, every market is different, and then I'm sure that Simon, having expanded to Indonesia, will agree that you have to solve a lot of frictions, including not only to adopt your business so that it is more accustomed to the local preference, but also how you are going to deploy it, how you deploy it in the first market may be different from a new market that you enter into. And then, of course, how you monetize, because the price level may be different in different markets as well. But all in all, I think how I see among our portfolio companies, those who have successfully expanded overseas, they have to really have to be there to experience, to understand the markets, and be able to be there so that they can build the relationship and have the partners that also Simon mentioned, so that you can be really, be in the markets and benefit from what the markets can provide to you. For example, of course, Simon is also, we are very fortunate that Fund 1, Simon is one of our portfolio companies, but in addition to WeLab, we also have another company called DIFT, or previously called One Degree, which is a virtual insurer. And they have very successfully expanded to the MENA region. The founders and the team are always there. And they also have good partners that help them to find very good corporate customers. So what they are doing, they started from pet insurance here in Hong Kong and expanded to cybersecurity and digital currency insurance. So globally, I think they are number 2 and number 1 in Asia. So I think the experience really, a lot of frictions, but you have to spend time in the market and also be very able to adopt to the local practices.
Oh, that's a great insight. Thank you for sharing. And so next question is for each of you. So we have room here full of very serious capital allocators and operators building innovative companies. So how would you say, what is the most underpriced variable in AI deployment today? And maybe we can start with Simon.
Yes, thank you. And of course, thank you, Cindy and Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund. They've been a great supporter of ours. I think on the question, I think from an operator perspective, I think the most undervalued on AI is the human adoption. I think that's the biggest problem right now. I think enterprises don't know how to adopt. I'll introduce a concept, right? The concept is called ceiling raiser and floor raiser. Ceiling raiser is like if you have an organization, ceiling raiser is you raise the top person to be even better. Floor raiser is you want everyone else increase the minimum standard. And a sports example is soccer. Soccer is a floor raiser game, right? You have 11 people on average. A soccer game is like 1 to 2 goals per game. Versus a basketball is a ceiling raiser game, right? On average, it's only there's only 5 players. On average, there's like an NBA is 120 points per game. So in a soccer game, you want to actually increase the floor level so that everyone becomes better. In basketball, you want the ceiling, the best guy to be even better. In AI adoption, if you think about it, it is a floor raiser game right now. You need to increase the general adoption of the team to be better at AI. You don't need the best guy to be even better, because if you want the whole organization adoption to be efficient and across the board, you need to adopt a floor raising strategy. For enterprises who always have a resources constraint, you need to figure out what is the initiative and money you put in order to achieve that.
Thank you, Simon. Amal?
So I'm going to also focus and zoom into MENA, kind of challenges, and maybe it applies globally as well. But I think one of the biggest things is actually calculating the changing costs of AI today. So the probability, there's assumptions today around some of the APIs are getting cheaper, but not necessarily that the other parts of the journey are going to be like that. So I think basing your models on existing prices without calculating that there will be a variability can be really challenging. So that's one thing to predict and really to look, what would be the impact on the business on the B2Bs that you're actually working with. I think the second thing is also the cost of AI talent, in our region. This is one of the things that, government is trying to create, all these training programs, sandboxes to create more talent, around that. So how much is the cost of it? And how long would it take to get everyone actually ready on that? And maybe a third component is when you're redesigning workflows in corporations and governments, that takes time and cost, and convincing them to adopt and to really change the way they do it. I think this is where I see most of the companies spending most of the time to understand the dynamics, the behaviors, the emotional factors, towards changing how they actually do the business. And these are things that companies need to think about, obviously, from the early days. And I think the region is, rising towards dealing with that. The good news, there is openness to trying and to piloting. So that's what we're banking on, where we're investing on those companies.
Thank you. Cindy?
Yeah, so being an investor based here in Hong Kong and also in Asia, we do feel that there are a lot of good opportunities for investors who are looking at the AI space, especially in China, where we see, first of all, the open source environment, which can encourage a lot of innovations on that. And then, and of course, the cost is much lower, fraction than if you start your own thing in the US. And then secondly, we are also very bullish on companies that are using integration of software and hardware because, hardware, I think it is very difficult for other parts of the world to catch up with the whole supply chain in China, which is efficient and also very cost competitive. So these are the areas that we feel will be something that we focus on going forward. And I think China will definitely have a long-term edge versus other parts of the world. And yeah, so I guess if you are from MENA or other parts of the world, if you are an investor, I would suggest that you really look into some of the AI startups here in this part of the region. So the valuation has really risen quite a bit for the last few months, but I think with the depressed valuation for the last few years, I think it is still very competitive as we compare to those that we find in the US.
Thank you for sharing. That's all interesting perspective. So I would like to share from the deep tech VC, so how we see AI. And we normally say that we don't invest in AI, but we invest in AI upstream. So for us, it doesn't matter which foundational model will be the best or how many AI agents will be out there. We know the trend is already there, is going up. But what we definitely need is energy and compute. Right? And we see a number of different innovations happening in energy. For example, there is a huge trend about fusion energy, about SMR, small medium reactors, innovation in solar panels, hydrogen, new materials which are improving different energy sources, but also the batteries and grid optimization. So all the data centers are now going and scouting for all this new potential innovation in energy. The same goes with compute. So if you think about data centers, right, the chip itself have to be, we need to have better chips. We need to have more innovation approach to build them, right? How do we manage middleware? How do we manage data center itself? And how do we manage, photonics is a big area, for example, right? How do we replace copper with lasers? And this is like amazing kind of technology stack. So what I see from the region itself and global, I normally say deep tech, we are investing in the best technology in the class. It can come from Indonesia, it can come from Saudi Arabia, it can come from Oxford, UK, or MIT, Stanford, right? We just want to see that the team thinks globally and the technology has the right patents and the right IP protection. So that's kind of my input on that. But any of the panelists would like to add any last word before we,
Yeah, I have a thought since we have the stage here and we're in Hong Kong actually. As a MENA investor and someone from Saudi Arabia that have seen a lot of companies, trying to come to the region and really deploy, do not underestimate, I think what Sandy mentioned, coming to the country, socializing with people, building relationships matters a lot in Saudi Arabia. in particular, and the Middle East. They appreciate that relationship. They appreciate you being on ground, because most of the time you're going to be asked to do with the technology on-prem. So show face, invest in your time actually in the country. That is one of the things. Socialize and hire, from the country, train and build a lot of that. This goes a long way, and you might be the reason they go with you versus another company that could be much better or bigger. So that's one really big thing that you need to think about. And the last thing, look at what the company or the country wants in terms of sovereignty. There are things where they're building it localized, and there are models that can be outsourced. Position yourself correctly. But we wish you all the best of luck, and really privileged to be here.
Thank you so much for all of the panelists today. That was amazing. And yes, thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, these days, many nations and many leaders have put digital sovereignty at the top of their agenda. You'll be hearing this throughout LEAP as well as LEAP East, and it's going to be covered across many of the stages here. Now, the core question we have to ask is, how do you maintain governance, security, and control all at the same time? Well, IBM is right now navigating this. They're in the midst of this, and they're trying to answer this million-dollar question. So over the next 15 minutes, our next speaker is going to share their framework for enterprises in Asia who are looking to scale towards the agentic future. So with that, please welcome to the stage, we have Hans Decker, General Manager of Asia Pacific and China over at IBM. Please give him a very warm welcome. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right. So I don't know how many times I've heard the word AI today. I cannot count it anymore, and I think all of you would agree with me. So I'm going to take a little bit of a different angle. I'm going to talk enterprise, because the enterprises are changing very, very fast. And maybe I start a little bit by introducing where we are in time, because I think we've been here before, and I'm going to show you. So when I grew up, the computer screens actually had a green screen, a small cursor that was blipping, syntax. You basically typed something, a command, and the computer executed it. Anyone remember that phase? 286, 386, 486, the first Intel Pentium. You had the first NVIDIA graphic cards, Monster 3D. I had an XT Voodoo at some point. And then something magical happened. These computers, they start becoming connected to the internet. The internet came. Actually, Netscape transformed and gave us access to internet. It connected the world. We all became connected. I could send emails to someone on the other end of the planet. People that were good in playing the violin suddenly could find other people that were good at playing the violin. The world became connected. All of us became connected. Now, that's interesting when you look at a person-to-person perspective, but the enterprise has changed completely. And at this point in time, there was another device that changed everything. It wasn't that IBM screen, it was something else. It was a mobile phone, the small rectangular device. I think Apple perfected it. And it basically put everything in our palm. We could basically do a lot. Banking, ordering food, we could get doctor's consult. And the businesses didn't just launch an app. They had to completely reinvent themselves to become relevant. And it's that business transformation that we as IBM are so interested in, and I know many of you are as well. Now, we've been here before, as I said, because now with artificial intelligence coming in, let's see, November 30th, 2022, ChatGPT opened our eyes, right? But many years before, like the internet, we were working on machine learning, the first AI models, and deeply thinking about how does this technology actually impact the enterprise. If I fast forward, this technology, when I look at the enterprise, is actually going to be completely run and influenced by agents. Agents will execute in an enterprise, in our daily lives, a lot of the tasks we do today. And the funny thing is, agents are not coming. I would say they are already here. Now, what is so interesting, if I take everyone in this room 3 years forward, and I take you to, let's say, 2030, so just a few years from now, I would say that 50% of what we do in an enterprise will be completely automated and or run by agents. So think of a boardroom today that asks questions to a consultancy firm saying, I want advice on A, B, and C. In the near future, you will ask the same question to an agent. An agent will come back with a response, it will start a debate, and it will give you options to execute. 50% of all the activities we do today in enterprises 3 years from now will be done by agents. Now, I'm going to bring it back to a term that I like to coin with all of you. I call the AI divide. So we have companies across Asia Pacific that are pulling away from the rest. This happens silently, actually. It doesn't happen month over month, week over week. It happens daily. It happens hourly. We don't really see it. And the problem is this. I call it the AI paradox. Every company today will say, I'm using AI. I'm using ChatGPT, I'm using Copilot. But how many of them, like in the previous era with the first PC, with the internet, are actually truly reinventing themselves, are rethinking their business models, are completely turning their business upside down to use this technology? The companies that are silently doing that will be the front runners, and we see a clear distinction already, a gap that is widening between those that do and those that do not. Why I call this the paradox is that all of us have access to the same technology, the same insight, the same expertise, but there seems to be something missing. Why isn't everyone, every enterprise, embracing the technology to basically fuel this change? And many enterprises we're advising and working with see this challenge. They don't know how to use the technology from an enterprise perspective, how they can transform their business models. For this, we developed a new operating system. Call it an AI operating system. It's pretty logical and pretty simple. It has 4 big components: intelligence, action, operations, and trust. The first of these 4 is the most difficult, intelligence. And I'm going to show you or talk you through why. Because the signals that are in an enterprise today are fragmented. Events happen, but they're not captured in real time. Therefore, the context around all of these activities is missing. Or it arrives too late or too soon. It happens really fragmented. Now, there are 3 consequences of this fragmentation of insight. Because if your data isn't connected, decisions don't line up. Logical, right? When it's not understood, you get delay because people start questioning the signals that they're getting. And once the insight is not trusted, ultimately enterprises end up with risk. Now, what all of us need to do and understand is how do you tie together this seamless backbone of insight data that triggers intelligence. And this is what we're helping clients with, because when you have the intelligence, you can transform it into action. When you can turn it into actions, agents in the near future, as I showed you, will execute on it. And this can only happen if you do it in a governed, trusted environment. If not, agents will go rogue. These four components we see very, very clearly with the enterprises that are pulling away from the rest. Now, obviously we're helping many of the enterprises with it. We have a fundamental belief that the data of our clients is the data of our clients. The compute of our clients is the compute of our clients. The AI models of our clients are the AI models of the clients. It is very important to understand that every client has a multitude of clouds, has a multitude of computes. Their data is everywhere. We're probably the only technology company that allows the horizontal integration of every layer. Therefore, we're helping to tie together this in an intelligent way. The biggest one is Confluent. So Confluent is the data backbone of the enterprise. It's based on open source, Kafka, and it allows us to take a seamless view on all these signals that exist in your enterprise. Tie them together, make them actionable. Now, we can hack your way into growth. Hack in a different way than the way it's being described here. What's being described here are three transformative technologies of our time. Hybrid cloud. Data exists everywhere, in every cloud. On-premise, off-premise, every enterprise has a multitude of them. They need to be seamless connected. Second, AI for enterprise, trustworthy, governed. And there's a third technology coming, we call quantum computing. It will completely change the paradigm of the problems we can solve as a humanity. And if you're an optimist, I would say it's here in 2.5, 3 years. If you're a pessimist, I would say this technology is here in 5. So depending on where you are, quantum is coming, and it's coming very, very fast. Please follow this field. It won't substitute or replace the current compute. It will completely augment it, and it will allow us to solve very, very different problems. Problems we have never been able to touch will be touched with quantum computing. These are the three fundamental emerging technologies that are here for the next decades to come. Now, let me go back to AI and the enterprise. Recent study this year amongst CEOs basically led us to say that 69% of the leaders are saying already across Asia Pacific that AI is fundamentally changing their business models. Again, 3 years from now, agentic will completely transform what everyone is starting today. And by 2030, their agenda will be completely focused on 3 things: speed, intelligence, and reinvention. And that reinvention is so, so important. Like companies had to reinvent themselves in the mobile era, like companies had to reinvent themselves in the computing era, like they had to reinvent themselves in the cloud era. The same is what's happening today with artificial intelligence, and the same is what will happen again a couple years from now with quantum. The dialogues here today on these beautiful convention centers are useful, because the dialogues is what actually will change how we look at the future and how our business models will change. Ultimately, it's all about leadership. And leadership is the capacity to translate the vision of the enterprise into reality. And that's what I wish all of us collectively can do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Hans brought up 3 keywords there. We heard cloud, AI, and quantum, and I think that 15 minutes is definitely not enough to cover that, but we'll make sure to have plenty of sessions covering those topics later in the day. Now, ever since AI became the talk of the town, there's been one critical issue at the top of business leaders' minds. And the thing is, how do you move from the hype into real business value? How do you get an ROI when it comes to agentic AI? Because sure, it's great when you have pilots here and there, but we need to see the impact on paper. So in this upcoming session, we're going to be hearing from Ben Goodman. He's going to walk through how leading companies are turning AI from simply a tool to an enterprise-wide capability. So make sure to stick around for that. Please give him a very warm welcome, Ben Goodman.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ben Goodman. I have the pleasure of being the president for Adobe Asia Pacific and Japan, and looking forward to sharing a bit of perspective with you all this afternoon on some of the things that I'm hearing from customers of ours over the last 9 months since I've been in this role. And I want to start with a statement that is a question I think most organizations are asking right now. It's, how do we turn AI into sustained growth and not just experimentation? And it's an important question because it's got a few levels of depth to it. Number one, for every business and organization, sustained growth means different things. In some cases, it's new market entry. In some cases, it is product diversification. In some cases, it's actually business consolidation. So deeply understanding what does sustained growth mean for your organization will define how AI delivers that. Secondly is, what does experimentation mean? Experimentation on products and creativity on new markets. Again, different definitions for different organizations. But there's a couple of learnings that I've observed in the last couple of months that I think help give a framework for how organizations can adapt to this. And as you go through this, keep in the front of mind that the customer experience for everyone is at the forefront of what's going to drive this engagement. And so here is the one big pivotal change that I've seen when it comes to AI. It's actually around fundamentally rewiring creativity and what we call the creative capacity in an organization. So think about this. 10 years back, when you thought about innovation and creativity, you thought about maybe 4 or 5% of an organization having the ability to innovate on behalf of their company, to design creatives. The other 95% were very much focused on execution. Now, with the advent of generative technology, everyone can be a creator. Everyone can be an innovator. Every person in your organization can drive the agenda of your company forward and have a perspective and have a point of view and experiment and evaluate. That is a fundamental shift in organizational design. It's a fundamental shift in the way human beings interact at work. And it's actually created a bigger challenge and opportunity, which is with this increase in creative capacity, we now have to think about strategy and orchestration. What are we innovating for? What are we creating for? What are the things in our business that are happening today that are worth investing in? And what are the ones that look great on paper, but never turn into business outcomes? And this is the challenge organizations are faced with. What is our strategy in service of our customers and growth? And how do we orchestrate this innovation and creativity in a way that gives us a platform for engaging with our customers? And I'll give you a couple of examples of how this shows up. If you think about all of us in the room today, we are an audience called Leap East. There's going to be some 55,000 people coming through this hall over the next couple of days. And everyone's here for a purpose. It could be networking, it could be technology, it could be education, it could be to position your product out to the market. And ultimately, this audience of 55,000 people has a few sub-segments in there. Traditional technology companies, investors, innovators. That is how we're put together as an audience. And marketing and personalization is driven around that. That is traditionally how we've thought about audience segmentation. It's traditionally how you think about your customer base when you drive a campaign or a program, and it's allowed you to get scale. But AI has unlocked something that was never there before. It's unlocked a real-time capability that has allowed organizations to personalize in a way that is culturally relevant and actually get to a point where as a business you can run towards marketing towards an audience of one. Every single one of your customers, deeply understood, deeply personalised to, and can engage with them in the way they wish to be engaged like never before. Just think about that concept for a moment. Every one of your customers who you interact with, both those you have today and those you want to have tomorrow, you now, thanks to AI, have the ability to personalise to an audience of one. And that is a phenomenal shift in the way businesses operate. And when you start to think about how do you define an audience of one, there are three key parameters that we think about that help define it. The first is community. What community are my customers and prospects part of? It's no longer about age or geographic location or gender. It's, do they do a running club in the morning? Do they work till 10 at night and like fast food? Everyone has communities they're part of, and it's those communities that actually define what your preferences are, where you like to spend your time, how to engage you. The second is on content. How do you like to be engaged? Do you prefer WeChat or WhatsApp? Do you prefer Instagram? Do you prefer short form video? Content is very diverse these days. And I guarantee if I asked everyone in this room, what's your preferable method of content to best engage you? I'd get 100 different answers. And those answers will only get more diverse over the coming years because content is constantly evolving. And we know in the generative world, innovation's happening every day. And finally is commerce. If we think about the session earlier, we spoke about monetization. And when we think about monetization, most organizations think about how they monetize their products in the market. But now as individuals, we have a decision and we can control how we want to be monetized. We get to make decisions on how we engage in commerce, the platforms that we use, whether we like to purchase annual agreements, monthly agreements, or consumption transactions. As an individual, you get to define your own monetization strategy. And now, organizations who want to engage with you have to respect that. It's also interesting that we're at the broadest ever generational inflection point, and AI has unlocked a lot of capabilities. Think about this fact. In many organizations today, you will have employees who are 18 and employees who are 80, both in the workforce doing fundamentally the same job. AI has actually removed many of the traditional age barriers in terms of both experience and age, and it's unlocked a generational plethora of experience that wasn't there before. So when you think about your employees and your customers, you're now thinking about 5, 6, 7 generations that you need to engage and think through. So you think about community, content, and commerce, and the generations that we're engaging, it creates an immense opportunity and an immense challenge. And let me give you 2 examples of how this is showing up. The single biggest device for engagement is sitting in all of our pockets right now, right? Everyone's got a smartphone. At least that's what you think. When we think about launching a new digital product or a new campaign, the first thing that comes to mind is, do we launch an app? Do we drive it through Instagram or WeChat? And that is the way we have thought about things for probably the last 5 or 10 years. And with generative content, that's changing and evolving very quickly. How many smartphones get sold every year? About 1 billion, 1.1 billion globally, somewhere in that range. But there's actually a consumer demographic that is growing that is underserved. And for a keen operator, they'll see this as an opportunity. It's actually the people who are now embracing the non-smartphone culture. In fact, in the last 12 months, about 400 million non-smartphones were sold. And they're not necessarily in the markets you'd think. UK, North America. People who are choosing to simplify their digital life and want to engage in a more controlled and functional way. And so you think about this audience. Many of these are your customers, your prospects. When your entire digital strategy is based on an app push or Instagram, how do you engage with someone whose device does not allow you to do that? It fundamentally reframes how you think about marketing and customer experience. That's just one example. Another one I want to give is very pertinent at the moment. People may be familiar with the concept of GLP-1s and peptides, taken off with great momentum in the last couple of years on the back of a focus on weight loss. And if you start to think about what actually drives a person to want to buy a GLP-1 and take on that life choice, you'd think it would be a medical interaction, you'd think it would be a health scare, you'd think it would be something of that nature. But actually, if you look across the markets where these are common, and I'll give you an example of North America, the journey someone takes towards taking a GLP-1 is actually very different. What you see here is an outcome dashboard from an Adobe product called SEMrush that provides insights on buyer journeys. And while I don't expect you to read all the text on the screen, what you can see up there is actually the journey for many people in the weight loss category starts with ordering a pizza. They order a pizza, they eat a few many 2 slices. And they get to the end of that and they go, you know what, I want to lose a little bit of weight. So they go online, they go to Amazon, look at Amazon Health, go and look at some exercise videos, and they go, that's a little bit too hard, let me explore other simpler methods. And they go through a whole series of exploration on the back of feeling guilty about eating too much pizza. And about halfway through their journey, through going through medical journals, they start to learn a product called GLP-1, or peptides. And then they start a slightly different journey. GLP-1 today requires an injection. Most human beings have never self-injected medication. So start to explore a GLP-1 and start to explore YouTube videos on how do you self-inject medication. That takes them down a path of understanding side effects, researching medical journals, going back to relook at injecting yourself because that's a very, very delicate subject. They then go to the LLM of choice, Perplexity, ChatGPT, whoever it is, to have a conversation around the reality of it. And then they schedule an appointment with a GP to go and have this conversation. So if you're a pharmaceutical company thinking about positioning your GLP-1 medication, is the best place to do it in a doctor's office or is the best place to do it outside of a Pizza Hut? The reality is this is the journey and the insights produced by AI. This is what we're now able to understand around consumer buying behaviours. This is the insight that will help drive next generation campaigns and allow you to bring physical and digital marketing together to evolve with your audiences. And this is just an example from North America. But if you think about globalization today and being culturally sensitive to markets, because what works in North America works differently in Hong Kong, works differently in Japan, and works differently in England and Indonesia. And having that cultural context, having the local examples, being aware and relevant of age demographics, youth demographics, is allowing brands to globalize faster than ever before. The ability for you to launch a 4th of July campaign in North America last weekend and prepare for a Chinese New Year campaign across Asia next year is no longer a massive business shift. AI has unlocked the ability for organizations to really think differently around personalization, cultural context, and really getting to the heart of their target audience in a way they've never been able to do that before. And so if I bring this to a close, I'd leave you with 3 points. Number one, we are in an era now where AI has allowed us to personalize to an audience of one. And that personalization is the communities you're part of, the content you like to engage around, and the commerce strategy that suits you. Organizations that are not taking up this opportunity to do that for their customers will be falling behind their competition. When you fall behind your competition, globalization means that more competitors will come to you from other markets. Conversely, your ability to grow faster in other markets and launch in new markets has never been more available than what it is today, if you have the right data. And ultimately, it's the AI technology that enables this, whether it's simplifying the way you drive marketing campaigns, whether it's simplifying the way you create content for your brand, or helping you to capture and triage the data to make sure that you are personalizing the right way. This is the opportunity for brands. This is the unlock. This is what my customers are telling us they're embarking down to really get close to their customers. And I believe for every organization, whether you're a fledgling brand trying to grow in your market, a domestic brand trying to diversify, or a local brand trying to go global, or a global brand trying to enter into new markets, this is the opportunity ahead of us all. At Adobe, this is what we help organizations do. Understand your customers' community through data. Create content that engages your customers in the way they want to be engaged, and engage around a commerce strategy that respects their values and helps them to engage you in the way that they want to. We're very proud to be at Leap East this year, and if you'd like to know more, please join us with our partner Leeds Technologies, who can share a bit more about how we are working with organisations like yourselves as Adobe to make sure that we're leveraging AI to drive the transformation. Thank you very much, and it's great to speak with you this afternoon.
So big thank you to Adobe just now who's speaking up here on stage. We're going to switch gears. We're going to move away from AI now and take a look at the new Asia-MENA economic corridor. And for now, we're going to welcome a very special guest. They're not joining us here in person, but online, in fact. His name is Nicholas Ho. He's the Commissioner for Belt and Road, the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. So with that, we'll still give him a very warm round of applause. He's going to be joining us here up on the screen. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a privilege to join you at Leap East. This gathering brings together technology leaders, investors, and policymakers from across the regions, reinforcing Hong Kong's role as a dynamic gateway between Asia, the Middle East, and beyond. I'm particularly pleased to be here for two reasons. First, Leap has become one of the world's leading technology platforms. Its first global expansion, choosing Hong Kong as the host of the inaugural Leap East, is both significant and symbolic. The Belt and Road Office is proud to have facilitated this milestone, creating a new platform for cross-regional technology exchange. Second, Leap East represents a partnership without boundaries of capital, talent, and innovation. By convening here in Hong Kong, we are not only witnessing this convergence, but we are shaping it. Leap East, as the name suggests, signals a clear momentum, a commitment to engage, collaborate, and build with the East. This aligns directly with the Belt and Road Initiative as it enters its second golden decade. The initiative is advancing high-quality cooperation in green development, digital connectivity, innovation, and health, creating new growth drivers and expanding opportunities across Belt and Road economies. At its core is the digital and innovative Silk Road. Leap East will strengthen innovation-driven ties between Hong Kong and the MENA region, turning shared vision into tangible partnerships and advancing the Asia-MENA economic corridor. Hong Kong is committed to deepening its role in high-quality Belt and Road cooperation. We will continue to leverage our strengths in professional services to support global expansion. Chinese mainland enterprises benefit from Hong Kong's internationally aligned standards and platforms, enhancing competitiveness within a connected, stable, open, and sustainable business environment that enables seamless global integration. It is no coincidence that Hong Kong has become an ideal Belt and Road resource allocation hub, where capital, talent, enterprises, and opportunities converge and are channeled into high-quality developments. Looking ahead, our priority is to turn opportunities into projects. The Belt and Road Office will continue to organize targeted project matchings and also exchange platforms to generate tangible business opportunities. We are actively identifying high-quality projects across Belt and Road markets, focusing on sectors such as data centers, transport, smart cities, and green development. Selected signature projects will be brought to Hong Kong through dedicated roadshows and events, enabling direct engagement. In innovation and technology, Hong Kong is rapidly strengthening its position as a leading international INT hub. The Hong Kong-Shenzhen-Guangzhou cluster was ranked by the World Intellectual Property Organization as the world's top-performing innovation cluster. This reflects both research excellence and the ability to translate ideas into commercial success, key to the digital Silk Road. In green development, Hong Kong remains Asia's leading sustainable finance hub, ranking first in green and sustainable bond issuance for 8 consecutive years and accounting for 40% of the regional's total volume last year. This positions us perfectly to support the Green Silk Road and a more sustainable global economy. Every year, Hong Kong hosts the Belt and Road Summit, our flagship platform for international collaboration. The latest edition welcomed over 6,200 participants and facilitated 45 MOUs with a total deal value approaching $1 billion. We invite leaders from around the world to join us this September as we shape the next phase of cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, Leap East is more than an event. It is a statement of confidence in our shared future. In Hong Kong, where East meets West, where tradition drives innovation, we stand ready to connect ideas, capital, and talent across the regions. Now is the moment to act, to build stronger bridges, drive sustainable growth, and deliver lasting prosperity. Thank you very much.
So to everyone here, if you are enjoying all the content from Leap so far, please bear in mind we have Leap Riyadh coming up August 31st to September the 3rd. It's got over 200,000 visitors, over 1,000 speakers, and actually about 1,800 investors. So in fact, it's a really great place to be doing business if you are free in August. Now we are coming up to nearly the end of day one, and by now we have gotten a pretty good idea of how Asia and the Middle East can deepen their ties. So for our next session, we're going to find out what the future holds for the Asia-MENA Economic Corridor. We've just heard a little bit of a brief introduction there, and what successful partnerships and collaboration models could look like in practice. So with that, please welcome our speakers to the stage, as well as our moderator. This is going to be led by Professor Kai Lung Hui. Please give them a warm welcome. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. And, thanks for joining this session. We have 3 other speakers who are actually ready to come on stage. Kiki, Martin, and Yufeng. And as you can tell from their affiliation, they represent a broad spectrum of companies that has a presence in this region. And without further ado, maybe we should start taking our seats and we can begin with the panel. Well, we all have listened to Commissioner Ho's speech just now, and one thing that he particularly mentioned about this conference is the theme that we call Leap East. Obviously, this is an important development right now in the global regime. And if we actually look into the session focus, we look at a digital Silk Road. If we really go back to history, Silk Road used to be representing trade and also exchange of resources. There are differences in regions, in the Middle East, in Africa, and in East Asia. There are differences in weather, there are differences in resources, there are differences in natural conditions. And that is why trade was naturally a beneficial activity for these inhabitants to exchange resources and other collaboration. Now, when we are in the digital world, however, technology is neutral to some of these physical constraints and resources. So that begs the question, now if we really want to build a digital Silk Road, how can we actually leverage technology, or rather does technology really play a very important role for us to link up these East Asia and also Middle East and North Africa? So with that, we had a couple of great panelists today who can actually share their perspective with us regarding whether technology really can do that, and also what does it take for the technology to help us bridge the two places. Maybe we can start with Kiki.
Sure, thank you, Professor Hui. Hello everyone, it's Kiki from FJ Dynamics. Yes, speak of the traditional Silk Road, the people will think about, probably you just mentioned, ports, roads, railways, and probably the physical trade. But nowadays, if we are talking about New Silk Road, we believe the New Silk Road actually is built on AI, data, robotics, automation, and even some serious industrial applications. So FJ Dynamics, we are the companies focusing on automation and the robotic solutions. So we devoted ourselves for many years in some serious industrial application scenarios, including agriculture, construction, landscaping, probably even the airports. And definitely those sectors are not fancy per se. However, I think those sectors are really where, you know, the labor shortage, the sustainability needs, the productivity pressure, and even the safety requirements are becoming very, very real. So now we are talking about the roles of Middle East and Hong Kong. I think we should start from Middle East first. So Middle East, I think from FJ Dynamics perspective, we don't treat Middle East as a simple sales destination. Basically, Middle East is becoming a very important role in terms of innovation. The region has been invested heavily into smart city infrastructure, food securities, and even the future urban planning. So for us, the Middle East means the demands are real, not theoretical. And the regions are actively looking for solutions which can work in the real working scenarios and bring tremendous measurable impact. And for China, on the other hand, we believe China is good at turning technology into product and turning product into scalable development. And especially for the Great Bay areas, I think we are very good at fast engineering. We are very good at fast iteration. We have very strong supply chain support. And we even have very practically thinking, problem thinking methodology. So I think they are very, very relevant to Middle East because where I think the opportunities or challenges are looking for the solutions which are robust, cost efficient, scalable, and even can apply in the real working scenarios. And now we are talking about Hong Kong. Hong Kong's role, I think, is even more interesting. So Hong Kong always think itself as a super connector, for sure. But for us, I think Hong Kong is more like playing a role as a validator. I can give you a very practical experience. So FJ Dynamics, we deploy a lot of construction solutions a lot of technology in the construction industries. We deploy it from Hong Kong to Middle East and other countries. And how we can do that? Because surprisingly, Hong Kong construction industry is one of the most critical industries in Hong Kong. And the Hong Kong government spent a lot and also promoted a lot to bring the technology into every working site in Hong Kong. So once your solutions got validated in Hong Kong, it gives a lot of confidence to your Middle East counterpart. So for us, we bring the very advanced 3D scanner to every construction site to build a 3D model. And we bring the retrofit autonomous solutions to every single excavators in Hong Kong. And we even make the tower crane fully autonomous. So every solutions got validated and proven in Hong Kong and now naturally expanded to the Middle East. So for us, I think Middle East and Hong Kong, especially under the new concept of Silk Road, I think everything has become very practical. So it connects with technology with real market need. It connects with technology with market demand. And more importantly, I think it connects innovation with long-term value creation.
Very good, Kiki. From what you mentioned, I think I pick up a couple of key messages, right? First of all, I really like the fact that you highlighted the fact that the products need not be fancy. In fact, there are different needs in different regions. So all that we need to do is to ensure that we are helping people to address their need and enhance the value. And secondly, I really like the point that Hong Kong can actually set an example, right? We have the efficiency, we have the standard, we have the examples that were working well. And so we can actually export that to Middle East. All right, Martin, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that is quite a good combination like Hong Kong and Middle East. Yeah, because for ourselves, we are from I2Cool. We do the cooling material. Then you can see that the Silk and Road countries, they are very hot. Then that's why our technology actually is a good fit for those countries. So why did we do the cooling material? That actually was a very long story. Like back to 25 years ago, when I was a little kid, I actually lived in a top floor of an old building with very poor thermal insulation layer. That was very hot. Like nowadays, it's July and August are summer holidays, right? People are very happy. But when I was a little kid, I was very afraid of summer holidays because of the hot climate and the hot weathers. So when I go into the university, I wanted to study something related to the built environment. So that's why I go through this direction. So when I was graduating from the university, I was thinking whether I should go into the industry or go to further study. So at that moment, I saw the research from my supervisor, Professor Alvin Cho and Professor Christopher Chow. They studied the cooling material for the building. Then that's why I joined their research team in Hong Kong. And then in 2017, we had a conference in Egypt, also a Silk and Road country. Then we met a biologist who could study the Sahara silver ant. So this silver ant, it can survive in a very hot desert because of the self-cooling structure on the skin that can keep the body cool. Then after going back to Hong Kong, we learned from the Sahara silver ant, and then we know why it can cool because of the radiated cooling function on the skin, and then we adopt such a cooling mechanism in the material. So in my PhD thesis, we studied the mechanism, and then after I graduated from City University of Hong Kong, and then we found a company, I2Cool, to commercialize our lab technology. So now we're actually expanding our technology not just in Hong Kong and GBA, but also to the Middle East because they are very hot and actually a very good market for us to expand. So last year, we actually got around 30% of our revenue from UAE, mainly applying our cooling material in the form of like a coating and windows film. Then we can reduce the cooling load of the hotels and shopping mall. For example, Dubai Mall and MS Palace in Abu Dhabi also apply our technology. So I think in the future, I think Hong Kong is actually a very good hub for innovation and new technology. Then we can have a lot of new solutions that can be a good fit for the regions in the Middle East. So I think the Silk and Road countries we can collaborate together using the outcome and technology from Hong Kong, like I2Cool and also like Kiki. Then we can use our technology to improve the infrastructure and built environment in the Middle East so that they can have a higher efficiency to support their green transition.
Very good, Martin. Thank you so much. And Martin just proved me wrong in the sense that when I started the panel, I mentioned that technology is neutral to regions. Turns out that for a cooling solution, they find the best place in Middle East to start with, although I would argue that the technology would probably gradually work everywhere else in the world as we see global warming moving further. Can I now move on to Yufeng, and would you like to further discuss on how Hong Kong and Middle East will find our complementarities?
Sure, thanks Professor Hui. So my name is Yufeng Wan, and I'm a partner at Temple Water. I'm responsible for technology investment. Temple Water is a private equity asset management firm headquartered in Hong Kong. Compared with the two very successful entrepreneurs, I'm more from the investment side. Our journey in the Middle East started when the chief executive led the first business delegation to the Middle East after COVID back in 2023. Since then, we've been visiting the region, almost every 4 to 6 weeks. And fast forward to today, we have capital that comes from the region. So we have LPs from sovereign fund, from corporates, from large family offices, but we also have dedicated investment strategy in the region. So I have a team in Oman. We have office in Muscat, the capital of Oman, and we manage the first national energy transition fund in Oman. So I mention all this because we've seen quite a lot in this journey, in this very rewarding journey. And when we talk about collaboration, whether it is between Hong Kong and the Middle East, or whether it is between a private organization and the local network, quite often what we need to think about is what the other side wants, right? You know, not only what we want to achieve, but what the other side wants to achieve. Of course, the Middle East is not just one country. There are several nations, but we do see some common features. First of all, we see a very strong emphasis on economic diversification from the Gulf nations, from GCC. There's obviously a heavy reliance on the oil economy, and there's very clear intention from every government in the region to create a more diversified source of revenue for their own nation. So while the rest of the world is more looking at oil and gas from the demand perspective, from the diversification and reducing the reliance on oil and gas, on fossil fuel, from the supply side, we see GCC also wants to create diversity because they are seeing that the whole world is moving more and more into a diversified source of energy. Now, what that means is that many of these countries, whether it's UAE, it's Oman, it's Saudi, has quite a strong interest to open up to new economies. So we see a genuine interest from the region to welcome Chinese technologies, especially when it comes to hardware, when it comes to manufacturing. I think Kiki mentioned briefly as well, there's quite a clear desire from the local environment to introduce a range of industries, from advanced manufacturing, high technology firms, to food security, to sustainable economy, etc., etc. Now, on the other hand, Hong Kong plays quite an important role here because Hong Kong is positioning ourselves as the gateway to Greater China. And essentially, we're trying to support and develop the companies, the economies in Hong Kong, but also to connect the entrepreneurs, the companies, the technologies, the supplies from China to the rest of the world. And this is essentially what's happening and what we've been doing, in terms of investment, in terms of business development. We are currently building up battery manufacturing. We're building up renewable industry. We're looking at data center construction. So a lot of things that is going on. And Hong Kong is critical in that context. Very briefly, I'll quickly mention that there's an emerging overlapping region that is in a common interest of the Middle East and Hong Kong, and that is Central Asia. So a few weeks ago, Chief Executive led a delegation to Central Asia as a part of Belt and Road initiative. I mention this because we actually see a quite strong combination and combined interest in the Central Asia from Middle East and from China, from Hong Kong. There are a lot of large projects where the asset owner is from GCC. The EPC, the equipment, the manufacturing is from China, and the offtake is from the local large corporates. And in those projects, Hong Kong can play a quite important role as well. I won't expand further, and I hand back to Professor Hui.
Thank you, Professor Wang. And it is good that you mentioned Central Asia because even though it is not really in Middle East, but it's close enough. And the fact that you mentioned the point about diversity and also resources other than oil. For many people, the conception about Middle East is always about oil. But in fact, it's actually a lot more than that. At my university, HKSTP, last year, we had a chance to take a group of colleagues to go to Middle East, and we find a lot of interesting statistics. Like, for example, Middle East actually has among the youngest population in the world right now. Saudi Arabia, as an example alone, 70% of their population is younger than 30. Now imagine what kind of productivity and workforce that it is going to represent in the future. And I think this is certainly very important for us to see how we can actually work in that region, connecting them with Hong Kong so that we can actually empower the region for the further economic development. Using my university as an example again, in fact, we just launched a new program in Central Asia, a dual degree program where we work with Nazarbayev University in Kazakhstan. The idea is to really help educate and empower the population in the region so that in the future, when the economy takes off, we will be able to go there and actually share the benefit and of course also contribute to the development. But in order for this to work, other than having the technology, other than having the market, we do need to align a lot of potential frictions. Like for example, it's inevitable that when we are talking about international trade and development, that different regions sometimes will see each other as a competitor. Say, for example, especially in the financial regime, and together with the development of technology, a lot of people would potentially think about, should we actually take our financial applications now to Hong Kong or to Middle East, Dubai and so on, or maybe even going to Singapore. Now, how are we going to align this so that the regions can work more seamlessly together? It is obvious that there are differences in terms of the appetite towards risk, the extent of regulation, and also whether the government would embrace innovations that are somewhat less conventional. Now, how do we actually navigate this? If you were to really start a business now in Middle East, taking Hong Kong's examples or solutions to there, what do we really need to do to break through all of these potential frictions? Maybe again, we start with Kiki.
Sure. Thank you, Professor Hui. I think from our perspective, we never believe or we never expected that the regulatory will be aligned from day one. It is, as you said, it's something inevitable, right? So for us, I think what makes us we believe very useful and practically is that we landing a lot of technology through the pilot program. Yeah, I think from the pilot program, which provide a safe and a more structured pathway for the new technology to land, to be proved, and to scale. And also the pilot program basically provide a lot of data and the measurable impact to the policymaker, make sure that they believe it's real. And the pilot program also provide us a lot of opportunities to understand the local market. Because as you said, Middle East is a very unique region. They have their own climate. We need to adapt to it. And also the pilot program provide the end user more opportunities to trying something and before the scalable development. So for us, I think the policy makers should provide more safe and structured pathway for the new technology startup company before they take off.
Very good, very good. Thank you. This is a very concrete suggestion. Martin, you have any view on that?
Yeah, I quite agree with Kiki that the policymakers should have the pathway that the new technology goes in. So from our experience, I think localization is the most important. Like our cooling material, like coating or windows film, in Hong Kong, we apply to a lot of big venues, like say, for example, Hong Kong Coliseum. When you go home to take a concert, you may feel a little bit cooler because we apply. So in Hong Kong, we apply to a lot of big buildings or venues. But however, when we go into a new region, we may be a direct competitor as the local reflective material in that market. So what we did is actually need to work with the local partner. So in the step one, we're very lucky that we got the trial pilot test with EMAR, a local property developer there. After that, if we want to scale up or repeat our cases, we must work with the local contractor or the subsidiary of the company, some subsidiaries under the big group there. That's why we are actually not doing the direct project there, but sell our material to a contractor under the group of Emirates Palace in Abu Dhabi. So they are our local distributor. So actually not just Middle East, but actually other countries like ASEAN or other countries, when you want to go into a local market, I think the very important point, the first step is to find a local partner that can sort out the certification and the working process, logistics, etc., so that you can work with the local people and actually go into the market.
All right, so first build a good solution and prototype and then find a local partner.
Yeah.
Professor Wang, you have any further addition on that?
Sure. I mean, I probably look at this from a little bit different angle because of the nature of the work. But specifically, I think when it comes to the Middle East and Hong Kong, I see much more complementary nature rather than competition. Because if you look at the feature of the Middle East, there's very competitive energy price, large amount of land, good financial resources, but also a very strong desire to grow manufacturing, to grow large-scale commercial application. Whereas on the other hand, Hong Kong is very good at establishing an international presence at the first step, common law system, very aligned with the international system, and therefore become a very good, first step for companies from China to establish and then to, get prepared to scale up. And at the same time, the scaling up itself can be in the Middle East, of course, can be other areas as well. But the Middle East, in particular, is playing a quite, I would say, in today's world, neutral role between the East and West. And therefore has that, attractive buffer function for the companies who would like to go globally. So yeah, so I think, like I said, there's more synergy than competition in this particular context.
Very good. It looks like the future prospect is very positive because, first of all, there are a lot of complementarities in terms of the need, the resources, the condition of the regions, and also even in terms of the regulation and also the legal system and so on. I think the two regions will have a lot to actually benefit from each other. I think we are unfortunately running out of time now, but I hope you all enjoyed this panel. Personally, I think I have learned a lot from the panelists, especially from their valuable experiences, taking their businesses, selling to Middle East right now. Thank you very much, everyone, and I wish you all have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. And of course, we need to get that $1 million photo shot. So we have arrived to the end of day one. We have one final session. So thank you so much for sticking around with us. There's been so much content over the past day. Now, the final session is all about logistics. And it's actually one of the most important backbones of our world, driving trade as well as globalization. Yet most of logistics remains invisible and behind doors. So today what we want to do is peel back the curtains a little bit, and we're going to welcome 3 operators to the stage. We're going to find out how exactly they're moving goods, data, as well as capital against a very, let's say, complex backdrop these days. So with that, let's bring on up to the stage. We have our speakers as well as our moderator, Ian Goh, managing partner of O1 VC. Please give them the warm welcome for the very final session of the day.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ian Goh. I'm the founding partner of O1 VC, an early-stage venture capital based here in China. So it's especially fitting that we're having this discussion here in the GBA in Hong Kong, the international gateway for the Greater Bay Area. The GBA has become one of the world's leading innovation ecosystem, bringing together cutting-edge R&D, advanced manufacturing, world-class supply chain and international finance. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by 3 outstanding companies, Lala Move, High Robotics, and X Transfer. Joan VC has the privilege of supporting these three companies from their early stages as they grew into global, international recognized business. Today, they operate across Asia, Europe, and the Americas, while rapidly expanding their presence in the Middle East. All right. Together, they exemplify how technology companies from the Greater Bay Area and China are building the digital and physical infrastructure that enables SMEs to compete on a global scale. So let's get started. Maybe I will start by getting all three of you to do an introduction. Michael? Neil? Sorry, Neil.
Hi, I'm Neil from X Transfer. Very nice to be here. Thank you, Ian, for the kind introduction. And maybe just brief intro about X Transfer. X Transfer today is the world's largest B2B cross-border trade payment platform. Today, we serve close to 1 million SMEs in more than 65 countries. And now we are still growing very rapidly, adopting a China to global expansion, as Ian touched on. And I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Paul?
All right. My name is Paul. I'm the COO of Lalamove. We are a logistic platform from Hong Kong. We were founded back in 2013. So if you are from Hong Kong, you would have know it, hopefully used it before. If you are visiting to Hong Kong, you can pay attention to the street and see the vehicles with our stickers on. And we are covering mainland China, our biggest market, came from Hong Kong, covering all the major cities in Asia. And we had also expanded to Bangladesh, Dubai, Istanbul. And last year, we opened up our office in Germany, New York. We have been in Latin America, specifically 17 cities in Brazil, as well as Mexico cities. So far, all the market that we cover, none of them stay in World Cup, unfortunately. And we just officially announced our launch in Saudi Arabia yesterday. So on a monthly basis, we have active driver around 2 million around the world, and users around 20 million. Majority of them are either individual consumers or SME.
Peter?
Hi everyone. This is Peter from High Robotics. So High Robotics is a warehousing automation provider with a core product called ACR system, ACR robot. ACR stands for Autonomous Case Handling Robot. So as of now, we are the largest ACR provider in the world. We capture more than 30% market share. And we are serving over 1,000 customers globally, among which 100 of them, they are Fortune 500 companies. And we have business in almost every continent. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you.
So I think the first question for Neil. I mean, for decades, international banking infrastructures was specifically designed for large multinational companies. X Transfer has built a platform specifically for SMEs, all right? So what are the biggest financial barriers SME face when going global? And how has X Transfer used technology and infrastructure to make cross-border trade accessible for businesses that particularly struggle in the past?
Yeah, I think that's very rightly pointed out the pain point that the SME are facing, not only in Hong Kong, wherever we go, especially in the emerging market, right? I think the incident from Hong Kong is really a story started from when HSBC get a huge fine in Mexico 10 years ago, and then they sort of raised their risk management standard, off-boarded a lot of SMEs, turning them to either go to onshore using sort of Bank of China and other Chinese banks onshore service, either they can turn to more less regulated channels. That's where we come in 9 years ago, using AI. At the beginning, for sure, for the first 24 months, 2/3 of our staff are compliance people. They have to manually check all the documents provided by the SMEs in order to fulfill the bank's requirement. And the fast forward 9 years, right? Today, 99% of transaction is now being automatically reviewed by AI that we built proprietary, right? And then really, we are also one of the most successful use case for AI when it comes to financial services. So I think that's really where we come in play, work together with the banks in order to serve those what we call long-tail customers, the customer that the bank was not able to serve from a ROI, from a risk management perspective. So you can consider X transfer as a bridge or a filter to connect SMEs and the global institutions.
So what does an X transfer customer look like before and after using your service?
So before, maybe the customer will be holding accounts with multiple banks and struggling to very impatient to wait for their payment to receive to their bank account. Especially is the payment going to route through different corresponding banks in the US, right? So once you have X transfer, you can only have one APP, which enables you to open a G10 or G7 major currency account here in Hong Kong with all the major banks such as JP Morgan, HSBC, Standard Chartered. Or if you want to go to do business in emerging markets like Latin America, Africa, ASEAN, we can also offer you with the local currency collection that we partner at the back end, work very closely with the local leading banks over there in order for them to also get closer to the counterpart when it comes to international trade as well.
This question is for Paul. When people think about logistics, they often see it as a cost center. Yet many SMEs win or lose through the customer experience. All right. How has Lalamove evolved from a last-mile delivery platform into a critical piece of infrastructure, helping business scale globally and increasingly across borders?
We founded back in 2013, and I only joined Lalamove in 2019, almost at the end of 2019. Over the last 6 years, I've seen that our GTV growth 10 times, so it has been phenomenal. So the obvious examples how we help SME was back in a time during COVID. We were helping to deliver a lot of the essential items. We helped many of the SME to stay in business. And again, we see similar things happening over the last few months when the fuel price went up. Because if you need to have your own in-house fleet, having your own drivers, have your own vehicles, the depreciation costs, maintenance, etc., and you can't have all the vehicle types available to handle the peak and trough, it's very, very costly. And as a logistic platform, we match users and driver partners real time, around the clock, and there are a wide range of delivery options from walker, motorbike, minivan, all the way to very big truck, 25-ton trucks. And you don't have to bear the fixed cost, and you have the vehicle on demand. So when we speak to many of our users, those in e-commerce, of course, are one of our major type of customers. Speed, reliability, very important to them. Not just the last mile. When there is goods to be returned, the first mile, we handle them as well. But for the non-e-commerce business, actually we expand together with many of them. So for example, during COVID, we can't travel, and we still want to expand. So instead of going to a new market, we expand beyond the capital cities. So if you go around to Southeast Asia, many of our secondary cities, whether it's Penang in Malaysia or Bandung in Indonesia, we open during that time. So after COVID, when all these small businesses want to expand to other cities, we follow them. They can keep using us, and they are so used to our applications as well as our offering. So that's really helped them to recover. And that is how we help SME to grow after the COVID. And also during the last few months when fuel price was high, 5 of our markets, we operate not just delivery, but ride-hailing. People don't drive to work. And I've never seen in my life there's no traffic jam in Manila. And our ride-hailing business has been growing very fast.
Wow, that's impressive. I mean, one other question I want to add is that now everyone's talking about AI and technology. What is AI technology that's solving problems today in Lalamove that was impossible 5 years ago?
We have been using AI for quite some time. Of course, not the most advanced AI we are talking about today. But in the past, we have been using quite a lot of image processing because any repetitive work involving image, that help us to scale up very fast. So imagine the number of drivers we onboard to our platform every day, the amount of documentation we need to process to confirm the driver license is valid, et cetera, et cetera. So we have been using that for quite a long period of time. But we believe that next wave of AI application in our case, coding, definitely another area. Somewhere between 30 to 40% of our coding today are all done by AI already, and that number continues to go up. But the core type of applications is what we are moving next. Because, for example, when it comes to setting up incentive scheme, marketing program, it's very time consuming. And with the number of markets, program that we have, having AI to help, we can shortening the time to set up a program and to make sure it is accurate. Next phase, we are using AI to detect fraud. When it comes to fraud detections, AI is perfect to be able to overlay a number of data sets across different dimensions. So to pick out the pattern and detect the fraud long before it's growth. So those are the typical use cases of AI that we couldn't be able to achieve in the past.
That's impressive. That's impressive. I mean, this question is for Peter. I mean, historically, this warehouse automation is actually limited to large companies, and High Robotics has made such automation more accessible. How are the advances in robotics allowing SMEs and mid-sized companies to achieve the operational capabilities that were previously available only to big companies?
Yeah, so within the warehouse, there are 6 main processes from inbound, storage, picking, sorting, packaging, and outbound, where picking is the largest and most critical segment. So where picking is the solution, this process we specialize, defined by High. And for picking automation market in 25, $30 billion, right? Still 70% of market share is still taken by the traditional players or equipment. ASRS stands for Automated Storage and Retrieval System. The benefit of ASRS is they have very strong system capability, very high storage density, very high volume throughput, but downside is they are very expensive, super rigid, and the minimum investment barrier is at least $10 million for the customer. And second is it's impossible for them to move. It takes them at least 3 years to deploy. And for ROI for the customer, payback period is at least 8 to 10 years. Where for mobile robotic technologies, so we can deploy within 3 months, and ROI payback period for the customer within 3 years. That's why that at the moment we are still taking a minimum market share, but we are gaining at very high speed. So we are the fastest growing industrial robot within this sector, and we grow by 300 times within past 5 years. So I would say with the development of mobile robot, we achieve more flexible solution, and our vision is to empower every warehouse and factory with logistics robots, which means we could provide more flexible, scalable solution for most of these SMBs owners.
What's the biggest misconception when using warehouse automation for the first time?
So I would say that the largest misconception is for the customer who utilize the automation first time is they would significantly underestimate the importance of reliability and stability. They would prioritize the ROI and budget over quality. But automation will become, automation system, our system will become their core infrastructure system, which means they need very high reliability and quality. And within the whole lifetime value, which is about 10 years, they don't want anything to fail, right? But some customers, when they use the automation for the first time, they don't realize this, so they will choose cheaper automation.
I mean, I have 1 or 2 questions for all 3 of you all. I mean, all 3 of us started in China, I mean, specifically in the Greater Bay Area. Today, you now serve a global market. I mean, we were talking behind, you're in Africa, you're in Europe, you're in Americas, you're in Latin America. All right? What does that mean? I mean, what does globalization mean to your business today? Is it simply just expanding to new markets, or has it fundamentally changed the way you build your products serve your customers, and even organize your company? No, Paul?
Well, we are actively doing localization in a global basis. We replicate the same business model, we use the same tech platform, but we hire local talent so that we can apply our global business model with the local flavor.
Neil?
Yeah, from our side, I think at the merchant base, I think when it comes to international trade or import or export, their behavior is quite similar. But the challenge from our business is really the kind of regulator, because we operate in a highly regulated environment. Wherever we go, we have to be licensed by the central bank of each government. I think that's the tricky part, where you find a different requirement that requires to tackle the market one by one.
Understood. Peter, you want to?
Yeah, so globalization for high is for all perspectives. So we have global investors. 50% of our investors, they're purely US investors. And also we have global partners, localized partners in every continent. And 80% of our employees outside of China, they are purely locals. And also we have global partners, global supply chains. So we have all different perspectives in terms of globalization.
Yeah. One last question. Paul has actually answered what AI is changing for Lalamove. I'd like to hear from Peter and Neil. For AI side, how is it helping your organization? How is it helping you serve your customers?
At the core, when it comes to our business, is risk management, the compliance. I think we are adopting AI at a very early stage. As I mentioned, we are one of the most successful use cases for AI. And nowadays, across all the department functions, we are also adopting AI, not only in R&D, as well as even for marketing. So previously, we have a team of 12 people. Now we only need 5 to 6. Yeah. We can produce very beautiful, marketing materials. Even we go to all the exhibitions, we also can localize all the marketing campaigns.
Understood.
Yes.
Understood. Peter?
So apart from improving productivity efficiency internally, so AI could also help us better serve clients from two perspectives. One is physical AI. So with the development of physical AI, we can see the commercialization opportunity of manipulation, because fundamentally within the warehouse there are two tasks to be solved. One is mobilization, second one is manipulation. So everything we are doing is around mobilization, but with the physical AI we can do more, help clients solve more jobs and tasks around manipulation, which is more around like physical AI or humanoid. Second one on the software layer. So AI will help us enable the managers to achieve the sales decision making, which essentially will increase the productivity and efficiency for the client.
All right, thank you. I think we're pretty much time's up here. So I thank all three of your time today, and again looking forward to seeing, ice transfer, Lalamove, high robotics, globalization in the next 18 to 5 years. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll just keep this very short and sweet from my side. It's been a real pleasure being your host today. My name is Olivia Kinghorst. Tomorrow we're going to have plenty of content talking about the creative economy, fintech, as well as the AI stack. So plenty more to come. Please keep your eyes peeled on the agenda. We're going to be kicking off here on this stage, main stage, at 10 o'clock sharp. So with that, have a good evening and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you so much once again.